The World This Week. Politics.
America's Justice Department charged Raul Castro with the murder of 4 Americans of Cuban descent. Mr. Castro succeeded his brother Fidel as Cuba's leader before stepping down in 2021. The indictments relate to the shooting down of 2 small aircraft operated by a Cuban exiles group in 1996 by Cuban military jets, which killed the 4 men. Mr. Castro was Cuba's defense minister at the time. The charges intensify America's campaign against the Cuban regime and threat of an invasion. Speaking in Spanish, Marco Rubio, America's Secretary of State, released a video to Cubans telling them that America was offering to build a better future for the island. Venezuela deported Alex Saab, an ally of Nicolás Maduro, the deposed president, to America. Mr. Saab, often referred to as Mr. Maduro's bagman, appeared in court in Miami, where a charge of money laundering was presented. He has been arrested before, but prosecutors may now lean on Mr. Saab to flesh out their case against Mr. Maduro, who was snatched by American forces in January. More anti-government demonstrations took place in Bolivia, amid widening opposition to austerity measures proposed by Rodrigo Paz, the centrist president. Bolivian officials in part blame Evo Morales, a former leftist president, for stirring up trouble. Mr. Paz's election to office last year ended 2 decades of socialist rule in the country. America's State Department compared the protests to an attempted coup d'etat. Indonesia announced a proposal to centralize the export of commodities such as palm oil and coal through a new state-operated export company. Exporters of natural resources will also have to place their export earnings in state-owned banks in order to stabilize the falling rupiah. Indonesia's central bank raised interest rates for the first time in 2 years, lifting them by a larger-than-expected 0.5 percentage point. Vladimir Putin visited China, where he signed several deals on trade and cooperation with Xi Jinping. The leaders discussed a new pipeline that would provide China with Russian natural gas. Meanwhile, China confirmed it will buy 200 Boeing jets following Donald Trump's recent trip to Beijing. Although the order is smaller than had been expected, it represents a step forward. At the height of the trade war, China paused deliveries of Boeing jets. The WHO declared an outbreak of Ebola to be a public health emergency of international concern. The virus kills up to half of those who catch it. The epidemic, in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, is thought to have killed at least 139 people so far, with hundreds more infected. The numbers will probably rise. The response to the outbreak is being hampered by war, aid cuts, and the lack of a vaccine for the strain that is causing it. America and Nigeria claimed that a top Islamic State commander and 175 other militants were killed in airstrikes in northeastern Nigeria, part of a series of collaborative operations aimed at tackling the country's overlapping security crises. America has stepped up support for Nigeria's counter-terrorism efforts, but there is no evidence that this is reducing the violence. At least 4 people were killed in protests over high fuel prices in Kenya. In response, the government cut diesel prices and entered negotiations with transport unions to resolve a strike by bus and minibus drivers. The war in Iran has driven up prices in Kenya, which, like much of East Africa, depends on the Gulf for oil supplies. Mr. Trump threatened to restart strikes on Iran, warning the Islamic regime that the clock is ticking. The American president then said that he had called off an attack at the request of Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. He claimed that serious negotiations were underway. Meanwhile, Iran announced the establishment of the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, a new entity tasked with managing the passage and transit through the Strait of Hormuz. The United Arab Emirates said a drone strike on its Baraka nuclear plant had sparked a fire. Officials said they did not know who was responsible, but confirmed that the attack had come from Iraq, where some Iranian-backed militias are based. America's Justice Department created a $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who claim they have been targeted by federal prosecutors for political purposes, in effect, allies and supporters of Donald Trump. This will probably include the rioters who stormed Congress on January 6, 2021. It forms part of the government's settlement with Mr. Trump in a case related to his leaked tax documents. The president was seeking $10 billion in damages and has now dropped his claims. A novice candidate backed by Mr. Trump won a primary election for a congressional district in North Kentucky. Ed Galrine defeated Thomas Massie, one of the few remaining Republican critics of the president, in the most expensive House primary election ever. Another thorn in Mr. Trump's side, Bill Cassidy, was defeated in his Senate primary in Louisiana. Andy Burnham, the mayor of Greater Manchester, emerged as the favourite to succeed Sir Keir Starmer as Labour's leader, and thus Britain's Prime Minister, in a putative leadership contest. But Mr. Burnham is not a Member of Parliament. The MP in Makerfield, a traditional Labour seat, stood down to enable him to contest it in a by-election. However, at the recent local elections, Reform UK made big gains in the area, suggesting it is not a foregone conclusion that Mr. Burnham will clinch the seat. Peter Mayer, Hungary's new Prime Minister, visited Poland on his first trip abroad. Mr. Mayer met Donald Tusk, his Polish counterpart, who also came to office by defeating an anti-EU government. Hungary's relations with Poland were strained under Mr. Mayer's predecessor, Viktor Orbán. Mr. Mayer wants Hungarian-Polish relations to return to normality, as the countries have much in common. A NATO jet shot down a Ukrainian drone that had entered Estonia's airspace. Ukraine blamed Russia's electronic warfare for redirecting the drone. Another Ukrainian drone crashed in Lithuania. Latvia also reported drone incursions. Latvia's Prime Minister Evika Siliņa resigned recently after misdirected Ukrainian drones crossed over from Russia and damaged an oil facility. Latvia's defences had not detected the breach.
The World This Week. Business.
SpaceX officially launched its blockbuster IPO. The space rocket firm, led by Elon Musk, hopes to raise around $75 billion when it floats on the Nasdaq stock market, smashing the record for an IPO held by Saudi Aramco, which went public in 2019. Its target valuation is about $1.75 trillion. In its prospectus, SpaceX laid out ambitions to use its rockets to transport components to off-world data centers in space. It also mentions a vision of carrying people to Mars and of mining on asteroids. The IPO announcement came as the firm prepared the first test flight of its V3 Starship mega-rocket. It was a mixed week for Elon Musk, who lost his courtroom battle with OpenAI and Sam Altman. It took a jury just 2 hours to reject the case, in which Mr. Musk sought damages from OpenAI for allegedly reneging on a contract with him as a co-founder to run the firm as a non-profit instead of for-profit entity. Meanwhile, OpenAI was reportedly ready to launch its own IPO with a view to a listing in September. Nvidia presented another stellar set of quarterly earnings. It recorded overall revenues of $81.6 billion, up by 85% year-on-year, with sales from chips for data centers taking in $75.2 billion, a rise of 92%. The company announced an additional $80 billion in share buybacks. A last-minute deal between management and unions averted a strike at Samsung. Samsung has reaped huge profits from selling its memory chips to data centres, and the unions want their cut in bonuses. Britain's annual inflation rate fell to 2.8% in April from 3.3% in March, mostly a result of the government lowering its cap on energy prices. Electricity prices fell by 8.4%. However, the cost of motor fuel surged by 23%, prompting the government to postpone a rise in fuel tax this week. Economists expect the overall inflation rate to rise again in the coming months. America extended a waiver on sanctions for buying Russian oil for another 30 days. The waiver applies to Russian oil held at sea and is designed to help poorer countries that have taken a hit from the stoppage of supplies through the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Britain eased sanctions on Russian oil refined into diesel and jet fuel in other countries. This will enable the country to import jet fuel from India. Ryanair, Europe's largest airline, said it was far too early to give any meaningful profit guidance because of volatile jet fuel prices. Europe is relatively well stocked with jet fuel, and Ryanair hedges 80% of its fuel costs, but it warned that spot prices had hit $150 a barrel for unhedged fuel. Adani Enterprises, part of Adani Group, agreed to pay $275 million to settle claims that it violated American sanctions by buying Iranian fuel between November 2023 and June 2025. The case was brought by America's Treasury Department. Meanwhile, the Justice Department decided to drop its criminal fraud case against Gautam Adani, Adani Group's chairman, and the Securities and Exchange Commission settled with Mr. Adani on allegations that focused on investors being misled about his group's anti-bribery practices. Under the deal, Mr. Adani neither denies nor admits the claims. Anglo-American agreed to sell its coal mining assets in Australia for up to $3.9 billion to Dilmar, a privately held mining firm. Anglo has now divested its coal, nickel and platinum divisions and is in talks with a consortium to sell off its De Beers diamond business. A formerly unsolved mathematical problem has been cracked by a model from OpenAI in what has been called a milestone in AI maths. The problem, which asks how many pairs of points can be exactly 1 unit apart on a 2-dimensional plane, was first posed in 1946 by Paul Erdős. The AI proof overturned previous best efforts and was produced by a general model without any mathematics-specific training, said OpenAI. Swatch's Royal Pop pocket watch went on sale. Made in collaboration with Audemars Piguet, the watches combine the retail and luxury ends of the market. Hundreds of people queued outside Swatch shops around the world. Some disturbances were reported as customers fought over a timepiece. Selling for $400 to $420, some watches are being resold online for as much as $3,000.
Leaders.
A Starship Enterprise. The listing of SpaceX is capitalism on rocket fuel.
To channel one of Elon Musk's favourite science fiction authors, SpaceX is a product of infinite improbability. When Mr. Musk began, few would have predicted that a startup could design a liquid-fuelled rocket and put it in orbit. nor that an engineer would be able to get a rocket's booster to return to Earth, land upright on its own tail, and be reused. And no one has yet recovered a rocket's second stage, which must withstand 1,500 degrees Celsius or so during atmospheric re-entry. Having pulled off the first unlikely feat in 2008, 6 short years after its founding, and the second in 2015, SpaceX will try to use a launch due on May 21st to show that it can carry off the third too. If the test fails by the time you read this, SpaceX will try again and again until it succeeds or runs out of money. Success will be vital if Mr. Musk is to realize his vision of dominating artificial intelligence, apparently by using space-based computers launched by SpaceX to satisfy AI's ravenous hunger for data processing. To pay for his dream, on May 20th, the company filed the prospectus that has started the countdown clock for an initial public offering next month worth about $75 billion. This will be the biggest listing in history. In 2 ways, the IPO is infinitely improbable too. It is inspiring in that Mr. Musk aims to carry off yet more seemingly impossible feats of engineering, and it is worrying in that he is asking investors to trust their savings to a loss-making outfit with hardly credible financial plans over which he will have total control. SpaceX's colossal listing will shake stock markets, as much as its giant Starship rocket's Raptor engines now rattle the coastal plain beneath the launch site in Texas. SpaceX may instantly land among the world's 10 most valuable companies, with a market value of as much as $2 trillion. A fortnight later, it is to be ushered into the Nasdaq index, ending up in countless tracker funds, pension pots, and other stock portfolios. By then, Mr. Musk may have become Earth's first trillionaire, worth as much as all households in his native South Africa combined. In a populist age, many people will see the concentration of power in trillion-dollar companies, not to mention trillion-dollar men, as a failure of capitalism, yet as a story of risk-taking, competition, the ability to mobilize resources and thereby turn the improbable into reality. SpaceX is, in fact, capitalism at its most remarkable. Sometimes Mr. Musk has harnessed the state's resources. Sometimes he has gone it alone. Government policy played a crucial role in getting SpaceX off the ground. But his drive has repeatedly solved problems that the state could not. He has already opened up space, and if he succeeds in his dream of cutting launch costs to $185 a kilogram, 1% of their historical average, he will have utterly transformed it. Getting there will be hard. SpaceX's business plan, as outlined in its regulatory filing on May 20th, has risky written all over it. The company is losing more than $1 billion a month, much of it on its AI business, XAI, which spent $8 billion in the first quarter and is still far behind the industry's stars. The plan says that over 90% of SpaceX's potential sales, which it values at $28.5 trillion, almost the entire GDP of America today, will come from AI. It is unclear whether that will be from making a success of his own AI business using data centers in space powered directly by the sun and untroubled by terrestrial NIMBYs, or from selling data center services to others. Throw in some stardust about interplanetary missions and asteroid mining, and you can begin to grasp the scale of Mr. Musk's ambition. Yet even if he doesn't get all the way there, his fleet will open up new possibilities that he and other capitalists can exploit. The government encouraged William Boeing to do this after the First World War, using idle warplanes to ferry airmail. Jeff Bezos sold spare cloud computing capacity when Amazon had built more of it than it needed for its e-emporium. Mr. Musk himself has done it too. Starlink was initially a way to fill up SpaceX's workhorse rocket, the Falcon 9, when external custom could not keep up with its billowing launch capacity. He is also spurring competition. Blue Origin, founded by Mr. Bezos 2 years before SpaceX, is working on a reusable rocket of its own. Both it and Amazon have plans for their own satellite constellations to rival Starlink. In December, a private Chinese challenger, Landspace, test-launched a reusable rocket. Another Chinese company called Space Pioneer tried in April. If anyone has earned the right to aspire to seemingly unattainable engineering goals, it is Mr. Musk. The financial risks and the control he demands are another matter. No other firm has tried to use public markets to raise as much as SpaceX will. NTT in Japan and Saudi Aramco were partial privatizations of state-owned assets. The nearest private sector competitor, Alibaba, in 2014, raised a third of what SpaceX wants. SpaceX could, like any capitalist enterprise, crash and burn. Its valuation, as much as 100 times annual revenue, compares with 16 for Tesla. Mr. Musk has a record of creating lots of shareholder value, but little cash. SpaceX is on the hook for the loss-making xAI and his social network, X, with which it merged earlier this year. And by giving him and other insiders special shares to elect directors, SpaceX's structure makes Mr. Musk unsackable. Investors are therefore saddled with his future business decisions as well as his obnoxious politics. He may face a backlash under the next Democratic administration for his racism and the ravages of Doge under Donald Trump. The thing is that
Leaders.
The MAGA tax. American growth could be even better. MAGAnomics shows the world what not to do, but also what America keeps getting right.
Yet again, America's economy has shown up the rest of the world. For all the chaos of the past year, its GDP has chugged along merrily at 2% annual growth. True, that is hardly a blockbuster pace, and like everywhere else, consumers in America are grumbling about high prices. But Uncle Sam's peers are doing much worse. In Britain, France, Germany and Japan, economic growth ranges from roughly 0 to about 1%. America's outperformance began decades ago, but in the 2020s it has become vast, and it is likely to last. The latest IMF forecasts show American growth besting the rest all the way to 2030 and beyond. Perhaps that makes this an odd time to look at what America gets wrong, but remarkably its world-beating performance has lately come despite a handicap: Donald Trump's erratic and harmful policies. Our analysis suggests that what we call the MAGA tax, a toxic mix of high tariffs, zero net migration and all-encompassing policy uncertainty, shaved around 0.75 of a percentage point off the rise in American GDP in 2025. That holds lessons for America and other countries desperate for growth. America was teed up for a strong year when Mr. Trump took charge in early 2025. Its robust economy should have been supercharged, especially by the boom in artificial intelligence and its consequences for the stock market. Instead, growth since then has been solid, but by American standards unremarkable. Indeed, outside AI-related sectors, policy uncertainty has pushed American business investment into a slump worse than Britain's after the vote on Brexit. Seesawing tariffs and hostility to immigration, even for skilled workers, have also weighed on the economy. Without this MAGA tax, growth could have been closer to 3% in 2025, not the 2% America got. The damage will continue this year and probably worsen now that higher oil prices from Mr. Trump's war with Iran are also a burden. In other words, the president's folly has slowed down a historic boom. One lesson from this is to marvel at America's dynamism and resilience, even in the face of Mr. Trump's vexing behaviour. Many of America's advantages are hard to emulate. The country's continental scale, single language, natural resource wealth, and the fiscal space that comes from issuing the world's safe asset give it a unique economic advantage over Europe. America's federalism is helpful too. Misguided policies at the state level, like data center moratoriums or proposed wealth taxes, do not encumber the whole country. People and businesses can move to a different state. But America also shows just how much other rich countries are failing to live up to their economic potential. Much of the recent heightening of America's advantage stems from its tolerance of disruption. America's shale fracking revolution and liquefied natural gas exports have reshaped global energy markets and made its economy more able to withstand the effects of Mr. Trump's war in the Middle East. Its embrace of AI data centers presages a shake-up of labour markets, which, though fraught, could propel its living standards still higher. Unlike its peers, America has built, says Mario Draghi, Europe's growth czar, an economy capable of preserving its growth from the disruptions it contributes to. Other rich countries, by contrast, are held back by conservative regulations, distrust of the financial industry, and risk aversion. They lose simply because they simply cannot build new industries so fast. Yet another conclusion is that America should raise its ambitions still further. Imagine how astounding its economy would be without the drag of the MAGA tax. For Democrats, that question may soon stop being hypothetical. The party is still wrestling with what of Mr. Trump's agenda to keep and what to discard, should it win back the White House in 2028. Politically, rolling back tariffs may be tricky. Beneficiaries of protection will squeal, and besides, many on the left have long been wary of free trade. Similarly, some Democrats now wonder aloud whether Mr. Trump's penchant for bullying companies that displease him could be turned towards progressive ends, such as restricting layoffs. Be patient, say MAGA types. Their policies will eventually yield benefits. In fact, the misguided policies, if they endure, are likely to exact a bigger price over time. America is becoming less attractive to high-skilled migrants who make large contributions to its dynamism, more vulnerable to a bond market crisis as its debts mount, and more tolerant of corruption. Mr. Trump's style of government, if it lasts, will eventually sap the foundations that have made America so rich by threatening the rule of law and encouraging firms to put lobbying for favours before innovation and the sound allocation of capital. Since the MAGA tax inflicts great harm, unwinding it promises great benefits. Whoever succeeds Mr. Trump should seize that opportunity. Economic growth is not a political cure-all. If it were, then Kamala Harris, campaigning in a year with growth of 2.8%, would be president. But Democrats and Mr. Trump's Republican successors will struggle to win voters' affections without raising living standards, as only fast growth paired with low inflation can. Listening to economists' advice is unfashionable these days, but there is a free lunch here, and America's next leaders would be foolish not to tuck in. The dangers of misreading Maganomics are even greater abroad. Populists everywhere have looked on America and been emboldened by the enticing conclusion that protectionism and industrial policy may be less harmful than
Leaders.
The Transatlantic Alliance. Work on the marriage, plan for divorce. Europe needs a plan B for NATO. Mark Rutte, its boss, is wrong to discourage talk of it.
The fatal flaw in a commander, suggested Karl von Clausewitz, a 19th-century Prussian general, is obstinacy, or resistance against our better judgment. For a modern example of this behaviour, look no further than Mark Rutte, the Secretary-General of NATO. For months, Mr. Rutte has refused to admit that the Transatlantic Alliance, the cornerstone of European security for more than 7 decades, is close to falling apart. That has required willful blindness. Mr. Rutte ignores Donald Trump's repeated statements casting doubt on America's readiness to honour NATO's Article 5, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Mr. Trump also talks about withdrawing some forces from Europe. Nonetheless, Mr. Rutte, a former Dutch Prime Minister, has gamely insisted that he has no doubt America is completely committed to NATO, completely committed to Article 5. He maintains NATO has no need for a Plan B in case America were suddenly to pull out of the alliance. He has even banned any discussion of one within the NATO headquarters. On all of these counts, he is wrong. In Mr. Rutte's defence, he is being diplomatic. Striving to keep America in the alliance, he has flattered Mr. Trump, endured his tirades, and called him Daddy. Mr. Rutte fears that Europe's attempts to wean itself off America's security guarantees may further offend its capricious president and hasten the divorce that the rest of NATO wishes to avoid. Other European leaders also resort to flattery and try to appeal to Mr. Trump's deal-making instincts by spending millions on American weapons, many of which are to be sent to Ukraine. In some cases, they have little choice. For instance, Europe has few alternatives to America's Patriot air defense systems. Even thinking about a Plan B is enough to give generals the collywobbles. Much of NATO's deterrence comes from its ability to knit the armed forces of many countries into a single cohesive force under a unified command led by an American general. Without the superpower to keep good order, the rump of the alliance may be weakened by rows about who should be in charge, and doubts over whether they would actually have the authority to call the shots if Europe found itself at war. Yet, for all the risks of Europe openly planning for a divorce, it has no choice. Mr. Rutte's optimism has been overtaken by events. Mr. Trump's threats in January to seize Greenland from Denmark, a NATO member, have spurred several European countries to begin secretly planning how to fight without America. Since then, Mr. Trump has undermined his officials' reassurances that the drawdown will be slow and orderly as Europe takes responsibility for its own conventional defence. He has also announced unexpected cuts to the number of troops stationed in Europe and cancelled the deployment of others. On May 22nd, America was expected to reduce the forces it pledges to send to Europe in a war. Its allies cannot be sure they will get the weapons they have bought from America, which is postponing deliveries in order to restock those used up in Iran. Renovating the American-led alliance will be hard and costly. All the more reason to start now. Europe could Europeanize NATO's structures, it could form a new alliance, or it could build on embryonic ones, such as the 10-member Joint Expeditionary Force led by Britain, or the Coalition of the Willing that plans to offer security guarantees to Ukraine. Each would be risky, but less risky than doing nothing.
Leaders.
Global health. How to stop the Ebola epidemic. The outbreak in Central Africa should serve as a warning about future pandemics.
Ebola is a terrifying virus that kills 30 to 50% of the people it infects. Fortunately, the world has been getting better at fighting it. Since 2015, vaccines for Zaire, the most common Ebola strain, have limited its spread whenever hotspots emerged in Africa. Genetic sequencing of that strain has allowed rapid testing, which makes contact tracing easier. African governments, helped by NGOs, have learned how to triage and isolate patients. Crucially, they have also won the trust of locals, who are horrified by hemorrhagic fevers. But the latest Ebola outbreak is caused by a rarer strain, Bundibujo, for which there is no licensed vaccine or rapid test. For months it swept undetected through eastern Congo. Aid cuts meant fewer health workers were watching out. On May 17th, the UN's World Health Organization, or WHO, called the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. By May 20th, the tally of almost 600 suspected cases and 139 deaths was suggesting that this epidemic will be the worst Ebola emergency since at least 2018, when more than 2,000 people died in the same region. To avoid such a grim death toll, let alone that of 2014 to 2016, when 11,000 perished in West Africa, urgent coordinated action is needed. So far, it has been lacking. To win this fight, scientists need incentives to swiftly make and deploy a vaccine. Donors, especially governments in the rich world, should promise now to buy ample supplies of a vaccine as soon as it is authorized, to encourage drug firms to work faster. On May 20th, the WHO said 2 vaccines are being developed that show promise against the Bundibujo strain. Although it will be months before either jab is ready, such efforts should be the priority. Even with a vaccine, stopping Ebola requires coordination in different countries. In the past, America, through its Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or CDC, and aid spending, would have led this effort. Despite severe cuts under the Trump administration, the CDC still has field offices in Congo and neighbouring Uganda, so it will play a role. But the most important institutions will be the WHO and Africa CDC, which is independent of its American namesake. Africa CDC did well during the COVID-19 pandemic, and can do so again if given enough outside expertise and funding. Humanitarian NGOs reduced their Ebola prevention measures last year in Ituri, the province where the outbreak emerged, because of aid cuts. They urgently need funds to pay for protective gear and to recruit more health workers. All this is made much harder by local politics. Eastern Congo is an ideal place for an epidemic to thrive. The state barely exists and is often predatory where it does. More than 100 militias terrorize the population. Much of North and South Kivu, 2 provinces where Ebola has been detected, is under the control of an armed group, M23, that says it wants to topple Congo's national government. Both the government and the militias have a sorry record of prioritising their own interests above the lives of their compatriots. M23 has resisted calls by NGOs to reopen airports in its territory to let in humanitarian supplies. It accuses the Congolese government of making things worse by keeping banks closed. Mediators, including America and Qatar, should tell both sides to let in supplies and workers. They should also press Rwanda, M23's patron. This is Congo's 17th Ebola outbreak in 50 years. It will destroy both lives
Leaders.
Political football. How a deflated Britain can bounce back. Lessons from the Premier League for the next Prime Minister.
If Britain were a football team, it would be flirting with relegation. Its economy is flailing, its people are demoralised, and another embarrassing crisis is unfolding at the top. Happily, one British industry provides a game plan for recovery. 40 years ago, English football was a laughingstock. Today, it is a global powerhouse. As we report this week, the Premier League is the most watched sports competition on the planet and generates £10 billion, that's $13 billion, in gross value added a year. Politicians who want to make Britain great again could do worse than learn from the Premier League. One lesson is to play to your strengths. Britain invented football. It is also attractive to footloose capital and talent. The Premier League takes advantage of this, welcoming foreign investors to buy clubs and foreign coaches and players to make them excellent. It is far more open than its rivals. Openness has fallen out of fashion, but Sir Keir Starmer should know as an Arsenal fan celebrating his team's league title this week that unpopular tactics can work best. His government has adopted the opposite strategy, cutting work visas and keeping taxes hostile to rich foreigners. In footballing terms, he's got the formation all wrong. Another lesson is to embrace competition. The Premier League is one of the world's greatest experiments in self-regulation, a case study of the value of ruthless rivalry and the free flow of cash. Yet a foolish cross-party decision to impose an independent football regulator passed into law last summer. English football is no stranger to cheating, from financial doping to a spying scandal at Southampton. But such cases are best dealt with in-house. If the regulator, as feared, puts up hurdles to investment, it would typify Sir Keir's failure to grasp what made the Premier League and Britain strong. Whoever next leads Labour will hear plenty of voices favouring fiddlier rules and greater suspicion of foreign capital. If it is to be Andy Burnham, Manchester's mayor and the current favourite to unseat Sir Keir, he ought to visit his own constituents in East Manchester, a place transformed by the Emirati investors who took a liking to Manchester City. Britain desperately needs inward investment. The Premier League's formula of globalised caution-to-the-wind capitalism is the best way to attract it. Not the nosy managerialism of the Labour left, which, like a video assistant referee or VAR, only slows down the action and spoils the fun. Last, Labour should strive for stability at the top, but not at all costs. The worst clubs get through managers almost as fast as Britain does prime ministers. The best have the longest-serving bosses. If Tottenham Hotspur's awful season holds any lessons, it is that sticking too long with a bad choice is a losing strategy. Britain seems likely to avoid that mistake. Having lost the dressing room and the fans, Sir Keir is bound to be given the boot. Unfortunately, Britain cannot scout the world to find a brilliant new boss. Instead, it must pick a new Prime Minister from among the 400 or so Labour MPs. None of them could be mistaken for Pep Guardiola, and some of them think the ideal game plan is to put everyone on the left wing and hope for the
Letters.
On Norway's economy, rich couples in urban areas, Marcus Crassus, Scotland's languages, and the European Union.
Norway's labour market.
From Jens Stoltenberg, Minister of Finance, Oslo. A recent Free Exchange column, April 4th, highlighted two of the main challenges that the Norwegian government sees for the years ahead: increasing the supply of labour and raising productivity across the economy. As the population ages, pressure on labour supply will increase unless we succeed in bringing more people into work or producing more with fewer hands. We've succeeded with a pension reform in Norway, and the public sector is productive in many areas, but much more must be done. That being said, parts of the column suggested that balance and precision have at times given way to the demands of a good story. As you noted, Norway spends a lot of money helping other countries, but the single most important contribution here is to Ukraine's defensive struggle. Norway, with fewer than 6 million inhabitants, is among those providing the most military support to Ukraine. My reading is that The Economist generally regards such support as a good thing. Norwegian young people perform well compared with other countries. Eurostat data shows that unemployment among people in their 20s is substantially lower in Norway than in Denmark and well below the European average. The share of young people, aged 15 to 29 years, neither in employment nor in education and training, is far below the European average. Finally, although Oslo's coffee bars have enviable quality and expertise, it's not the case that 70% of baristas and others in unskilled jobs have a master's degree. Only 15% of Norwegian workers have a master's or equivalent level, and they haven't piled up at the espresso machines. I recommend a visit to a coffee bar when you're in Oslo to experience the quality of coffee produced by skilled baristas without master's degrees.
The young and the affluent.
From Kafir Modahai, Associate Professor of Education and Policy Studies, Pepperdine University, Malibu, California. In academic and activist circles, gentrification is a pejorative word. Article The Kids in America, May the 9th. However, we should celebrate the visible return of young affluent families to city centres. My research has found that wealthy families can be a net positive for urban neighbourhoods. For decades, the greatest threats to our cities have been disinvestment and segregation. The arrival of high-flex families brings a stabilised tax base that funds public services, parks and infrastructure upon which all residents, regardless of income, depend. The visibility of white toddlers in fancy strollers should not be viewed merely as a sign of neighbourhood vitality, but as an opportunity for institutional renewal. The real test is whether these families invest in more than just their real estate. The goal is to see them commit to local public institutions, particularly schools. That is an essential first step towards the kind of durable urban integration we have long neglected.
The folly of war.
From Dr. Paul Vandenbroek, Geneva. The Telegram, May 9th, compared Donald Trump to Caligula. As Caligula never started a war, it'd be more appropriate to compare Mr. Trump to another Roman leader, Marcus Licinius Crassus. Crassus was a real estate tycoon who made his fortune by buying the properties of those purged after a civil war. Frustrated that he hadn't received the credit he thought was his for having quelled Spartacus's slave revolt, he was eager to gain glory through a victory against a real enemy. With the help of his buddies in the triumvirate, Caesar and Pompey, he got his chance in 53 BC. Crassus was assigned to subdue Parthia, an empire that covered today's Iraq and Iran. Ignoring advice from his generals, Crassus rushed headlong into the desert and the Parthian armoured cavalry, resulting in one of the largest defeats suffered by a Roman army. The Parthians cut off his head and poured molten gold into his mouth.
Language law.
From Liam Alistair Cruz, Isle of South Uist, Outer Hebrides. Describing the battle between Scots and Gaelic in Scotland, you leant on a fringe claim that Gaelic attracts greater government support because it is uncontaminated by Englishness. Article Scots Wahey wi Wallace bled, May the 2nd. In reality, funding for Gaelic reflects decades of coordinated language activism since the 1970s and the existence of a developed institutional base. Gaelic speakers enjoy public broadcasting, a quango established by Labour in 2005, and around 90 schools offering Gaelic medium education. Scots has no equivalence. Rather than a nationalistic motive, Gaelic's prominence in an event to mark the Battle of Culloden is similarly prosaic. The commemoration is organised by the Gaelic Society of Inverness and has been for over a century. Nor was Gaelic in effect banned after the battle. The post-Culloden Acts of Proscription did not mention the language. Despite this support, Gaelic is hardly winning what the article erroneously termed a battle. The Gaelic crisis, a determinative, if depressing, socio-linguistic survey in 2020 found its usage to be in freefall in its few remaining heartlands. By contrast, Scots still counts around 1.5 million speakers.
From Dr. John Doherty, Vienna. The deep-seated impulse to emphasise what distinguishes Scotland from England is a textbook example of what Sigmund Freud called the narcissism of minor differences. It may be an awfully shame, but I'm afraid there is no cure.
Retail politics.
From Roland de Oos, Brussels. Being myself on the verge of retiring from the European civil service, I felt a deep connection to Charlemagne's column on federalist
Briefing.
SpaceX. Out of this world. SpaceX has initiated the biggest public offering ever.
It is a launch of a more bureaucratic sort than normal for SpaceX, but still characteristically spectacular. On May 20th, after America's financial markets had closed, Elon Musk, the rocketry firm's founder and the world's richest man, lit the blue touch paper on the biggest initial public offering ever. Documents filed with American regulators paved the way for SpaceX, which has conquered space but is spending a fortune on artificial intelligence, or AI, to make its debut on the Nasdaq exchange in June. Mr. Musk had hoped to mark the occasion with a test flight of the latest version of the firm's gigantic, troublesome Starship rocket, upon whose stainless steel frame the company's astronomical ambitions rest. But the test, originally scheduled for May 19th, has slipped repeatedly. As The Economist went to press, Starship was due to fly on May 21st. Its success, or failure, could have a big impact on the IPO. For many years, SpaceX had dismissed the idea of an IPO. "We can't go public until we're flying regularly to Mars," said Gwynne Shotwell, the firm's chief operating officer, in 2018. Mr. Musk has long argued that public markets are too short-termist and unimaginative for a firm whose goal is eventually to build a city on Mars. But getting to Mars is expensive. The $75 billion or so SpaceX hopes to raise from investors would far exceed the record sum raised by Saudi Aramco, an oil giant, when it went public in 2019. SpaceX's target valuation of around $1.75 trillion is more than 90 times the $18.7 billion in revenue the firm brought in last year. Tesla, Mr. Musk's electric vehicle company, trades at a mere 16 times revenue. Since its founding in 2002, with little more than carpet and a mariachi band, as Mr. Musk once joked, SpaceX has elbowed aside incumbents such as Boeing and Lockheed Martin, and left government space agencies in the dust. These days it runs the world's biggest space program. Its pioneering reusable rockets carry almost 90% of everything that goes into space. Starlink, its satellite broadband service, boasts nearly 10,000 satellites, over two-thirds of the total in orbit, and more than 10 million customers. As Mike Grace, the boss of Longshot, a space startup, puts it, SpaceX owns the solar system right now, and the rest of us just rent it. Mr. Musk thinks he has found an even bigger market for SpaceX to dominate: AI. He believes that AI's appetite for computing power cannot be satisfied by earthly data centers, which are often impeded by power shortages, red tape, and opposition from a distrustful public. Along with several other AI bigwigs, he reckons those problems can be solved by putting data centers in space. He argues that SpaceX, with its unmatched ability to carry things off the planet, is the firm to make it happen. The scale of his ambition is outlined in the firm's regulatory filings. Mr. Musk's pay depends on SpaceX's valuation rising even further to as much as $7.5 trillion, on the firm putting 100 terawatts of computing power into orbit, about 1,000 times the total of every data center on Earth today, and on building a Martian city with at least 1 million inhabitants. Could anything remotely like that come to pass? The paperwork reveals a firm with a fast-growing money spinner in the form of Starlink, which brought in $4.4 billion in operating profit in 2025, but also a money pit that is growing even faster. In January, SpaceX merged with xAI, Mr. Musk's AI firm, which lost $6.4 billion in 2025 as it raced to build computing infrastructure. Partly as a result, SpaceX's capital spending almost quintupled last year, compared with 2023, to more than $20 billion. Mr. Musk seems to have calculated that even with Starlink, this bill could not be met with private money alone. But some investors may hesitate to pour cash into an AI lab that is a pipsqueak compared with such rivals as Anthropic and OpenAI. SpaceX's filings say AI makes up 93% of its claimed total addressable market of $28.5 trillion. If this gigantic bet on AI from space is to pay off, at least 3 things must happen. Starship, which is already behind schedule, must be made to work. Starlink must generate more cash, and orbital data centers must offer big advantages to an industry that is already investing astronomical sums in earthbound computers. Start with Starship. The gargantuan rocket, the heaviest flying object ever built, is vital to SpaceX's future, says Caleb Henry of Quilty Space, a firm of analysts. It is supposed to finish the revolution that the Falcon 9, SpaceX's current launch vehicle, began, transforming spaceflight from something that is rare, bespoke, and expensive into something cheap, mass-produced, and routine. Before SpaceX, most rockets were disposable, flown once, and then dumped into the ocean or abandoned in space. Mr. Musk likens that to building a plane, flying it once, and then scrapping it. Half of every Falcon 9, by contrast, is designed to be reused. After separating from the upper stage, the rocket's lower portion can fly back to its launch site or awaiting ship and land on its own tail. It took SpaceX 5 years and plenty of crashes to pull off its first successful landing in 2015. But these days it is routine. SpaceX conducted 165 Falcon 9 launches in 2025, a number that would have seemed impossible even 5 years ago. Some boosters have flown more than 20 times. That has helped SpaceX slash the cost of going to space. It charges $74 million for a Falcon 9 flight, which can take 17.5 tons into orbit. That works out to about $4,200 per kilogram, about 85% less than what incumbents such as United Launch Alliance, a joint venture between Boeing and Lockheed Martin, used to charge. The actual cost to SpaceX is thought to be much lower, perhaps around $1,000 a kilo. Starship aims to drive that down even further, partly by making the rocket's payload as big as 200 tons, but mostly by making the second stage reusable as well. The filing documents suggest a goal of $185 a kilo, but making it work has not been easy. Starship was supposed to take over from Falcon 9 in 2023 or 2024, says Tim Farrar, who runs TMF Associates, a satellite industry analysis firm. It is not just SpaceX that is frustrated by the delays. NASA is waiting for a modified Starship to ferry humans to the Moon as part of its Artemis program. SpaceX has, on several occasions, flown Starship's booster stage back to its launch site and caught it with robotic chopstick arms mounted on the launch tower. Reusing the second stage, though, is far harder. It travels much farther and faster, and must survive temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius as it re-enters the atmosphere at speeds of 8 kilometers a second or more. Speaking recently on a podcast, Mr. Musk noted that several second stages have managed controlled splashdowns at sea, but their heat shields were damaged, he said, and so not reusable without a lot of work. The Space Shuttle, the industry's previous big attempt at reuse, suffered from similar problems. Fixing the damaged heat shield took weeks or months. Mr. Musk, in contrast, hopes the same Starship might eventually fly several times a day. Starship's main job will be to bolster Starlink, the fastest-growing and only profitable part of SpaceX's business. Since its debut in 2021, the service has signed up airlines, shipping firms, and more than 10 million individual customers, revolutionized warfare in Ukraine, and spawned a secretive offshoot called Starshield for government customers. The firm's newest direct-to-cell, or D2C satellites, can communicate directly with smartphones and other devices on the ground, with no need for the special pizza box-sized antennas that its residential plans require. Starlink's revenue grew by 50% between 2024 and 2025, from $7.6 billion to $11.4 billion. There is clearly more room for growth, says Mr. Farrar. He notes that in one 80-day period in 2025, the firm added 1 million new customers. He thinks Starlink may eventually sign up anywhere between 20 million and 50 million residential subscribers, although average revenues per customer are likely to decline as it adds users outside the rich world. At the moment, though, Starlink's growth is held back by the size of the satellites that SpaceX can fit onto a Falcon 9. It plans version 3 satellites that will each add 20 times more capacity than the V2 minis it currently uses, but they are so big they can be launched only with Starship. SpaceX is investing heavily to keep Starlink growing. Last year it spent $19.6 billion to acquire spectrum from EchoStar, an American telecoms firm, to bolster the nascent D2C business, and has sought authorization to launch 15,000 specialized satellites. PitchBook, which gathers data on venture capital-backed firms, notes that these are expensive wagers. The EchoStar deal represents more than a year of SpaceX's revenues, but it expects Starlink to top 1 billion subscribers over the next 15 years. Analysts are divided over Starlink's potential. "I think D2C is just not going to live up to the hype," says Mr. Farrar, arguing that it will be used mostly in places where there are no terrestrial phone masts and, therefore, few people. Simon Potter of Bryce Tech is more optimistic. It could enable ubiquitous connectivity between devices using standard smartphone kit. That could be transformational in applications such as cars, agriculture, logistics, and maybe in military ones too. Franco Garda at PitchBook thinks that Starlink and SpaceX's launch business could justify a $1.75 trillion valuation by themselves. Launching lots of satellites, however, will not use up all Starship's capacity. SpaceX is planning fleets of them. It is building a pair of huge factories dubbed gigabays, which Mr. Musk hopes will eventually produce hundreds of Starships a year. Even with the Falcon 9, points out Mr. Henry of Quilty Space, there was not a clear commercial case for a high-cadence launcher. In the end, SpaceX had to develop Starlink to give its rockets enough work to keep them busy. Its plans for data centers in space, he says, are an attempt to repeat the trick. Tom Mueller, SpaceX's first-ever employee, the designer of its rocket engines, and now the founder of Impulse, another space firm, summarized his old employer's plans last year. Building a settlement on Mars requires hundreds of Starships, he noted. But the movements of the planets mean they can travel to Mars only roughly every 2 years. What do you do with the hundreds of Starships the other 25 months of the Mars cycle, he wrote. Fly data centers to space, paid for by investors. SpaceX did not come up with the idea of putting AI in orbit. Last year, StarCloud, a startup, flew a prototype aboard a Falcon 9 to prove the idea could work. Google, a tech firm, hopes to test satellites of its own in 2027. It is reportedly in discussions with SpaceX to launch them. Proponents of orbital data centers, or ODCs, cite several advantages. One is an abundance of power. With no atmosphere to get in the way, sunlight in orbit is about 30% more intense than on even the sunniest day on the ground. Putting solar-powered ODCs in certain sun-synchronous orbits could provide almost permanent sunlight. Efficiency is another plus. A terrestrial data center might use a quarter of the electricity it consumes to cool its servers. ODCs could instead rely on the freezing vacuum of space. The final advantage is remoteness. The AI industry stirs fears of job losses and even human extinction. Many people take a dim view of the technology. Dozens of American state and local governments have banned new data centers or are considering it. Putting them in space might keep them out of mind as well as sight. With typical bravado, Mr. Musk has said that within 2 to 3 years, ODCs will be the cheapest way to provide computing for AI. Sam Altman, the boss of OpenAI, thinks that timeline is ridiculous. The economics depend on how low launch costs go, how efficient satellites are at turning sunlight into data crunching, and how much those satellites cost. SpaceX hopes to make use of its experience mass-producing Starlink satellites by building ODCs, at least at first, on the same chassis. In January, the firm applied for regulatory approval to launch up to 1 million of them. If they can be made to work, the market could be absurdly lucrative. Capital spending on data centers is forecast to exceed $800 billion this year. The revenues of the top AI labs are growing fast, from about $17 billion in 2025 to an anticipated $90 billion to $100 billion this year. Both Anthropic and OpenAI are planning IPOs at valuations of about $1 trillion. SpaceX could profit in 2 ways. The first is by boosting xAI, which has struggled to compete with its longer-established rivals. If being part of SpaceX gives xAI access to cheap, quickly deployable computing power, that could provide the boost it needs to overtake its competitors. If that does not work, an industry-wide switch to space-based infrastructure could leave SpaceX occupying a similar position to NVIDIA, which designs AI chips, or TSMC, which manufactures them, an indispensable provider of infrastructure. There have been hints of this latter approach already. On May 6th, Anthropic signed a deal to pay as much as $1.25 billion a month for the next 3 years to use some of the computing capacity at xAI's existing land-based Colossus data center. Giant rockets, AI in space, science fiction made real. Will investors buy it? There is likely to be appetite, especially given what Gil Luria of D.A. Davidson, an investment firm, calls the hopes and dreams premium that Musk's futuristic endeavours tend to command. The IPO includes a 5-to-1 stock split, which reduces the cost per share, a boon for Mr. Musk's legions of fans among retail investors. But investors should brace for volatility. Many of the venture capitalists who made early bets on SpaceX will be keen to cash out as soon as possible. That could hit the stock price. The firm's 2-tier share structure makes Mr. Musk in effect unremovable, no matter how his plans go. Although some of his big bets have paid off, reusable rockets, electric cars, Starlink, others have not, or at least not on schedule. Tesla's fleet of robo-taxis has been just over the horizon for years. Its humanoid robots are also late for work. xAI, meanwhile, is losing billions. If progress on Starship slows, Starlink's growth will be hobbled, bringing in less cash to cover those losses. SpaceX's dominance in launch could be eroded by competitors such as Blue Origin, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. Markets are high and nervy. Even if AI proves as useful as its pioneers hope, many see current levels of investment as unsustainable. Where would SpaceX's plans stand if they slowed? Mr. Musk's lofty aspirations for SpaceX can be made to hang together, at least conceptually. As he is fond of saying when assessing a grand idea, nothing about them breaks the laws of physics. That means making it all happen is merely a question of engineering, both industrial and financial. But as Mr. Musk knows, engineering is an unforgiving discipline.
United States.
Trumpian justice. Payments for perps. Taxpayers will soon pay compensation to the people who smashed up the Capitol on January 6th.
American courts are not supposed to be venues for performance art. If counterparties in a lawsuit do not have adverse interests, say, because they answer to the same person, judges balk. So when Donald Trump sued his own administration seeking $10 billion in damages, the judge had questions. Rather than address them, on May 18th the president dropped his suit altogether. In exchange, he secured a commitment by his own administration to compensate victims of government lawfare to the tune of $1.8 billion. In MAGA speak, that means political allies prosecuted by Democrats. Think January 6th rioters, pro-life activists and the like. The scheme is of a piece with the self-dealing and the shakedowns that have defined this presidency. Rather than line his own pockets with taxpayers' money, Mr. Trump is not taking a cut himself. This one will line those of his supporters. The lawsuit originated with a genuine wrong to the president. Between 2018 and 2020, a contractor at the Internal Revenue Service, or IRS, named Charles Littlejohn, illegally leaked Mr. Trump's tax returns to the New York Times and ProPublica, an investigative outlet. Mr. Littlejohn was prosecuted and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Other billionaires also had their information exposed, including Ken Griffin, a hedge fund tycoon. Both Mr. Griffin and Mr. Trump sued the IRS. But whereas Mr. Griffin only sought an apology, which he got, Mr. Trump demanded $10 billion. Never before had a president sued his own administration. Essentially, the lawsuit's been won, he said back in February, a seeming acknowledgement of the stitch-up. A standard payout for people with breach of confidentiality claims is $1,000 per violation. Anything above that requires the plaintiff to show extraordinary damage, which should in theory match losses incurred. Mr. Trump has not had to justify anything to anyone. Todd Blanche, the man defending the government, once worked as his private lawyer. "I love you, sir," he told his boss last month. The melding of law enforcement with the president's personal agenda is another hallmark of this administration. As part of the deal, the IRS also agreed to drop any pending audits of Mr. Trump, his family, or his firms. Nothing about the fund's structure is normal. The Department of Justice, or DOJ, says anyone who suffered weaponization and lawfare for their politics can file a claim and that payouts can be kept secret. Really, it is a taxpayer-funded slush fund for people with no legally cognizable injuries that was never authorized by Congress or the courts, says Maria Glover of Georgetown University. That it was set up through a private deal makes it a handy way to circumvent Congress, which controls spending under the Constitution. Barack Obama's DOJ did something similar when it sued banks and diverted the proceeds to left-wing groups without congressional approval. Those deals were criticized by Republicans in Congress. There are no partisan requirements to seek a payout, according to the DOJ. In reality, the eligibility criteria are clear enough. Only MAGA need apply. Already this year, the Trump administration has paid over $1 million each to settle claims by Michael Flynn and Carter Page, two allies. Expect the Capitol rioters to be the first in line. Mr. Trump pardoned nearly all 1,600 of them on his first day back in office. Cynthia Hughes, a MAGA activist, has called those pardons a start, not the finish. And indeed some defendants were seeking civil damages before the announcement of the fund. They contend they were merely engaging in political protest that day, much like the crowd at the Women's March. They skip over the fact that pussy hat-wearing moms did not ransack the Capitol for all to see on TV in the biggest act of American political violence this century. Anti-abortion activists who obstruct or attack clinics have in essence been invited to seek payouts too. Last year, Mr. Trump pardoned 24 of them. In April, the DOJ awarded $1.1 million to another who was acquitted at trial 3 years ago. Yet another cohort of claimants may well be violent cops. Through pardons, downgraded charges and reduced sentences, Mr. Trump has undercut at least 4 cases against those prosecuted by the Biden administration for their excessive use of force. Mr. Trump's crusade against weaponization stems from his own experience. While campaigning in 2024, he was indicted twice by Joe Biden's DOJ and twice by Democratic district attorneys. He was also sued in civil court. Some of those prosecutors ran on the promise to go after him. That was ill-judged, but Mr. Trump has outdone them all with his baseless revenge prosecutions targeting his critics. Anyone who thought Democratic prosecutors were overzealous towards Mr. Trump then should be boiling now. The president claims to want to end the weaponization of the law. Of course, the way to end it is to end it, not turbocharge it, notes Greg Nunziata, a conservative lawyer. Conveniently, the anti-weaponization fund expires before the next election, meaning Mr. Trump's targets will be ineligible.
United States.
Weapons sales. A disarming delay. Europeans want more American-made kit, but cannot get it.
America has long been the world's arms dealer of choice. From 2021 to 2025, its share of global arms exports jumped to 42%, more than Russia, China and the European Union combined. Over the same period, American arms exports to Europe were 217% higher than in the previous 5-year period, according to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI, a think tank. As the old world rearms at its fastest pace since the end of the Cold War, it has splurged on American warplanes, air defense systems, and long-range missiles. These days, however, Europe could be forgiven for experiencing some buyer's remorse. America has churned through munitions in the war against Iran and has told European officials to expect significant delays in the delivery of American-made weapons. Shipments are instead being diverted to replenish America's own depleted stocks. That reportedly includes scarce munitions like air defense interceptors, as well as strike systems like the HIMARS rocket launchers. This has left European diplomats privately frustrated. They have reason to feel aggrieved. White House officials have long pressed European governments to boost defence spending and also to buy American kit as a way of placating Donald Trump and keeping him engaged in NATO. It has not worked. He has repeatedly displayed contempt for NATO allies, most recently over their refusal to send ships to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The shortfall of munitions is starting to complicate NATO's existing operational plans. Further delays in shipments might soon affect the flows of weapons to Ukraine too. Europe buys most of its weapons from America through the arcane Foreign Military Sales, or FMS, process. Instead of being agreed on with contractors, FMS deals are struck directly with the American government, which has leeway to adjust the terms. It is best to think of FMS not as a standard procurement process, but as a tool of American foreign policy, says Javier Hospital of Bruegel, a Brussels-based think tank. The fine print on each agreement states that material procured or stocked for FMS may be diverted to meet higher priority requirements. America has redirected the delivery of some weapons in the past. Under the Biden administration, shipments of air defences were diverted from other European countries to Ukraine. The current problem is the sheer scale of the shortage and America's inability to fulfill a giant backlog of orders. Take the Patriot air defense system. America has burned through more than 1,300 interceptor missiles during the Iran war, which is equivalent to more than 2 years of production at current rates. At the same time, the Trump administration has fast-tracked the sale of Patriots to countries in the Gulf, which have also run down their stockpiles. That has pushed European orders even further down the priority list. Switzerland, for example, has said the delivery of 5 Patriots batteries, which it expected to receive this year, could be delayed up to 7 years because of the Iran war. Even before the Iran war, Trump administration officials had expressed misgivings about selling certain weapons to Europe. Elbridge Colby, the Pentagon's Undersecretary for Policy, has long questioned the wisdom of some foreign military sales, given existing production constraints. Each air defense system sold to Europe, in his logic, is one fewer available to America to defend against China in the Pacific. But if the current delay in deliveries lasts much longer, it could come to hurt America in the longer run too. It really undermines trust in America's willingness to be a reliable supplier of arms, says Peter Weisman of SIPRI. Countries in Asia, for example, may think twice before buying American weapons, he adds. European countries, for their part, are buying local to reduce their dependence on America. Last year, Denmark opted for the Franco-Italian SAMP-T air defense system instead of the Patriot. More recently, NATO's procurement agency chose a Swedish-Canadian aircraft as its future airborne warning and control aircraft, a program which has been served by an American aircraft for 43 years. But Europe will struggle to quickly replace American capabilities like airborne surveillance or long-range missiles. Until then, it will have to follow the dealer's choice.
United States.
Church and State. Pulpit Partisans. An analysis of nearly 90,000 evangelical sermons quantifies how many pastors are endorsing parties.
The story goes that Lyndon Johnson was so incensed that some non-profit groups had backed his opponent in a 1954 Senate primary election that he proposed a change to the tax code to prohibit such groups from endorsing or opposing political candidates. Today, the Johnson Amendment means that churches can lose their non-profit status and be forced to pay taxes if clergy engage in political advocacy from the pulpit. In practice, it is widely flouted. Back in 2016, Donald Trump vowed to totally knock out the amendment, which he has so far failed to do. Yet surveys of churchgoers suggest that America's clergy regularly do engage in political advocacy. Despite this, there has been little research into the content of such speech or how common it is. Sermons have always been hard to study in a systematic way. They take place behind closed doors, congregants may self-censor when surveyed, and texts can be edited before being published. Since 2020, though, evangelical pastors have been live-streaming their sermons and posting the recordings online, giving researchers lots to study. Electioneering happens across denominations. Black churches, for example, regularly endorse and raise funds for Democrats, but no other church has documented itself in this way. Beyond the question of access, evangelical churches are worth studying in their own right. They are decentralized, meaning pastors are freer than Catholic priests or Mormon bishops to say what they please, and no other religious group has mobilized quite so enthusiastically around President Trump. In a paper published this week in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, a team of researchers analysed 63,683 hours of unfiltered audio recordings from 88,546 evangelical church sermons delivered across the country during the 2020, 2022 and 2024 election cycles and a non-election control period. After transcribing the sermons, the researchers used a large language model, or LLM, to screen them for electioneering. It first sorted political from non-political text by searching for words to do with politics, such as elections and voting. It looked for references to political figures or parties like Trump and MAGA, and live questions such as abortion. Generic references to America, ancient governments like Judea, or spiritual mentions of the nation were excluded. Text flagged as political was then passed through a second filter, which identified instances of political advocacy as defined by the Internal Revenue Service. The LLM was instructed to flag passages such as "Vote for candidate X" or "Candidate X is God's choice," as well as any calls for campaign contributions. Mentions of general political issues or of voting for God were ignored. A third step made sure that each instance of political advocacy referred to a specific party or candidate and classified each as either favourable or unfavourable. For example, the sermon that contained the passage, "If you can vote for Kamala Harris, you better ask God to forgive you," was classified as opposition. Democrats, while "Please, O Father, make us all vote Republican or Libertarian," was classified as favourability. Republicans. The study found that nearly 90% of references to Republicans were favourable, and more than 70% of references to Democrats were unfavourable. Mr. Trump was the topic of over 50% of political discussion. In presidential election years, around 1 in 7 churches engaged in electioneering, 6 times the rate in non-election periods and twice that of the 2022 midterms. But when a human researcher reviewed a random sample of 500 passages that had been flagged as political, 380 were judged to contain political advocacy, compared with just 121 flagged as such by the LLM. This suggests that the true number of evangelical churches engaging in political advocacy during elections may be closer to 1 in 2. In 2024, pastors in Republican counties were also more than twice as likely to engage in political advocacy as those in Democratic ones.
United States.
Georgia. Bottoms up. The state's Democrats take a risk on the governor's race.
There is a certain kind of jubilance that comes from unexpectedly good results. When Keisha Lance Bottoms won the Democratic nomination for Georgia's governor outright on May 19th, avoiding the runoff many expected, her supporters in an Atlanta hotel ballroom broke into a line dance as if they were at a summer cookout. Women in impossibly tall stilettos and men in suits stepped and swayed in sync to Ain't Nobody, a soul classic. They aren't the only ones celebrating. Republicans across the state are licking their chops. In a midterm cycle where Democrats are thought to have their best chance of taking the governor's mansion in decades, Ms. Bottoms, the former mayor of Atlanta, may be her party's most polarizing general election choice. She won this week because she has better name recognition than her opponents. Georgia's last Democratic Labour Commissioner and country executive, and a millennial state legislator with an Obama-like demeanour, and because a sisterhood of black women came out in droves for her. But her time in office was marred by problems that will dog her when she faces a Republican in November. A June runoff will decide which one. The commercials write themselves, says Fred Hicks, a Democratic strategist. Republicans don't even have to spend, they can just talk about her record. Their simplest line of attack is that Ms Bottoms is soft on crime, an allegation that has bite with the conservative Southern electorate. After George Floyd was killed in 2020, Atlantans looted stores and set cop cars on fire. Ms Bottoms spoke as if she had no patience for it. When Dr. King was assassinated, we didn't do this to our city, she told rioters. Go home. But more than a month later, armed vigilantes occupied several blocks around a Wendy's in South Atlanta, and the city didn't stop them. On July 4th, a gangster fired into a car driving past, killing an 8-year-old girl. Something seemed broken. Residents of Buckhead, a rich neighborhood, began making plans to secede from Atlanta. That autumn, a city councillor chided the mayor for letting Atlanta spiral. Stop minimizing our concerns by telling us that crime is up everywhere, he wrote. It will take a lot to turn this around, but here, in descending order, are the 3 things we need to begin. 1. Leadership. 2. Some leadership. 3. Any leadership. City Hall insiders recall Ms Bottoms being absent during her term. Where she was perhaps most present was in her feuds with Brian Kemp, the popular Republican governor over pandemic rules. In clashes with him, she styled herself as a warrior for the underdog Blue City, but ended up making enemies with the power brokers who control state funds. In 2021, Ms Bottoms announced that she would not seek re-election and would take a job in the Biden administration later that year. The last 3 years have not been at all what I would have scripted for our city, she said at the time. It is abundantly clear to me today that it is time to pass the baton on. Some touchy locals felt she quit on them. She couldn't meet the moment, and she didn't really try to meet the moment. But the question now is whether her campaign for governorship will be like that, says a former city official. Some Democrats argue the tailwinds are strong enough to carry even a weaker candidate to victory this year. Crunch the numbers from Georgia's primary night, and you can see that Democrats are more energized than Republicans. 150,000 more of them cast ballots. Ms Bottoms spent the past week on a bus tour far from her home city. A prudent sign, says Charles Bullock of the University of Georgia, that she knows she will need to run up the score in rural Georgia. As governor, she says she plans to come out swinging to fight Donald Trump, expand Medicaid,
United States.
Americana. Basking in it. A corner of Idaho will forever be northeast Spain.
Introducing House Bill 561 to the Idaho legislature, Ted Hill did not expect to stoke international controversy. The law, which originally banned local governments from flying the flags of non-states, was intended to stop Boise from flying the gay pride flag. Earlier this year, the president of the Basque Country, an autonomous region in Spain, sent a letter expressing concern about the effect HB 561 might have on the flying of the Ikurriña, the Basque flag, during Yayaldi, the 40,000-person Basque festival the city hosts every 5 years. Worried about flagging support for the bill, Representative Hill offered the Basques a carve-out for the Ikurriña. Speakers of the language first came during California's gold rush, then moved from mining to sheep herding. By 1900, chain migration saw nephews follow uncles as Basque shepherds spread across federal land. They carved 25,000 Basque-language messages into trees across the West. Some with Basque ancestry tried to shed it. My great-grandparents' generation said, "Learn English, don't speak Basque." But my mum's generation worked to get Basque back, says Olaya Akidi Bials of Chan Chan Guriak, a musical group. On Tuesday nights they gather with triquis, accordions, and panderos, tambourines, and sing in Basque. Afterwards, some musicians visit Ansot's Basque chorizos and catering around the corner. Just down the road is Boisico y Castola, America's only Basque-language preschool. There was a time in the late 1970s when it looked as if the language and culture would fade away, says Dave Beta, a former mayor of Boise. Now when he plays Moose, a Basque card game, he says a third of players speak Basque. There are about 40 Basque clubs in America, mostly in the West. Janko Amerika Bedinka de Zala.
United States.
Senate primaries. 3 ways, not third way. 3 Democrats in Michigan offer very different visions.
You can learn a lot from the type of campaign stops politicians make. In early May, The Economist went to Detroit to see the 3 Democratic candidates for Michigan's open Senate seat campaign on the same day. It provided an insight into 3 very different approaches. First was Mallory McMorrow, a state senator who visited a state-backed industrial project in the city's suburbs where she peppered staff with earnest questions about 3D printing. Next, in a left-wing coffee shop in the city, was Abdul El-Sayed, a former head of Wayne County's health department, who spoke for half an hour to your correspondent before giving a speech to 100 or so attendees at an event space nearby. Finally, there was Haley Stevens, a congresswoman from North Detroit. As far as can be told, she did nothing at all. 3 months out from polling day, the race in Michigan is shaping up to be one of the most hotly contested Democratic primaries in the country. Gary Peters, the incumbent, is retiring. So unpopular is Donald Trump that our model gives Democrats a strong chance of taking the Senate. But to do so, they will have to win Maine and then 2 Republican-held seats, won comfortably by the president in 2024. What they cannot afford to do is to lose Michigan, which plumped for Mr. Trump by a margin of just 1.4%. Our model suggests they ought to win by 7 points, but the choice of candidate could change that substantially. Each of the 3 represents a different faction of the Democratic Party. Who wins will reveal a lot about how the party's voters want to approach the general election. The race is also a test of how much opposition to Israel and to the war in Iran will matter. Start with Ms. Stevens. Unlike the other 2, she is already in Washington, representing a district covering Detroit's northern suburbs. Her most prominent backer is Chuck Schumer, the Senate Minority Leader, and his machine. After that is AIPAC, the pro-Israeli lobby group. Her list of endorsers is as long as Lake Michigan, but her campaign is deathly quiet. She has hosted at most a handful of open events this year, if that, and she was booed at the state party convention last month. Ms. McMorrow is louder. She arrived at the same convention, followed by a marching band. She first gained national attention in 2022 with a powerful speech responding to a Republican colleague who had called her a groomer over her support for gay and trans rights. These days she styles herself as a policy technocrat who will disdain partisan warfare. She argues that if MAGA Republicans can be beaten, more sane, rational, traditional Republicans will re-emerge like crocuses. Her backers are the sorts of Democrats who consider themselves to be sensible progressives, such as Senator Elizabeth Warren. Most boisterous of all is Mr. El-Sayed. The son of Egyptian immigrants, he studied medicine at the University of Michigan, but instead of pursuing a residency, he went into public health. This has not stopped him misleadingly referring to himself as a physician. He wants to introduce universal healthcare, end all military aid to Israel, and ban corporate political spending. The biggest problem with American politics, he says, is the system that allows corporations and billionaires and special interests to buy and sell politicians. His most prominent backer is Senator Bernie Sanders. In past elections, Democratic primary voters in Michigan have been older, whiter, and more female than the electorate in general, and have disdained radicals. In 2018, Mr. El Sayed ran for governor and was defeated by 22 percentage points in the primary by Gretchen Whitmer, a more traditional Democrat. At the age of 41, he has served in political jobs for most of his career without ever winning an election. But might the electorate have changed? Mr. El Sayed's events, including one with Mr. Sanders on May 3rd, are drawing big crowds. I feel more angry at the Democratic Party than at Trump, says Anne-Marie Carlson, a 28-year-old charity worker at his Detroit rally. Mr. El Sayed's fans reckon the party is in hock to rich donors. Out of touch and barely deserving of power, Ms. McMorrow and Ms. Stevens are pinning their hopes on Democrats who are slightly less full of rage at their own side. The wild card in the race is AIPAC. Ms. McMorrow and Mr. El Sayed expect a wall of negative ads paid for by the group to hit them soon. After Ms. Stevens, AIPAC's preference ought to be obvious. Ms. McMorrow, who has a Jewish husband, says what Israel has done in Gaza and Lebanon is an abomination. But she also worries that some voters are not being anti-Netanyahu, but anti-Jew. Mr. El Sayed, by contrast, has happily campaigned with Hassan Piker, a Twitch streamer who has praised Hamas. Mr. El Sayed says he disagrees with many of Mr. Piker's views. And yet AIPAC's influence is unpredictable. They have a ton of money and use it stupidly, says one Democratic strategist in the state, speaking anonymously because of his unrelated campaign work. In a special election primary in New Jersey this year, Analia Mejia, another angry populist backed by Mr. Sanders, beat a moderate critic of Israel attacked by AIPAC. Ms. Mejia's House seat, however, is a safe one. What the party stalwarts fear most in Michigan is that primary voters may be about to risk the Senate on a far-left, unelectable candidate.
United States.
Lexington. The aquaculture warrior. Graham Plattner is betting centrist and right-leaning voters want economic revolution more than culture war.
Graham Plattner, the oyster farmer rocketing to Democratic celebrity nationally as he campaigns for Senate in Maine, is testing two hypotheses that could reset his party's direction. That the censorious left can sometimes ignore past regretted transgressions, such as fascist tattoos or bigoted social media posts, and that voters in the centre, and even on the populist right, are far more drawn to economic causes such as universal healthcare than they are repelled by cultural ones he also believes in, such as welcoming transgender athletes into girls' sports. Mr. Plattner's commitment to the second hypothesis has already helped him prove the first. Revelations of past misbehaviour have not slowed his momentum. A little hypocrisy in politics should surprise no one. It is simply more obvious on the high church left, as it also is on the evangelical right, because of the particular stress those movements place on purity. But just as the right has withheld its sanctimony from champions of its own, such as Donald Trump, the left has embraced Mr. Plattner because he looks to be their kind of winner. Janet Mills, the sitting two-term governor, gave up a bid for the Senate late last month. Despite her own popularity with Democrats, she bowed to the inevitability that Mr. Plattner, a college dropout whose previous public roles were serving as a harbour master and chair of his local planning board, would crush her in the primary in June. He is the presumptive choice to run against Susan Collins, a Republican in her fifth term, in a race Democrats see as essential to winning a majority in the Senate. Mr. Plattner is right to argue that, if anything, attacks over his tattoo, now inked over, and social media posts, deleted, have helped him. They remind voters, or at least those Democrats paying attention, of what captivates them, that he has been hewn by hard knocks into a candidate struggling Americans may recognize as one of their own. As a Marine infantryman, Mr. Plattner, 41, served 4 tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. He got the tattoo of a skull and crossbones while on a break with comrades, not knowing it was associated with Nazism, he has said. He has said he wrote extreme statements on Reddit, a social media site, in a time of alienation and depression brought on by his trauma from combat. Returning to his hometown of Sullivan in eastern Maine to work on the water led him to feel connected again. It certainly helps Mr. Plattner that, as he speaks in his gruff baritone, he radiates sincerity. It also helps that his explanations are reasonable, and that some of his posts were anti-fascist diatribes. Rage posting on Reddit was a thing, you know, says Caitlin Murphy, a Marine, recalling her own return from service as she waited to hear Mr. Plattner speak at a Veterans Hall in Portland on May 17th. What do you expect? He's come a long way. He's grown. It probably most helps Mr. Plattner that he is not a heretic, like Jared Golden, another Marine and Democrat who 4 times has swum against the political riptides to win Maine's rural, Republican-leaning 2nd Congressional District. Partly because of vicious criticism over his conservative votes, Mr. Golden is not running again. Mr. Plattner's brand of politics is usually more at home in Maine's 1st District, centred on prosperous democratic Portland. As fluent in the acronyms of the left as in those of the Pentagon, Mr. Plattner switches codes easily. He offhandedly recited the alphabet of persecuted identity, LGBTQIA, when, before a Democratic audience in Kennebunk, he lamented the party was failing to fight tooth and nail for marginalized people. Mr. Plattner believes Democrats with progressive social values can win centrist and even right-leaning voters. To him, America's cultural disputes are used to divide the working class by the enemy, the oligarchy, and the political establishment it pays for. In a brief conversation after speaking to union members in downtown Kittery on May 19th, he argues that economic concerns far outweigh social ones. When the hospital closes in your part of rural Maine and you now no longer have access to good health care for your family, the rest of it begins to not matter nearly as much, he says. We can argue about all the other stuff down the road ad nauseam once we've got decent health care, once people's wages are keeping up with inflation. Mr. Plattner is a sure-footed, often fierce candidate with a potent account of Maine's and America's predicament. America had 90 billionaires in 1990 and now has 900, he says in his stump speech. Do our paychecks go 10 times as far, he demands. When he was young, he knew people in Sullivan who earned enough digging clams to put their children through college. Now some of his neighbours work 3 jobs and spend more than 60% of their income on rent. That reality, he says, is directly tied to the existence of Elon Musk. Billionaires stole their wealth by distorting national policy. Mr. Plattner's story of disillusionment with the wars of this century and of the price he and his comrades paid lends weight to his account of establishment betrayal, and the war on Iran is now sharpening its edge. What a strange twist of history that the Republican Party happened to beat the Democrats back to populism. In 2016, Mr. Trump upended his party's establishment, while Bernie Sanders lost the nomination to Hillary Clinton. But the contest was just starting. Like other charismatic
The Americas.
Cuba. No country for old men. Donald Trump is pushing towards the endgame in Cuba.
Few thought President Donald Trump would snatch Venezuela's strongman, Nicolás Maduro. He now languishes in a Brooklyn jail cell. Fewer still take seriously the notion that Mr. Trump might seize Raúl Castro, the 94-year-old Communist Party grandee who was Cuba's most powerful man. His late brother, Fidel, brought communism to Cuba in the 1960s. But after the United States Department of Justice issued criminal charges against Mr. Castro in Miami on May the 20th, the possibility looks a little less remote. The indictment accuses Mr. Castro of ordering 2 aircraft flown by brothers to the rescue, a Miami-based exile group, to be shot down in 1996, killing 4 people. He was Cuba's defense minister at the time. He later became president and first secretary of the Communist Party before formally retiring in 2021. Yet, he is still Cuba's de facto leader. All big decisions require his blessing. That includes any deal with Mr. Trump and Marco Rubio, his Cuban-American Secretary of State. Both are determined to force change in Cuba. The charges against Mr. Castro are not the same as those against Mr. Maduro, but the political use of the law looks similar. The Trump administration called the raid that captured Mr. Maduro a law enforcement operation. Now the Americans are also arguing that Cuba, which lies 145 kilometers from Florida, is a national security risk because of its status as a failed state, its support for China and Russia, and its outflow of migrants. American reconnaissance flights over Cuba have increased. Military planners are reportedly weighing options, from limited strikes to broader action. The escalation follows months of coercion. Since removing Mr. Maduro, the United States has blocked fuel shipments to Cuba. It has pressed countries across the region to cut off supplies of hard currency. The government in Havana has responded with limited concessions. These include letting private firms import fuel and promising to allow Cubans abroad to invest in the island. Unsatisfied by that, Messrs. Trump and Rubio are increasing the pressure. On May the 7th, the US Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC, put sanctions on Gesa, the military-run conglomerate that controls much of Cuba's economy. It is widely regarded as the Castro family business. Mr. Rubio called it the heart of Cuba's kleptocratic communist system. A week later, John Ratcliffe, the director of the CIA, flew to Havana to meet Raúl Guillermo Rodriguez Castro, Mr. Castro's grandson. He warned that time is running out to make fundamental changes and urged the regime to accept $100 million in aid to be distributed in coordination with the Catholic Church. The meeting appears to have gone badly. On May the 18th, OFAC placed more of Cuba's political and security apparatus under sanctions, including the regime's notorious spy service. What next? The Americans are open about wanting economic reforms, prisoner releases, and compensation for expropriated property. Though they do not say so publicly, they probably want more drastic changes too, such as breaking up Geisa and a transition to democracy. The Trump administration has alternated between saying it would work with the regime and hinting that it must be removed. On May the 14th, Mr. Rubio took a hard line. I don't think we're going to be able to change the trajectory of Cuba as long as these people are in charge of that regime. A Venezuela-style operation may seem too extreme to the Trump administration. The sight of a 94-year-old man in handcuffs might not play as well with Americans as did Mr. Maduro's seizure. Nor is there an obvious figure who could take over from Mr. Castro and do the Americans' bidding, as there was for Mr. Maduro. Mr. Castro's grandson is a gatekeeper, not a natural successor. Still, Cubans are not dismissing the possibility of the first American military action against the island for 6 decades. The regime seems to be playing it up. Civilians are getting military training. Cuba's defense forces are handing out leaflets telling people how to prepare for war. On May the 18th, President Miguel Díaz-Canel warned that an attack would produce a bloodbath of incalculable proportions. In part, Mr. Castro's indictment is pitched at exiles in Miami who have been urging Mr. Trump to be more aggressive. The date of its publication was symbolic. Many exiles celebrate May the 20th, the anniversary of Cuba's independence. But the Trump administration may also wish to use it as leverage in negotiations. That will be tricky. The government is wholly incapable of changing course or implementing reforms to dig themselves out of the hole they are in, says Rick Herrero of the Cuba Study Group in Washington, which favours engagement with Cuba's government. Try to see what comes next, he says, and things get muddy real quick. What is clear is that Cuba's situation is unsustainable. The sanctions on Geisa will hurt. The conglomerate's revenues are thought to be more than 3 times the state budget. It also controls up to $20 billion in illicit assets. Foreign companies have until June the 5th to wind down dealings with Geisa or any entity it controls. Germany's Hapag-Lloyd and France's CMA-CGM, the 2 big Western shipping companies that maintain operations with Cuba, have stopped accepting orders linked to the island while they assess the risks. In a country that imports roughly 70% of its food, that could be devastating. Cuba's energy minister has already said the island has run out of diesel and fuel oil for its power plants. Blackouts in Havana last up to 22 hours a day. For many, food is hard to come by. Services have broken down. It's like living in a rubbish bin, says Julieta Hernandez Diaz, a Havana resident who owns a small construction firm. Domestic pressure is growing. On May the 13th, police dispersed demonstrators in Havana protesting about the blackout.
The Americas.
Bolivian politics. On the block. After just 6 months in power, Bolivia's new president faces unrest.
When he became president of Bolivia in November, Rodrigo Paz was riding high. His election ended 20 years of almost uninterrupted left-wing rule by the increasingly autocratic movement to socialism, MAS. Now his centrist government is beset by violent protest. Dynamite-wielding protesters have blocked La Paz, the seat of government. The city is running short of food and fuel. Banks are too frightened to open. Various groups are demanding that Mr. Paz step down. He promised to liberalize the economy while protecting welfare. The MAS had run annual fiscal deficits of around 10% of GDP, and the central bank was all but out of dollars. Voters ejected the party because of biting inflation and chronic fuel shortages, but these problems have continued. A batch of adulterated fuel damaged more than 10,000 vehicles, infuriating their owners. An agrarian reform passed in April angered indigenous people, who saw it as a sop to agribusiness. Mr. Paz repealed it, but the General Workers' Union and peasant groups demanded his resignation anyway. The peasants set up the roadblocks. Mr. Paz has responded with a mix of negotiation and force. He has reached agreements with some factions, including the teachers and some miners. But the blockades have not budged. On May 16th, Mr. Paz sent riot police to clear the roads. As The Economist went to press, more than 150 people had been arrested, but the barriers were still up. On May 20th, Mr. Paz offered a cabinet shuffle in a bid to end the crisis. Thousands of supporters of Evo Morales, a former president, arrived in La Paz on May 18th to join the protests. Mr. Morales led the MAS to power through just this sort of street politics. He is hiding out in the coca-growing tropics, evading an arrest order for statutory rape. Mr. Morales says the allegations are politically motivated. He and his new partner, Evo Pueblo, want to exploit the moment. Even if Mr. Paz can defuse these protests, there will be more. The IMF reckons the economy will contract by 3.3% this year, with inflation rising to more than 20%. Mr. Paz's relationship with the highland indigenous and peasant groups, whose votes were crucial to his election, has already broken down. Their blockades have toppled governments in the past. The economic adjustment has barely begun. External factors have not helped. After Mr. Paz cut fuel subsidies, the war in Iran sent prices soaring. The fiscal deficit in the latest budget was still 9% of GDP. At the official exchange rate, the currency remains overvalued. Reforms to encourage investment in natural resources
The Americas.
Money for drugs. Brazil's bid for pharma power. Lula wants Brazil to spend its way to pharmaceutical might.
In recent months, more than 1 million doctors and nurses in Brazil have been inoculated against dengue. The mosquito-borne disease is a perennial problem, and vaccination normally relies upon expensive Japanese shots. But this year, for the first time, the jab is homegrown. Approved in November, Butantan DV is the world's first single-dose immunization for dengue. One dose is easier than two, especially when vaccinating poor rural people. It is also the first vaccine to be fully developed in Brazil. The Butantan Institute, a research outfit owned by the state of Sao Paulo, handled formulation, testing and manufacturing. On May the 4th, the Institute's production of a vaccine for chikungunya, another mosquito-borne disease, was also approved. It is working on a jab for Zika, says Esper Callas, Butantan's boss. This is the kind of medical sovereignty that the left-wing president, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, wants. Lula, as he is commonly known, returned to power in 2023 after the COVID-19 pandemic. That wave of disease exposed the weakness of the Brazilian pharmaceutical sector. The country's share of active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs, that were produced domestically was just 5% at the start of the pandemic, lower than in Bangladesh, according to data from Abikifi, a Brazilian trade association. Tight global supply chains left Brazil short of syringes and anesthetics, let alone vaccines. A Brazilian jab, Butanvac, was abandoned because of poor performance. More than 700,000 people died of COVID in Brazil. This created political pressure for improvement. Lula took up the mantle. The pharmaceutical sector withered during his first 2 terms as president, from 2003 to 2010. After right-wing governments liberalised and reduced tariffs on the sector in the 1990s, it in effect gave up on research and development in favour of churning out generic drugs and doing final-stage fill and finish work for foreign brands. Lula was unable to reverse the decline. His efforts to create state champions struggled. Most firms were happy selling generics. A programme of loans for healthcare firms created by BNDES, the country's state-owned development bank, was undersubscribed. A 2009 technology transfer programme made little headway. China and South Korea raced ahead in R&D. India increased its output of generics. Brazil languished in the middle, says Jorge Guimarães, a former boss of Embrapa, the Agency for Industrial Innovation. Butantan's recent success is the result of a new, more vigorous approach. More money is one element. Since 2023, the Health Ministry's budget has risen by 30%. In 2024, BNDES more than doubled the amount it lends to healthcare firms. It is part of a broader industrial programme for the health economic industrial complex with a budget of around $11 billion. The government makes loans and grants to Brazilian firms, as well as taking equity stakes. It aims to increase the locally produced share of medicines and medical equipment from 45% in 2024 to 70% in 2033. A factory being built near Rio de Janeiro will quadruple Brazil's capacity to finish part-processed vaccines. New laws have helped too. The government changed the rules for clinical research in 2025 to speed up the approval of trials. This should help early investigations into novel medicines, where the relative inexperience of Anvisa, the regulator, was choking innovation, says Reginaldo Arcuri of Pharma Brazil, a trade association. The Senate is also due to vote on a national health strategy that would give further preference to domestic manufacturers in public procurement. Brain drain was another problem. Nearly 7,000 researchers left Brazil between 2015 and 2022, according to one think tank. Lula's government responded with programs to attract and retain scientists, as well as to foster partnerships with Brazilians working abroad. One of them, Knowledge Brazil, had a budget of more than $100 million to spend on research in 2025 and managed to lure 600 scientists back home. Another $40 million was earmarked for research abroad. This year, the project will fund 1,000 doctorates and chuck an additional $100 million at, among other things, poaching foreigners. The United States is a juicy target, says Alexandre Padilha, the health minister, as Donald Trump's anti-science agenda is alienating researchers. Lula is eyeing broader benefits too. Brazil's economy runs on commodity exports. He hopes that cracking biotech will yield outsized returns and transferable skills for manufacturing as a whole. The government also hopes that boosting the domestic pharmaceutical industry might trim the steep cost of importing medicines for the National Health Service, the world's largest universal free public health system. The Health Ministry says the government saved $2 billion between 2011 and 2017 thanks to lower prices charged by companies using native APIs. It is not clear whether the government includes the costs of the hefty subsidies behind such numbers. There are obstacles to a Brazilian pharma boom. Culture is the trickiest. Few pharmaceutical companies care about Lula's goals. Their generics business nets consistent profit at little risk. That the state is funding everything opens the door to accusations of unfair competition. The Trump administration has an investigation pending into Brazil's industrial policies, including in pharmaceuticals. Lula's lax attitude to intellectual property could also be a problem. He reportedly considered escalating the spat with Mr. Trump by terminating the Brazilian patents of American corporations. No drug company wants to invest in a country that might seize its property. Lula also has to deal with some trade-offs. High drug prices are unpopular, but using price caps to keep medication cheap can discourage private R&D. Autarky can bring more of an industry under state control, but it can also deter innovation. The development of new drugs is happening at Butantan. But the Institute benefits from an unusual alignment of research, regulation and manufacturing around the needs and the money of the state. Brazil cannot hope to replicate that across the industry. Merck, a multinational pharma giant, spends about $16 billion a year on R&D, roughly 10 times Brazil's entire state pharma spending, even after Lula's expansion. At best, the state might develop a few products, such as vaccines, where the public health economics stack up. A broader boom requires Lula to shake off his distrust of private enterprise. As he prepares to run for president for the 7th time in October, that seems unlikely.
Asia.
The Sino-Japanese spat. No end in sight. Why Japan and China will struggle to resolve their feud.
Richard Nixon's surprise trip to China to meet Mao Zedong in 1972 came to be known in Japan as a Nixon shock. Donald Trump's choreographed meeting with Xi Jinping was not quite as shocking. But his recalibration of America's relationship with China has sent allies and foes alike scrambling. On May 19th, Takaichi Sanae, the Prime Minister of Japan, jetted to South Korea to meet her counterpart, Lee Jae-myung. The two were doubtless keen to swap notes on America's shifting stance towards their imposing neighbour. The implications are perhaps gravest for Japan's own troubled relationship with China. The two have been locked in bitter standoff for more than 6 months. After taking office last October, Ms. Takaichi told Parliament that Japan might have a role to play in a conflict over Taiwan, triggering an apoplectic response from China. Relations have deteriorated since. It's become clear that normalising ties will be harder than during past feuds. Back channels that once helped ease the relationship are bunged up, and growing warmth between America and China bodes ill for chances of a rapprochement. The last major falling out between Japan and China followed clashes over the uninhabited and disputed Senkaku Islands in 2010-12. The focus of the current dispute is Taiwan, which Mr. Xi defines as the core of China's core interests. Ms. Takaichi positions herself as a staunch friend of Taiwan, to China's chagrin. Japan also sees Taiwan's fate as deeply intertwined with its own. Hence, Ms. Takaichi acknowledged a conflict over it would probably constitute a survival-threatening situation for Japan. China has sought to make Ms. Takaichi a symbol of what happens to those who cross its red lines on Taiwan, says Kawashima Shin of the University of Tokyo. The maritime front line has become more tense in recent months. In December, Chinese fighter jets locked their radars onto Japanese aircraft. A Japanese destroyer went through the Taiwan Strait in April, for the first time since Ms. Takaichi became Prime Minister. China took extra umbrage at the fact it took place on the anniversary of the Treaty of Shimonoseki, which ended the Sino-Japanese War in 1895 and handed control of Taiwan from China to Japan. The following week, 2 Chinese naval vessels passed closer to Japan's mainland than normal, and China began building a new structure in the East China Sea, where the two have overlapping maritime claims. Japan has been beefing up its defences in its southwestern islands. That's part of a long-term build-up to counter China. This spring, Japan's Self-Defense Forces, SDF, deployed long-range missiles to a base in Kyushu, a southern island, which has put the Chinese mainland in range. Ms. Takaichi recently loosened restrictions on exports of Japanese weaponry. China has denounced the moves, lambasting a Japanese militarism. While such rhetoric may be inflamed, it betrays a genuine concern about the long-term trend of Japan becoming a more proactive player in the region's security. People-to-people ties have also become strained. The number of Chinese visitors to Japan fell by more than half in the first quarter of this year, compared with a year earlier. Japanese pop stars have had concerts cancelled in China. Bombastic anti-Japanese videos have become a popular genre on Chinese social media, One viral clip features a Chinese archer shooting bows into the head of a mannequin that's been plastered with the Japanese flag. Offline, several disturbing, albeit isolated incidents have occurred. In March, a knife-wielding SDF officer broke into the Chinese embassy in Tokyo. On May 19th, a Chinese man stabbed 3 people, 2 of them Japanese, at a restaurant in Shanghai. Most worrying for Japan are Chinese curbs on rare earth exports. Measures announced in January and February targeted dual-use items and Japanese firms involved in the defence industry. Though Japan diversified its rare earth supplies somewhat after previous run-ins with China, a prolonged cut-off would still pose serious problems. Publicly available data suggest that China has been choking off supplies of specific heavy earth elements. But in contrast to the Senkaku crisis, there have not so far been large-scale boycotts of Japanese consumer product, perhaps because this time the Chinese government is worried about the state of the Chinese economy, reckons Seiguchi Kyokuki of the Cannon Institute for Global Studies, a think tank in Tokyo. Nonetheless, a sense of confrontation has become entrenched. In the past, Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party, or LDP, could turn to high-ranking lawmakers that the Chinese Communist Party considered trusted intermediaries. When Abe Shinzo, a long-serving prime minister, wanted to begin a rapprochement with China in 2015, he reached out to one such figure, Nikai Toshihiro, who led a delegation of 3,000 executives to Beijing and hand-delivered a letter to Mr. Xi. But Mr. Nikai, like many of his peers, has since retired. This year, a delegation of Japanese executives got the cold shoulder from Chinese officials and cancelled their annual trip for the first time in more than 13 years. Younger politicians see little upside in cultivating ties with Chinese counterparts, given that more than 80% of Japanese voters have negative views of China. The China-friendly politicians who remain active are far from Ms. Takaichi's inner circle. Komeito, a political party associated with Soka Gakkai, a Buddhist movement, was once an important conduit between Japan and China. Ikeda Dasaku, the movement's founder, publicly advocated normalizing Sino-Japanese relations following the Second World War. When Komeito was part of a ruling coalition with the LDP, its leaders helped pass messages to Beijing. But Komeito left the coalition following Ms. Takaichi's rise. Mr. Trump's
Asia.
Trump and Xi. Is Donald Trump selling out Taiwan? He hints he is bargaining with China.
For a moment it seemed that Taiwan had dodged a bullet. Throughout the formalities of Donald Trump's 2-day visit to Beijing, which ended on May 15th, the American president avoided talking publicly about Taiwan. That temporarily soothed Taiwanese fears that he might bow to Chinese pressure to curb arms sales to the island, or even change America's public position towards it by saying that he opposed its independence. Then things started to unravel. In an interview with Fox News recorded just before he left Beijing and speaking to reporters on Air Force One after takeoff, Mr. Trump made a series of comments about Taiwan that deeply unnerved many on the island. He suggested that America's 44-year commitment not to negotiate with China over arms sales to Taiwan was out of date. He also said he had discussed a $13 billion arms package for Taiwan in great detail with Xi Jinping, China's leader, and saw it as a useful bargaining chip. And he portrayed Taiwan's president, Lai Ching-te, as trying to achieve independence and drag America into a war. At the same time, Mr. Trump surprised many listeners by suggesting that he would talk to the person who's running Taiwan about the arms package. There has been no direct contact between sitting American and Taiwanese leaders since 1979, although Taiwan's previous president, Tsai Ing-wen, called Mr. Trump when he was president-elect to congratulate him on his election victory in 2016. Muddling the picture further, Mr. Trump repeated his allegation that Taiwan stole America's semiconductor industry and said it should shift all of its chip manufacturing to American soil. He has said such things before, but rarely since Taiwan promised to invest $250 billion in America as part of a trade deal sealed in February. Mr. Trump insisted American policy had not changed, but his remarks suggested that Mr. Xi had made some progress in swaying his thinking about Taiwan. Early on the first day of the meeting in Beijing, Mr. Xi warned that mishandling the Taiwan issue could spark a conflict between China and America. The Chinese leader then spent most of that evening talking about the island, according to Mr. Trump. "I heard him out," he added. Mr. Trump's comments also suggested that he is taking a more transactional view of American relations with Taiwan than his predecessors and is less committed to its defense. Taiwan's immediate concern is the new arms package. Mr. Trump approved a record $11 billion one in December. Ahead of the summit, it emerged that he had delayed a second one, worth about $13 billion, which has been approved by Congress. America has delayed arms packages ahead of meetings with Chinese leaders before, but Taiwanese officials will be deeply concerned if the new one is postponed for more than a few weeks after the summit. "I may do it, I may not do it," Mr. Trump told Fox. "I'm holding that in abeyance, and it depends on China. It depends. It's a very good negotiating chip for us, frankly." America has previously maintained that arms sales to Taiwan should not be included in broader negotiations with China, partly because America has been obliged under its own law since 1979 to help the island defend itself. President Ronald Reagan also promised in 1982 not to negotiate with China over arms sales to Taiwan. Asked about that, Mr. Trump told reporters, "Well, I think the 1980s is a long way." That was especially disappointing for Taiwan's government, as after months of wrangling with opposition parties, it has just managed to push through Parliament a supplementary defense budget of about $25 billion to fund both American arms packages. Taiwan's biggest opposition party, the Kuomintang, or KMT, will no doubt point to Mr. Trump's comments as further evidence that the island can no longer rely on American support and needs to pursue closer ties with the mainland. The KMT hopes that that message will help it in local elections in November and in a presidential poll in 2028. Equally troubling for Taiwan's government was Mr. Trump's suggestion that providing arms to Taiwan might encourage Mr. Lai to declare independence. They have some
Asia.
A shocker. Bread and circuses. India's loudest political fight obscures a more urgent one.
The disagreements between India's north and south are sometimes ill-tempered and often tedious. The north is poor, procreates prodigiously and reliably votes for Narendra Modi. The South is prosperous and less fecund and does not. The two have different historical experiences. Muslim empires made fewer inroads down the peninsula and different linguistic lineages. Their languages come from distinct families and prefer different carbohydrates. The rice-eating South caricatures roti-munching Northerners as barbarians imposing an alien culture upon them. This schism was at the heart of recent shenanigans in Parliament. Mr Modi's Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, introduced a package of reforms that aimed to boost the number of seats in India's lower house from 543 to 850, to redistribute them between states to reflect demographic changes, and to reserve a third of them for women. Opposition leaders, particularly from the South, called it a power grab dressed up as an effort to empower women. The bills failed. Southern states are not wrong to worry about losing out. Under those recent proposals, their heft in Parliament would diminish, while BJP strongholds in the North would grow more influential. Nor is it wrong to suspect the motives of the BJP, which put forward the measures without consultation. But the North has the facts and democratic fairness on its side. MPs in northern Uttar Pradesh, on average, represent a fifth more voters than those in southern Tamil Nadu. Eventually, this imbalance will have to be fixed, probably after a fresh census is held next year. The sensible way to do it would be with cool heads and compromise. The BJP way is to steamroller opponents. The drama has a long way to run. Yet the battles that the North and South wage over the electoral system obscure a problem that is just as important, but much less noticed. Across India, voters in cities get far too little say. On average, metropolitan MPs represent a tenth more voters than those in the countryside, and in many places the disparity is much worse. Bangalore's 4 seats hold as many voters as 6 average rural ones. Only one of the 20 constituencies with the biggest electorates is fully rural. Some of India's most unpleasant towns, Hello Ghaziabad, are the most underrepresented. India's industrialised southern states complain that they are often treated shoddily despite the chunky contributions they make to national coffers. Cities can make the same claim, but better. Some 40% of Indians live in urban areas, but they produce nearly 60% of GDP. In return, they get broken footpaths, potholed roads, poor public transport, unbreathable air, sewage-clogged waterways and piles of festering rubbish. Imagine what they might be capable of if their towns were livable. A fair redistricting would boost the number of seats by a sixth in India's 6 biggest cities alone, according to the Economist calculations. And expanding the House would bring additional benefits. Suburban and semi-urban bits of the country are fast-growing, but often belong to large rural constituencies. A bigger house with smaller districts would see these broken into more sensible divisions. Together, redistricting and expansion would raise urban India's share of MPs to something like its share of the population. Governments might finally start taking seriously the omni-shambles of city life. One of India's absurdities is that its states run cities like colonies. A measure to grant urban areas more autonomy, enacted over 3 decades ago, was a miserable failure. They do elect councillors, but actual power lies with short-tenure, state-appointed bureaucrats. Mayors are figureheads. City councils are decorative. Rural regions have the dominant voice in state houses. Redistricting would take in state government too, giving urban voters more influence in those houses. There is precedent for this. When states shuffled seats within their borders 2 decades ago, Bangalore's provincial representation jumped to 28 from 16. The city
Asia.
The BRICS and the Quad. busy doing nothing. Indian diplomats are hosting the world, but what is getting done?
India's determination to stay on good terms with all major powers often proves awkward. A traffic jam of meetings in Delhi this month is making its acrobatics look especially complex. On May 14th, India welcomed foreign ministers from the BRICS, a bloc of 11 countries including China and Russia who like to complain about Western hegemony. On May 26th, it will host foreign ministers from America, Australia and Japan, who with India make up the quad of countries seeking to check China's rise. May is a live minefield for India, says Constantino Xavier, at the Centre for Social and Economic Progress, a think tank in Delhi. The BRICS meeting was overshadowed by the war in the Gulf. These days, the grouping includes both Iran and the United Arab Emirates, whose armed forces have been exchanging blows. So it is no great surprise that the talks concluded without a joint statement. For India, this was probably a relief. It would not have approved language that condemned America for the violence. It much prefers BRICS to focus on things no one can dislike. One of its priorities as its chair in 2026 is to promote a mission for healthy lifestyles. If core members of BRICS find India disappointingly cautious, the country has sometimes also been seen as a nervy partner for the Quad. Now that bloc is on life support, in large part because Donald Trump, who is chasing Chinese business deals, appears to have lost interest in it. The other member countries, for their part, have lost trust in Mr. Trump. Foreign diplomats in Delhi think the Quad could yet achieve some modest advances in security. These would include building interoperable naval and communication systems and working to break China's stranglehold on critical minerals and emerging technologies. But no one expects breakthroughs at the meeting in Delhi this month. The best result of the foreign ministers' talks might be to approve plans for another meeting. India hopes a gaffe-free gathering will persuade Mr. Trump to come to its capital for a summit of Quad leaders later this year. Such a visit was supposed to have taken place in 2025, but was called off when Mr. Trump began hiking tariffs on Indian exports. Some in the Foreign Ministry and Prime Minister's office have begun asking if India has signed up to too many initiatives and coalitions, inflating expectations of its capacity and courage. These days, there is less domestic benefit in playing global host, thinks Dan Markey, an expert on China and South Asia at the Stimson Center, a think tank in Washington. Leaders of big powers are giving up the pretense of consulting large groups of the sort India likes to chair. While India was hosting the BRICS ministers, Mr. Trump and Xi Jinping were meeting one-on-one in Beijing. Others think
Asia.
Overseas Chinese. Crumbling pillars. Southeast Asia's clan associations must change to survive.
Tourists in Georgetown, a city on the Malaysian island of Penang, love to pose by a well-known piece of street art depicting two children on a bicycle. Most of them miss the ornate building on the other side of the wall, home to Shia Kong Su, one of Penang's richest Chinese clan associations, founded in 1810. For 2 centuries, such groups served migrants fleeing violence and poverty in China. Now they face a new challenge, the apathy of the young. Southeast Asia is home to about 80% of the world's overseas Chinese. Clan associations, along with Chinese language schools and Chinese newspapers, are one of the 3 pillars of overseas Chinese society, according to Hong Liu of Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Malaysia has more than 10,000 clan associations, with Penang a particular hotspot. They are also found in Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand and Vietnam, among other countries. When they started in the early 19th century, the associations were a kind of welfare state, employment agency and temple rolled into one. Migrants originating from the same clan, village or trade came together to socialize, pray to common deities, find housing and jobs, open schools, lend money and operate cemeteries. Some grew rich. The most influential ones in Georgetown own homes and palm oil plantations, among other projects. Shia Kong Su still provides welfare, giving between 250 and 2,000 ringgit, that's $55 to $455 per year, to children of members and to retired people. These groups have long had tight membership rules. Shia Kong Su is open only to those who can trace their heritage to a particular part of Fujian province in southern China. Gallingly, many of the most powerful clan associations in Penang still refuse membership to women. But now they are getting anxious about the future. The main thing we worry about is that no young people are joining, says Clinton Shia, a trustee of Shia Kong Su. What will happen down the line, he wonders, especially now that members often only have 1 or 2 children. Migrants from China still move to Penang, often to work in its lively semiconductor industry. But they tend to join new diaspora groups with more current ties to the Chinese mainland and less discriminatory membership requirements. Some regret the clan group's diminished role in integrating newcomers. What it means to be Chinese is contested. With their long histories, the clan associations offer an alternative to the version the Chinese government exports. At least one of the big clan associations in Penang is
China.
Vladimir Putin in China. Little brother's big visit. How Xi Jinping plays the world's great powers.
For Xi Jinping, a leader who aspires to place China at the centre of world affairs, it was a triumphant week of diplomacy. Just 4 days after Donald Trump concluded a visit to Beijing, looking for business deals and help with Iran, Vladimir Putin turned up, seeking assistance for his war in Ukraine. Russia's president, like America's, lavished praise on his host and left with a clutch of agreements. But like Mr. Trump's, the deals were short on detail. And the enduring image at home and abroad was one of China as the fulcrum of global geopolitics, dealing with America as an equal and Russia as a junior partner. China had not originally planned for the visits to be so close. Mr. Trump's was scheduled for early April, but delayed by the war in the Gulf. Still, the timing worked well for Mr. Xi. It sent a clear message that better relations between China and America will not come at the expense of his no-limits partnership with Mr. Putin. At the same time, Mr. Xi showed the leverage that he has gained over Russia since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. Despite talk of shared interests, Mr. Putin ended his 2-day visit on May the 20th without a long-discussed deal on the building of another gas pipeline between Russia and China. Mr. Putin's visit was not as elaborate as Mr. Trump's. China greeted the Kremlin's leader in the same way, with a military honour guard, a 21-gun salute and cheering children. Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin then held formal talks, followed by another meeting over tea in the Great Hall of the People. But there was no equivalent of Mr. Trump's private tours of the Temple of Heaven and Zhongnanhai, the leadership compound. And Mr. Putin and Mr. Xi did not attempt any of the more personal displays of camaraderie that they have staged before, such as swigging vodka, making pancakes, or watching a hockey game. Instead, they emphasized the breadth of their relationship and their shared opposition to many aspects of American policy. In a lengthy joint statement, they condemned American and Israeli attacks on Iran, as well as the abduction of heads of state, a clear reference to Venezuela's. They expressed opposition to sanctions on North Korea and to external interference in Latin America and the Caribbean. They criticised Mr. Trump's Golden Dome missile defence project, as well as America's irresponsible nuclear policy. And they renewed calls for a multipolar world order, warning of a drift towards the law of the jungle. As Mr. Xi put it, in a thinly veiled reference to America, the tide of unilateral hegemony is running rampant. In his public remarks, China's leader put particular emphasis on the Middle East. He called for a complete cessation of hostilities there, warning that it would be unacceptable to resume fighting. That was sharper language than he used during Mr. Trump's visit. The Trump administration has been considering the possibility of resuming strikes on Iran, which have been suspended since a ceasefire was announced in mid-April. Russian officials emphasised the 40 or so agreements that were signed during the summit, covering areas ranging from artificial intelligence and border infrastructure to cooperation in space and the protection of tigers and leopards. Mr. Putin highlighted energy ties, noting that Russia was one of China's biggest suppliers of oil and gas, and that nearly all their trade was done in rubles or yuan, protecting it from external influence, that is, American sanctions. He invited Mr. Xi, whom he called a dear friend, to visit Russia in 2027. Yet there were few details of how the agreements would be implemented, and there was no mention in them or in the two leaders' public remarks of Power of Siberia 2, a 1,600-mile, 2,600-kilometre pipeline that would carry up to 50 billion cubic metres of gas annually from eastern Russia to northern China via Mongolia. Russia is keen to make progress on the project to secure a new market for gas it can no longer sell to Europe. But China has been driving a hard bargain on price, volumes and other terms. It has also been reluctant to rely on any single supplier for more than about 20% of its hydrocarbon imports, a level it has already reached with Russia. Russian officials had hoped that China would show more flexibility since the closure of the Strait of Hormuz highlighted the vulnerability of its seaborne imports of energy. About 90% of China's oil imports still come by sea, largely from the Middle East, despite its efforts to diversify supplies and build pipelines across its borders. China and Russia seemed to make progress on the project when Mr. Putin visited Beijing in September. Alexei Miller, the boss of Russia's state-run gas company, Gazprom, announced afterwards that they had signed a legally binding memorandum. China also committed to advancing preliminary work on the project in its latest 5-year plan, unveiled in March. In the end, though, Mr. Xi appears to have stood firm on his demand for better terms. That underlined how Russia, once China's patron, has become dependent on Chinese economic support, as well as dual-use technology for the war in Ukraine. It's a pretty solid display of how much leverage China has, says Alexander Gabuyev, director of the Carnegie Russia-Eurasia Center, a think tank in Berlin. Putin comes out not really empty-handed. Everything that's working is working, but there is no additional mileage that China is willing to go to support him, unless it's really very beneficial for the Chinese. Mr. Gabuyev also said that the back-to-back summits played well for Mr. Xi by suggesting that he has better relations with both Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump than they have with each other. Other deals between China and Russia may not have been made public. One of Mr. Putin's priorities was likely to have been securing access to more dual-use items, including drone components. Mr. Xi, meanwhile, had been expected to seek more Russian help in developing China's military capabilities, especially in undersea warfare and in accessing data and tactical insights from the front lines in Ukraine. The two leaders' statement did not mention such matters, saying only that the two countries would deepen defence cooperation, expand joint military exercises and patrols, and work together to address various risks and challenges. Further details may emerge in the days following the summit, just as they have trickled out since Mr. Trump left Beijing. For the moment, however, Mr. Xi must be celebrating a diplomatic double bill that brought him closer than ever to the Sino-centric world he craves.
China.
Nitrocellulose and more. On the wish list. How China quietly helps Russia in Ukraine.
Russia's dependence on China to sustain its war against Ukraine has steadily increased as Western sanctions have intensified. China maintains that it is neutral in the conflict, denying it gives Russia lethal aid, such as finished weapons systems. But by supplying huge volumes of dual-use components and materials, it provides vital support for Russia's military-industrial base. During his state visit to Beijing on May 19th and 20th, Vladimir Putin was a supplicant. Chinese microelectronics and semiconductors are critical to Russia's ability to churn out the precision-guided missiles and drones that pound Ukrainian cities. China also supplies most of the commercial first-person view, FPV, drones and supporting technologies Russia needs. China also provides Ukraine with many of the same components, cameras, motors, transmissions, needed by FPV drones, but nearly all of their assembly is now Ukrainian. Russia, Ukraine knows, will always be first in the queue. Russia's weapons and ammunition factories are almost entirely reliant on Chinese computer numerical control machine tools. The Jamestown Foundation, a Washington-based think tank, estimates that around 90% of Russian machine tool imports are now from China. According to Western officials, Russia also depends heavily on China for nitrocellulose, the cotton-derived feedstock that is the propellant for artillery shells, tank rounds and missiles. Russia produces its own at a handful of explosives factories which the Ukrainians target, but not nearly enough for its wartime needs. Turkey, through various intermediaries, provided about half of Russia's imports of nitrocellulose until recently, but the firms involved are now subject to heavy sanctions. Consequently, China, allege the Western officials, is ramping up its sales of nitrocellulose to Russia through the Norinco Group, a massive state-owned armaments firm which uses a pair of subsidiaries. The company has not commented publicly on this. China insists that nitrocellulose is a product needed for paints and lacquer. To maintain the obfuscation, the four main Russian gunpowder factories repeatedly run sister civilian operations. Norinco, Western officials say, tries to conceal sales behind shell companies and foreign intermediaries. China is also stepping up its export of cotton pulp and cotton cellulose, from which nitrocellulose is made. Nearly all of Russia's cotton pulp previously came from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, but packages of sanctions introduced last year and this year by the European Union on designated Uzbek and Kazakh exporters
China.
Prices. The right kind of Japanification. China can learn lessons from its neighbour about escaping deflation.
Japan's post-war manufacturing miracle provided a template for China to copy. Japan's lost decades after 1990 served as a cautionary tale to avoid. Since the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, Japan has left deflation behind, even as China has fallen victim to it. As China now contends with similar disruption from the war in the Gulf, could it learn lessons from Japan's example? After its property bubble burst in the early 1990s, Japan's economy was stuck with heavy debts, lacklustre spending and falling prices. The country became synonymous with deflation. But in 2022, Japan and China traded places. China's inflation rate fell below that of its smaller, greyer neighbour and stayed there. The role reversal was later confirmed by the bond markets, which were acutely sensitive to the inflation outlook. Late last year, yields on 10-year Chinese government bonds dropped below Japan's for the first time in data stretching back over 20 years. This was not good news. Although nobody likes high inflation, its opposite can also be a sign of trouble. China's spell of deflationary pressure, like Japan's, follows a property bust. Developers defaulted on excessive debts and construction faltered. A deep decline in property values depleted household wealth and confidence. The result was a shortfall in domestic spending, putting downward pressure on prices. In October 2022, producer price inflation turned negative. It remained below zero for the next 40 months. Deflation can also be a cause of trouble. When prices fall, debts weigh more heavily, pay packets shrink, and households and firms hoard cash and defer purchases because they expect goods and services to be cheaper in the future. In Japan, central bankers complained about the country's deflationary mindset. Prices stagnated partly because everyone expected them to. Inflation didn't loom large in pay talks. It took two huge jolts to the global economy to shake Japan out of this mindset. The COVID-19 pandemic and the invasion of Ukraine strained worldwide supply chains. The jump in global prices, amplified by a further drop in the yen, became impossible to ignore. Ahead of pay negotiations in 2023, Rengo, Japan's leading trade union federation, asked for a 3% rise in base pay, excluding seniority adjustments, its highest demand in 28 years. Cost increases driven by global events translated into higher wage claims, creating momentum for further price rises. Will China follow such a path? Another big shock, the war in the Gulf, has driven up the price of energy and related goods. In March, producer price inflation turned positive for the first time since 2022. In April, it increased to 2.8%, an even bigger jump than expected. This cost-push inflation associated with the war came on top of some demand-pull inflation created by the global AI spending boom. China's manufacturers have benefited from the rush to build data centres and power grids. They produce much of the unsexy but necessary kit that supports high-end server farms, including pumps, fans and other electrical machinery, as Thomas Gatley of Gavcal Dragonomics, a research firm, has pointed out. Some forecasters think exports of goods could grow by 10% this year in dollar terms. In principle, this could create a virtuous cycle by boosting employment, wages, spending and prices. Unfortunately, the industries benefiting from the AI and energy supercycle tend to be capital-intensive, notes Robin Xing of Morgan Stanley, a bank. Their success doesn't then generate big increases in employment. China's resilient export machine is no longer a reliable jobs machine. One consequence is that China's success abroad hasn't boosted morale at home. The property market, despite some favourable signs in Shanghai and a few other prosperous cities, is still in the doldrums. The job market is weak and consumers are wary. Retail sales rose by just 0.2% in April, compared with a year earlier before adjusting for inflation. China's reflation, therefore, remains narrow. It's largely confined to upstream inputs such as energy, petrochemicals and metals like copper. Industries that use these inputs are feeling the strain. The volume of crude oil processed in China fell by 5.8% in April compared with a year earlier. Industrial production overall slowed to 4.1% from 5.7% in the previous month. Moreover, a monthly survey of managers in services and construction suggests that sale prices remain under downward pressure. The factory gate prices charged for consumer goods are still falling at much the same pace as before. Workers may grumble about higher prices for petrol, but unlike Japanese workers in 2023, they lack the bargaining power to demand higher wages in compensation. Another distinction from Japan lies in the temperament of policymakers. As inflation picked up in Japan, the government did its best to maintain the momentum. At the end of 2023, it introduced tax breaks, subsidies and handouts to ensure what it called a complete exit from deflation. Chinese officials don't share this determination. They're reluctant to ease monetary policy because it could squeeze the profitability of banks. They're also wary of increased fiscal stimulus, given past excesses and rising public debt. Mr. Xing no longer expects China's central bank to cut interest rates this year. Instead of trying to turn wartime price jumps into a broader, durable reflation, China's policymakers are treating it as an excuse to do less. Japan's lost decades are a cautionary tale. Its recent efforts to ensure a permanent exit from deflation also hold useful lessons for Chinese officials, but they're in no mood to heed them.
Middle East and Africa.
Ebola in Africa. A terrifying new outbreak. Aid cuts, war, and no vaccine mean the epidemic could be the worst in a decade.
Since April, we've seen people dying, says Sylvie Kabwo-Kinyoma, who sells vegetables in Mongwalu, a gold mining town in Ituri, a province in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. At first, she blamed the deaths on witchcraft. But then a nurse spotted a patient with a severe fever who was bleeding from the nose, a sign of Ebola, a virus with a fatality rate of up to 50% that spreads through direct contact with bodily fluids. "We're afraid," says Ms. Kabwo-Kinyoma. "I don't want to lose my children." On May 17th, the UN's World Health Organization, WHO, said the outbreak was a public health emergency of international concern, only the 9th such declaration since 2005. It hasn't been called a pandemic, but it's shaping up to be the worst Ebola epidemic since at least 2018, when more than 2,000 people died in eastern Congo. Some experts worry it could be as bad as in 2014 to 16, when an epidemic in West Africa killed 11,000. That's because of a fatal blend of bad luck, a country at war, and a world cutting health aid. By May 20th, there'd been nearly 600 suspected cases and 139 deaths in Congo. There've almost certainly been more, according to modelling by the MRC Centre for Global Infectious Disease Analysis, an institute at Imperial College in London. The WHO reckons the virus has been circulating for a couple of months at least. 2 Congolese nationals have been diagnosed with it in Kampala, the capital of neighbouring Uganda. An American doctor working in the area was also found to have the disease and has been evacuated to Germany. There have also been cases in Goma, the capital of North Kivu, a Congolese province to the south of Ituri. Rwanda has reportedly closed some border crossings with Congo. Public health experts worry the disease could spread to Burundi and South Sudan. Since the West African disaster, governments and international bodies have vastly improved how they respond to the spread of the virus. Vaccines against the most common strain, Zaire, have allowed medics to isolate infected populations. Genetic sequencing of this strain has enabled rapid diagnostic testing. Local health workers, backed by international NGOs and African governments, have got better at educating people about Ebola, earning their trust and isolating those with symptoms. Yet none of that is likely to be much help with this outbreak, the 17th recorded in Congo since 1976. Bundibujo, the strain that's causing it, is a bit less fatal than Zaire. But it is less common, and there's no licensed vaccine or rapid diagnostic testing for it. Samples taken in Ituri must be flown to Kinshasa, the capital of Congo, some 2,000 kilometres away. It can take days to receive a result. This feels like we're back to square one, says Bob Kitchen of the International Rescue Committee, or IRC, a humanitarian NGO, likening the situation to the start of the epidemic in 2014, before vaccines against any strain were available. The kaleidoscope of conflicts in eastern Congo complicates the picture. More than 100 militias are active across Ituri and the Kivus. In the outbreak in Congo in 2018, some of these groups burned down clinics run by Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, another NGO. We're taking safeguarding very seriously, says Alan Gonzalez of MSF. Armed groups, and some of the worst roads in Africa, make it hard for medics to get to remote areas. The state in Ituri is weak, as in much of Congo. We are very worried because so far the provincial authorities have taken no action, says Machozi Umwanamolo, a university professor in Bunia, a city in Ituri. He laments that people from Mongbalu have been allowed to move about freely when they should be restricted to prevent the spread of the virus. He's wearing a face mask and making ginger tea with lemon and garlic to boost our antibodies. Farther south in the Kivus, the situation is even trickier. In the past 2 years, M23, an armed group backed by Rwanda that's at war with the Congolese government, has taken control in much of the two provinces, causing many aid workers to leave. It has replaced officials across the local bureaucracy, including in the health ministry. When your correspondent visited a government-run clinic near Goma at the end of April, it was struggling to contain a measles epidemic. M23 has also declined to reopen the airport in Goma, forcing NGO workers to make journeys to parts of North Kivu via Rwanda and Uganda. Aid workers complain of supplies being held up by M23 officials demanding payment. Then there are the aid cuts. Before 2025, American funding helped pay for surveillance, typically in the form of community health workers, and preparedness, education schemes and protective gear. But over the past year, that's been slashed. IRC, for example, went from working in 5 areas in Ituri to just 2 after March 2025. On May 18th, the State Department promised $13 million to help with the response, a fraction of what America spent to combat the epidemic in 2014 to 16. Other Western governments, including Britain's and Germany's, have also drastically cut aid spending. Much will depend on whether the WHO, international NGOs and African organisations can fill the gap. Jean Kaseya, the head of Africa CDC, the continent's main public health body, implicitly criticised America's decision to restrict travel by non-Americans who'd recently been to the region. Global health security cannot be achieved through borders alone, he said. It's achieved through partnership, trust, science, and rapid investment in preparedness and response capacity. Responding to Ebola was difficult, even with more of those things around.
Middle East and Africa.
Conservation in Africa. How to save the safari. Balancing the needs of locals, tourists and animals is a difficult business.
The Cotter family has faced a few challenges in more than a century of running safaris. Charles Cotter, who swapped the plains of Oklahoma for those of East Africa in 1909, survived a mauling by a leopard in 1922, but was eventually killed by a charging rhino in 1939. In 1965, his grandson Glenn set up one of the first camps for tourists to photograph animals rather than hunt them. Not that the wildlife seemed grateful. That year Glenn was gored by a buffalo. Today, running a safari firm is less dangerous but more complex. The industry faces a trilemma in balancing the demands of tourists, growing local populations and ecosystems. Some operators are trying new models to resolve it. That is crucial because in some of the most spectacular parts of Africa, the current model of tourism, if unchecked, will spoil the natural splendour on which business depends. Safaris are increasingly popular, attracting some of the 81 million tourists who visited Africa in 2025, a record according to the UN. The global industry is valued at $38 billion, estimates Grand View Research, which assesses it rising to $67 billion by 2033. Most safari goers are from rich Anglophone countries, notes Go To Africa, a travel firm, but the number from emerging economies like India is growing. In the Masai Mara in Kenya, the number of lodges increased from 95 in 2012 to 183 at the end of 2025. In the neighbouring Serengeti National Park in Tanzania, the number of tourism facilities has increased almost eightfold over the past 20 years, notes Grant Hopcraft of Glasgow University. Conservationists say the surge of tourists has affected wildlife. The population of large animals in the Mara has declined by 70 to 90% over the past 40 years. The famous migrating wildebeest spend approximately 1.5 months less in the core parts of the Mara and Serengeti than they did 2 decades ago, in part because they avoid buildings. Fewer cheetah cubs survive because safari vehicles that crowd around their parents' kills attract lions and hyenas, which eat the young. Rapid human population growth means that there are more people living around natural beauty spots. The population of Narok County, which manages the Masai Mara National Reserve, MMNR, has soared by 3,000% since 1947, from 38,000 to 1.2 million. The number in the Mara Serengeti region has doubled in the past 20 years and is forecast to double again in the next 20. About half of Maasai, the patrolist group in the area, live below the official national poverty line. Their efforts to make ends meet are putting more pressure on land they and tourism firms depend on. 1/3 of the MMNR is degraded from overgrazing. Human-wildlife conflict is intensifying, with people killing elephants that trample on their land and, on occasion, poisoning carcasses to kill predators. One way to reduce the pressure, at least from tourists, would be if places like the Mara became more exclusive. Only 100,000 tourists visit Botswana's Okavango Delta every year. Rwanda charges $1,500 per person to see its gorillas and is considering raising the price. Many conservationists in the Mara argue that visiting it could become more expensive. But it will be hard to change. We would love to raise prices, but we are competing with 250 other operators, says the boss of one safari firm. Politicians are unlikely to embrace restrictions. Narok County receives more revenue per year than any other Kenyan county, including Nairobi, through leases and a portion of the bed fees paid by tourists. Local bigwigs also benefit from the fees. On the other side of the border, Tanzania is promoting tourism via what it calls the voluntary relocation of Maasai. Human Rights Watch, a global monitor, says the tactics equate to forced evictions. Is there a better way? Many safari firms now promise to give back to communities. But Sue Snyman of the African Leadership University says some pay little attention to what local people actually want, which is often cash. Cotters Safaris pays to lease the land it uses from the Maasai-owned conservancy. The land is held in a community-owned trust, which distributes annual lease payments to 6,500 members, whose title deeds have been paid for by the safari firm. The trust consults households about whether they would prefer social projects or money, and nearly all prefer the latter. Elsewhere in Kenya, locally owned community conservancies, organised in the Northern Rangelands Trust, have deals with tourism operators. In South Africa and beyond, a luxury travel outfit has returned 9,000 hectares to their ancestral owners as part of post-apartheid land restitution. In Namibia, Demuraland Wilderness, another operator, set up a joint venture with a conservancy that involved the transfer of ownership. Kenya and Zimbabwe are changing conservation laws to encourage more
Middle East and Africa.
Israel's election. Bibi's last stand? The legacy of October 7th and Israel's many wars will loom over its election.
Observers have repeatedly predicted the collapse of Israel's government over the past 2.5 years. Indeed, many have wished for it. In the end, two ultra-Orthodox parties in the ruling coalition have prompted the moment of its own demise. On May 20th, the Knesset, Israel's parliament, voted to dissolve itself. It was a preliminary vote, and Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, is still playing for time. But at best he can buy his government a few more weeks. This Knesset's term is about to expire. Parliamentary elections must be held by October 27th. The immediate trigger is a demand by the ultra-Orthodox parties for a law exempting religious seminary students from compulsory military service. Mr. Netanyahu is willing to pass it, but failed to muster the necessary votes for a measure that is deeply unpopular with most Israelis. Many of them believe the government's subservience to religious interests has come at their own expense. The issue will be among the most prominent in the coming campaign. It is remarkable that the government has lasted this long, nearly completing its 4-year term, a rare feat in Israel. After Hamas's assault launched from Gaza in October 2023 and Israel's failure to anticipate it, many thought Mr. Netanyahu's coalition would fall. But the Prime Minister brazened it out. He blamed the armed forces and intelligence services and promised Israelis total victory in the wars that followed. Not only did he keep his coalition of hard right and religious parties together, he persuaded others to join his government as Israel mobilized for war. But victory has proved elusive. Israel controls a wasteland in just over half of Gaza. Hamas still rules the rest. Israel's other campaigns over the past 2 years have also failed to bring decisive results. The Iranian regime, which Israel has attacked twice alongside America, is battered but defiant. In Lebanon, Hezbollah, Iran's proxy militia, continues to fight Israeli troops on the ground despite losing most of its leadership to airstrikes. Mr. Netanyahu is still hoping Donald Trump will renew attacks on Iran, but few in Israel's intelligence community believe the regime is about to collapse. It could still happen, concedes one Israeli Iran watcher, but it is unlikely to be in time for the election. The shadow of October 7th and Israel's many wars since then will loom over the election. Naftali Bennett, a former prime minister who is leading a list of right-wing and centrist candidates, has promised that, should he form the next government, its first cabinet meeting would be dedicated to appointing a commission of inquiry into the failures that led to the massacre. That does not, however, mean that this election campaign will be a national reckoning for the brutal conduct of the Gaza war. Over 70,000 people, mainly civilians, have been killed. Gazans were forced to the brink of starvation. Yet most Israelis still believe the wars in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran were justified and necessary responses to existential threats to the Jewish state. We're likely to lose the election because the wars took so long and failed to yield decisive results, says a parliamentarian from Mr. Netanyahu's Likud party. For the government's opponents, this election is about much more than the wars. They have not forgotten that before October 7th, Mr. Netanyahu's coalition was trying to pass a controversial series of legal reforms that would sorely weaken the Supreme Court. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis repeatedly took to the streets to protest against what they saw as the erosion of Israel's democratic foundations. They have watched the government lavish public money on ultra-Orthodox voters, despite their refusal to serve in the army and their limited economic participation. While the election is unlikely to focus on Israel's economy, which is in surprising health, many Israelis worry that government spending is poorly controlled. Others warn that Israel's democracy is dysfunctional. In a recent survey, most centrist and left-wing voters said that losing this election to the Netanyahu camp would be intolerable. More Israelis may choose to leave. In 2024, nearly 83,000 emigrated, a record, and in 2025, almost 70,000 followed suit. That could be an early sign of a brain drain. Israel's economy, buoyed by its tech sector and especially by the strength of defense tech companies, has proved remarkably resilient. Still, most polls conducted over the past 3 years suggest that the parties in Mr. Netanyahu's current coalition will fail to win a majority. But even if the opposition does, they will struggle to forge an effective government. Mr. Netanyahu's opponents include right-wing and centrist parties who refuse to join a coalition with Arab Israeli parties. The opposition lacks a clear leader. Mr. Bennett has joined forces with Yair Lapid, a centrist former prime minister. But despite much talk of emulating democratic parties that united in Hungary to topple Viktor Orban, the other opposition parties have yet to recognise Mr. Bennett as their candidate for prime minister. The lack of unity probably helps explain why polls still rate Likud the largest party. Some are wondering whether at 76, Mr. Netanyahu, Israel's longest-serving prime minister, might at last call it a day. As well as struggling to keep his bloc together, he has been dealing with heart problems and prostate cancer. Retirement would not only avoid the potential of a humiliating electoral defeat, but would let him accept a plea bargain and end his long-running trial.
Middle East and Africa.
The Israeli economy. Guns and unicorns. Its endless wars help explain why Israel's economy is booming.
Israel's elections are rarely focused on its economy. Questions of security and identity almost always dominate. The election expected in September or October will be no different. In a survey in Israel in February, only 11% of respondents said reducing the cost of living was the main issue that would determine their vote. That's partly because, despite 2.5 years of inconclusive wars in Gaza, Lebanon and Iran, Israel's economy is booming. The fighting has taken a toll. GDP shrank by 3.3% in the first quarter at an annualized rate after the country largely shut down in March during the conflict with Iran. But the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange and the shekel are both buoyant. Inflation and unemployment are low, partly because so many young Israelis have been drafted. Exports of natural gas from offshore fields in the Mediterranean are also helping. Strong exports, especially from the tech sector, are helping restore growth after the wartime dip. Defence technology firms, whose order books are brimming with contracts from both the Israeli army and foreign forces, have done particularly well. Long-time observers of Israel's economy are unsurprised. It was fast to emerge from the global financial crisis and the pandemic. The key then, as now, was an economy based on nimble tech firms trading with the world and a highly skilled workforce. So far, there's little reason to think the erosion of Israel's global reputation because of the ferocity of its war in Gaza will change this. Most Israeli tech wares are not sold to individual consumers, but as components, services and proprietary knowledge to larger international tech companies and as weapons systems to states. Nvidia, a chip maker with 6,000 employees in Israel, is planning a new base with 10,000 more. Jensen Huang, its founder, recently called Israel Nvidia's second home and promised the wars will not make the firm leave. Western governments are buying more Israeli weapons. In December, Germany signed a follow-on €3 billion, that's $3.5 billion contract for Arrow 3 batteries, nearly doubling its investment in Israeli missile defense technology. But economists worry that Israel's economic model, high-end technology, defense exports and a small skilled elite, is becoming demographically unsustainable. Ultra-Orthodox Jews and Arab Israelis make up over a third of the population and are having more children than other Israelis. They are barely represented in the tech sector. Israelis' vote this time will decide the policies of the next government on integrating the ultra-Orthodox community into the workforce, says Yigal Newman, a professor of finance at Hebrew University. If the workforce participation situation doesn't change, it could ultimately derail the resilience of Israel's economy. The current government of Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's longest-serving prime minister, has poured money into the religious communities represented by his key coalition allies. Only 54% of their men work. The rest spend their days in study. Their boys' secondary schools don't teach English, maths or science. The share of tech workers in the labour force is the highest in the world. But it's still only 10%, and they account for over half of Israel's total exports. This leaves the economy exposed in the long term to a brain drain of its most mobile workers. It's not just the economy which is based on a dangerously small number of people, it's national security as well, warns Dan Ben-David, head of the Shoresh Institution for Socioeconomic Research. These are also the people who developed the defence systems protecting Israelis from missiles over the past 2.5 years. Israel's schools are deteriorating.
Middle East and Africa.
Egypt and the United Arab Emirates. Feeling surrounded. Why Egypt fears and needs the Emirates.
When Abdel Fattah al-Sisi arrived in Abu Dhabi on May 7th, he might have expected a fulsome display of gratitude. Egypt had belatedly offered warplanes to help defend the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, from Iran. But instead of a photo op in one of the palaces, Mohammed bin Zayed, the UAE's ruler, took the Egyptian president for tea in a mall. For Egyptians, the optics spoke volumes about the country's sinking prestige. They still think of it as al-Dunya, the mother of the world, whereas the UAE is less a start-up nation than an upstart one, newly arrived from the desert. They resent what they see as the UAE's encirclement of their larger, historically dominant country with separatist movements, militias and client rulers. They are bitter that Egypt's plight has forced it to sell prized assets and vast tracts of land to Gulf investors. The Emiratis see Egypt as ungrateful. For decades they have bailed it out. Yet rather than rush to the UAE's aid when Iran struck, many Egyptians cheered Iran. Instead of contributing to the fight against Iran, Egypt called for the de-escalation and sent ministers to negotiate. Pakistan has paid for similar policies. The UAE demanded repayment of over $3 billion in loans and expelled 15,000 nationals. Some in Abu Dhabi mutter that Egypt, with 400,000 nationals there, should be taught a similar lesson. Both sides have grievances. Egypt is alarmed by the UAE's support for the Rapid Support Forces, a militia accused of genocide in Sudan. The UAE acknowledges providing some early support to the RSF, but denies it is still doing so. Egypt also frets about Emirati-backed separatists in Libya and Somaliland and the UAE's support for a separate administration in Gaza. Most troubling for Egypt is the UAE's growing alignment with two menacing regional powers, Abiy Ahmed's Ethiopia and Benjamin Netanyahu's Israel. Ethiopia's construction of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with the UAE's encouragement, say some Egyptians, threatens Egypt's life force, the Nile. Israel's continued squeeze on Gaza might yet tip its population, Islamists included, into Egypt. The Emiratis believe they are owed more loyalty. In 2023, Egypt seemed close to economic collapse. Years of overspending on Mr. Sisi's vanity projects, the army's gutting of the economy and mounting debt had shaken investor confidence. Inflation surged. The currency tumbled. The UAE provided billions of dollars, unlocking help from the IMF.
Middle East and Africa.
The Gulf War. Deja vu all over again. Donald Trump is still looking for a quick fix in Iran.
By now it should be clear. Donald Trump is not eager to resume his hot war with Iran. For 6 weeks he has seized on any excuse, no matter how flimsy, to delay another round of military strikes. Reluctance is not refusal, however. In the absence of a deal between America and Iran, the risk of renewed conflict is growing. Mr. Trump is a man enamoured of quick fixes, and some of his allies are trying to persuade him that a few more airstrikes will be just that. His latest about-face came after a series of calls with regional leaders. He spoke first on May 17th with Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister. It seemed as if they had agreed to resume fighting. The next day, however, the president said he would hold off at the behest of leaders from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The strike, he claimed, had been scheduled for tomorrow, but he said the monarchs persuaded him that a deal will be made, which will be very acceptable to the United States. Most Gulf leaders have indeed urged him to hold fire, fearing further Iranian strikes on their economies and infrastructure. But the president's announcement surprised them. Diplomats from 2 of the Gulf countries said they were unaware an attack was as imminent as Mr. Trump claimed. They were equally bewildered by his talk of a forthcoming deal. Everything is still stuck, says one Gulf envoy. Iran has hardly budged in weeks of indirect negotiations. It is willing to make a narrow deal in which both sides would lift their blockades on shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. Trickier issues, such as Iran's nuclear program, would be left for protracted future talks. That is a hard sell for Mr. Trump, since it would halt the fighting with no definite Iranian concessions beyond reopening a strait that was closed only because of his war. Mr. Trump is desperate for something to break the impasse, which by now has become a defining feature of the conflict. At first, America thought assassinating Iran's leaders would compel the regime to surrender. Then it gambled on a blockade of Iranian ports, which took effect on April 13th and was meant to cause economic collapse within weeks. By May, it had vested its hopes in Mr. Trump's visit to Beijing. Perhaps Xi Jinping would crack the whip and force the Iranians to accept a deal. At every turn, the administration thought it could find a silver bullet to end the war on favourable terms, only to be disappointed. A clutch of aides and outside allies, from Mr. Netanyahu to hawkish journalists, now seeks to convince Mr. Trump that a limited round of strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure will do the job. That almost certainly misreads how Iran would respond. It is more likely to hit back hard at its Arab neighbours than to capitulate. Asked on May 19th how long he would wait, Mr. Trump was muddled. 2 or 3 days. Maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something. Maybe early next week, he said. The calendar is complicated. The Hajj, the annual Muslim pilgrimage to Mecca, will span the last week of May.
Europe.
European defence. The secret plan to replace NATO. Europeans are quietly working out how to fight if America quits the alliance.
Soldiers of the Black Jack Brigade ritually furled and packed their unit's colours in Fort Hood, Texas in early May, as the tank unit's 4,000 troops prepared to deploy to Poland to help defend NATO against the Russian threat. When an armoured brigade combat team deploys forward, it sends a clear and unmistakable signal, said General Thomas Felty, the division's commander at the ceremony. Less than 2 weeks later, America sent the opposite signal. The deployment was scrapped. It was the second time this month that Donald Trump had announced cuts to America's military presence in Europe, reflecting his anger at the lack of European support for his war in Iran. On May 22nd, America is expected to announce a reduction in the forces it pledges in the event of an attack, Reuters reports. Mr. Trump has been casting doubt on his commitment to NATO and its Article 5 mutual defence clause since the start of his second term. That has prompted a long-overdue increase in European defence spending. Yet in recent months he has gone further, announcing unexpected troop reductions and cancelling the deployment to Germany of a cruise missile unit that was to plug an important gap in Europe's defence. The rapid drawdown has upended Europeans' assumption that they would have time to build up their own forces and replace vital American enablers such as intelligence and surveillance assets. America's huge expenditure of missiles in Iran is delaying shipments to European allies and Ukraine as it restocks. Some in NATO, shocked by Mr. Trump's threat in January to seize Greenland from Denmark, worry not only that America might sit out a war with Russia, but that it could actively thwart other members' responses. The possibility is seen as remote, but interviews with senior officers and defence officials from several NATO countries reveal for the first time how seriously they take the risk. Some European armed forces are making secret plans to fight not just without America's help, but without much of NATO's command and control infrastructure. The Greenland crisis was a wake-up call, says a Swedish defence official. We realised we need a plan B. None of the officials interviewed would speak on the record, because of concerns that doing so could accelerate America's departure. Mark Rutte, NATO's Secretary-General, has literally banned talking about it because he believes it can add fuel to the fire, says one insider. When Matti Peso of the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, or FIA, co-authored a paper last year arguing for a Plan B, Finnish officials denied one would be considered. But the urgency of the threat has led several countries to start thinking about how and under whose command Europe would fight if NATO were to malfunction, as one official put it. What chain of command can you use if America is blocking NATO? Asks another defence official. The question cuts to the core of the alliance's success. Most military coalitions look like a primary school music practice. Each country turns up, bangs its drum roughly in time with the others, and leaves. NATO, by contrast, was set up as a symphony orchestra, controlled by a single conductor, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, or SACEUR, an American general, who also commands America's forces in Europe. To conduct this orchestra, SACEUR has secure communications links to a network of permanent subordinate headquarters, staffed with thousands of personnel, ready to respond the moment a war starts. US leadership is the glue that holds the alliance together, says Luis Simon, the director of the Centre for Security, Diplomacy and Strategy at the Free University of Brussels. Without them, we would see a fragmentation, probably, of the deterrence ecosystem. Thus, a Plan B requires more than acquiring weapons. It means creating a structure under which Europeans would fight. The core, at least in Northern Europe, would probably be a coalition of Baltic and Nordic countries plus Poland. These countries mostly share common values and all fear Russia. Several of NATO's bigger European members, such as Britain, France and Germany, have tripwire forces in the Baltics and are thus very likely to be drawn into any conflict. Perhaps 1/3 of NATO members would fight on day one, irrespective of whether Article 5 is triggered, says Edward Arnold of RUSI, a think tank in London. No one would be waiting for the Portuguese to turn up at the North Atlantic Council, NATO's highest decision-making body, to debate, he says. One often-mentioned alternative command structure is a British-led coalition of 10 mostly Baltic and Nordic countries known as the Joint Expeditionary Force, or JEF, with a headquarters near London. Established by Britain and 6 other NATO members in 2014, the JEF was originally seen as a complement to the larger body that could provide high readiness forces on short notice for circumstances that did not meet the Article 5 threshold. Its remit expanded when Sweden and Finland joined the coalition in 2017, several years before they applied for membership in NATO. It is now seen as a way to sidestep one of NATO's weaknesses. Any member can block the triggering of Article 5, which requires a unanimous decision. The JEF, as its then commander, British Major General Jim Morris, said in 2023, can react to situations on a non-consensus basis. It has already been activated several times for exercises and naval patrols. The JEF is the most established of the alternatives, says Mr. Arnold. Its headquarters already has capabilities in intelligence, planning and logistics, he notes. It has its own secure communications networks that, although limited, do not rely on NATO. Britain's membership offers a degree of nuclear deterrence. Yet the JEF focuses primarily on the Nordic and Baltic regions. It lacks major powers such as France, Germany and Poland. Some officials are anxious about Britain's defence preparedness. Underfunding has left it with few ships, submarines and army units ready to deploy at short notice. England is everyone's favourite uncle, says one official, but it is suffering from Downton Abbey syndrome. It keeps up the pretence, but it doesn't have the funds. Such problems might be mitigated if the group brought in Germany, which is enormously increasing its defence budget. For all its drawbacks, the JEF seems the best solution if European members are unable to take over the existing NATO framework. But Europe will find some form of defence framework to replace the Americans. A deterrent, based on someone who may not show up, is no deterrent at all.
Europe.
Bulgaria and Romania. The wild southeast. Corruption and inflation are boosting Eurosceptic populists.
When Peter Magyar beat Viktor Orban in Hungary's election in April, most European leaders were relieved. For the first time in years, there are no Russians in the room, joked Donald Tusk, Poland's Prime Minister, at a European Union summit that month. Look to the southeast, however, and they have less to cheer. On May 8th, Rumen Radev, a Russia-friendly populist, was sworn in as Bulgaria's Prime Minister after winning an election in late April. On May 5th, Romania's Liberal Prime Minister had been forced out in a no-confidence motion that was backed by both the centre-left and a rising nationalist right party. Might Bulgaria and Romania replace Hungary as the EU's awkward squad? Economic malaise plagues both countries. Last year, prices rose by 3.5% in Bulgaria and 6.8% in Romania, above the EU average of 2.5%. Growth is strong in Bulgaria, but Romania's GDP was 1.7% lower in the first quarter than in the same period last year. This pushes voters towards populists. Mr. Radev, a former Air Force commander, had served since 2017 as president, a mostly ceremonial role. He campaigned for Prime Minister on an anti-graft platform, vowing to dismantle Bulgaria's oligarchic model of governance and restore judicial independence. He linked the country's corruption, among the worst in the EU, according to Transparency International, a Berlin-based monitor, to its income inequality, the highest in the bloc. After 8 elections in 5 years, Bulgarians were looking to break the gridlock. Mr. Radev's Progressive Bulgaria party won nearly 45% of the vote, crushing the corrupt parties of power and established anti-corruption outfits alike. He will be the first Prime Minister in decades with an outright majority in Parliament. Fatigue stemming from the lack of a single party offering a clear alternative played a role, says Daniel Smilov of the Centre for Liberal Strategies, a Bulgarian think tank. The new government quickly demonstrated its populist bona fides. On May 11th, it proposed fair price benchmarks for consumer goods, forcing retailers to justify price increases or face fines. Economic populism runs through Mr. Radev's approach to Russia as well. The Prime Minister claims that sanctions harm the economies of Russia and the EU, and wants to increase imports of Russian fossil fuels, which the bloc wants to end by 2027. Europe, he argues, should stop selling arms to Ukraine and push for a quick peace deal. Dmitry Peskov, the Kremlin's press secretary, said he was impressed. Romania's centrists are on the back foot too. A year ago, Nicoșor Dan, a liberal anti-corruption campaigner, beat George Simion of the Nationalist Alliance for the Union of Romanians, or AUR, in a presidential election. But the government he appointed lacked strong support in Parliament. For months it fought to cut Romania's budget deficit, the largest in the EU. After it passed a slimmed-down budget, the centre-left Social Democratic Party, or PSD, left the coalition and teamed up with the AUR to bring down the government. The Social Democrats' patronage system has long channelled funds to local officials who drum up support for their party. They and the AUR now present themselves as austerity's opponents. The so-called pro-Europeans have delivered nothing but taxes, war and poverty, crowed Mr. Simion after the no-confidence vote. His party is Romania's most popular, with support at 33% in polls, 10 points ahead of the PSD. Should the EU worry about a new Orban-style sub-bloc? Mr. Simion has little love for Russia, but opposes aid to Ukraine, which he claims mistreats its ethnic Romanians. Should he win power, he could upend plans for Ukraine to build drones in Romania and disrupt the country's role in training Ukrainian fighter pilots. But a snap election that could allow Mr. Simion to form a government is unlikely. Mr. Dan says he wants a new coalition instead, perhaps led by a technocratic prime minister. Mr. Radev, too, may prove less troublesome than his words suggest. Bulgarian defence firms have boomed since the start of the war, selling Soviet-style munitions to Ukraine. Rheinmetall, a German arms maker, is planning a €1 billion, that's $1.2 billion, shell factory in Bulgaria, financed partly by an EU scheme. Mr. Radev will hardly want to stifle the defence industry with an arms embargo on Ukraine. Bulgaria sees EU countries as its natural family, but reserves the right to maintain its own positions, says Ivo Hristov, a deputy prime minister. On corruption, Mr. Radev talks a good game. He has pledged quick reforms of the country's judicial system and dismissed the deputy head of the National Security Agency for alleged political meddling. He also plans a parliamentary anti-corruption commission. But fighting corruption is a long-term institutional commitment. One election victory may not change much. Perhaps most worrying for Europeans in these days of transatlantic tension is
Europe.
Real Madrid. Pitch battle. Europe's most powerful football boss faces a challenge.
Even Real Madrid's many detractors would concede that under Florentino Perez, its president for most of the past 25 years, it has been the world's dominant football club. In that period, it won each of the European Champions League, the World Club Championship, and the Spanish League 7 times. Its latest revenues of €1.2 billion, that's $1.4 billion, are 10 times higher than in 2000. But the team has become dysfunctional, with no grand trophy for 2 years. This month, 2 players quarrelled twice during training and were each fined €500,000. A recent spineless surrender to Barcelona gifted their arch-rivals the league title, and fans have taken to booing Kylian Mbappe, the team's highest-paid player. Mr. Perez, a 79-year-old construction magnate, has faced other setbacks. His plan for a European league was squashed. An expansion of the Bernabeu Stadium, originally budgeted at €575 million, has cost €1.3 billion and counting. On May 11th, Mr. Perez suddenly called his first press conference in more than 10 years. He gave a rambling and paranoid performance, attacking the press, referees, and a campaign in the shadows against him. Only 16 months into a 4-year term, he announced a fresh election for the presidency. Real Madrid is a member-owned non-profit organisation. Mr. Perez doesn't derive any direct financial benefit from it, but the prestige and other indirect benefits are huge. The club is one of Spain's most important institutions. The presidential box at Real Madrid is one of the most coveted places to be, says a Spanish banker. It's a good conduit for business. Previously unopposed, Mr. Perez faces a rival in Enrique Riquelme, who owns an energy business. He is linked to Ignacio Galán, also an energy firm chairman and an old foe of Mr. Perez. Under rules set by Mr. Perez, challengers must present by May 23rd a slate of directors and bank guarantees equal to 15% of club expenses. Mr. Riquelme says he has the money, but complains about the timing. The club's future may thus be in the hands of its 100,000-odd members. Membership is cheap at €179
Europe.
Digital sovereignty. Bite break. Europe is trying to escape the lock-in of America's tech giants.
A look at Europeans' software budgets shows why they are worried about dependence on America. Germany's federal government pays almost €500 million a year in license fees to Microsoft, an American software firm. A rough calculation by a French business association finds that large French companies buy more than $50 billion in software and cloud services annually from Uncle Sam's tech giants. Eurozone imports of intellectual property services from America have ballooned to $200 billion a year and counting. That is not surprising. Cloud and artificial intelligence services could prove more transformative than online shopping, social media, or internet search. And the four biggest American cloud and AI firms, Amazon, Google, Meta, and Microsoft, are miles ahead of Europe. German politicians crow about a new €1 billion, that's $1.16 billion data center near Munich. America's Big Four invested over 350 times that in 2025 alone. Of almost 100 notable AI models released in the past year, according to Epoch AI, a research firm, only one was from the European Union. The grip of American tech is, if anything, growing tighter. Policymakers are keen to change that. On June 3rd, the EU will unveil a tech sovereignty package, including a Cloud and AI Development Act. In April, France announced it was switching all government computers from Windows to Linux, an open-source operating system originally from Europe. Germany is likely to task domestic firms with setting up a cloud for administrative data, and its domestic intelligence service has opted for Argon OS, a French data analytics firm, over America's Palantir. Businesses are also diversifying. In 2022, most firms surveyed by Accenture, a consultancy, said they only considered American cloud providers. That share dropped to less than 20% in 2025. Europeans have three big worries. The first is that sensitive data and services may not be safe. America's Cloud Act gives its government the power to request data from tech firms, even when hosted by a subsidiary abroad. Some fear that America might wield tech as a geopolitical weapon in the form of a kill switch that can turn off services. That scenario is somewhat cartoonish, says an EU insider, but the dependence is real. Karim Khan, the chief prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, lost access to his email after being placed under sanctions by America. American tech giants and big cloud service providers known as hyperscalers respond to such fears with what they term sovereign offerings. Microsoft promises European users never to cut them off and to fight American data requests in court. Google has an air-gapped cloud with no connection to the public internet for clients with high security needs, including one of its newest customers, the German Armed Forces. But critics call such offers sovereign washing, as the firms are ultimately under American control. Europe needs a layered approach, argues Topi Manner, CEO of Elisa, a Finnish telecoms and cloud provider. The most sensitive data should be kept in Europe in highly secure data centers and the big hyperscalers for the less sensitive parts. A second worry is that American digital services spread harmful content and dominate markets to the detriment of European businesses and media. The rise of AI has intensified that concern as users turn to ChatGPT and its competitors for advice on everything from shopping to politics. Europe has countermeasures, but they are controversial and slow. The bloc's Digital Markets Act, or DMA, and Digital Services Act, or DSA, let it punish anti-competitive behaviour and force tech giants to change their services. In April alone, the European Commission sent preliminary warnings to Meta for breaching age restrictions and to Google, demanding that it grant third parties access to search data. Other investigations are underway. One concerns whether Google's and Microsoft's cloud services are governed by the DMA. If so, it could require them to unbundle their services. Such measures may create a bit more room for competitors, but are unlikely to make Europe much less dependent on America. Fear of alienating America and putting NATO at further risk looms. Mario Draghi, a former chairman of the European Central Bank, argued this month that the EU must become more assertive, but what is holding us back is security. The third reason for Europe's digital sovereignty drive is growth. Europe is losing the technological race against America and China, including in AI, which reaches into many sectors where Europe remains strong. Building domestic providers is seen as necessary to stay competitive. One question is whether users will be able to switch. Hyperscalers provide integrated services and the scale to make them efficient. That bundling of services then leads to lock-in effects, says Svea Vindver of D64, a digital progress association in Germany. Users cannot count on easily taking data with them. Quality and cost also matter. A survey of Danish firms which use clouds more than any others in Europe found that their top concerns after security and legal compliance were quality, ease of use, and price. That often argues for American providers. So does the fact that European firms' customers tend to use American tech too. For many industrial applications, says a European industrial executive, there are no capable alternatives to software as a service from American providers. Europe's challenge is one of industrial coordination and animal spirits, argues Georg Rikles of the European Policy Centre, a think tank in Brussels. There is demand for sovereign solutions, industry representatives say, but building an ecosystem from chips to data centres and services is hard. America's strong economic momentum makes it harder still. Anne Hidmer of ASML, the Dutch-based company that leads the world in the machines that make chips, but which sells only 1% of its machines in Europe, says Europeans start with their strong suit, innovative technical ideas. Then they see whether there is a market for them. In contrast, America starts from the end market and builds its ecosystem from there, she says. To get things moving, the EU wants to help build large data centres and strengthen the supply chain for chip making. The forthcoming package will probably include faster permitting procedures, some public funds to support investment, and procurement rules that prioritise European suppliers. The hope is that this will create demand both for chip design and manufacturing, and for cloud and AI services made in Europe. It is a tall order.
Europe.
Charlemagne. The long way back to Brussels. Re-entry may be the next drama to grip the European Union.
Picture the scene sometime in the 2030s. 36 leaders of the European Union's member states crowd around a gilded desk in some history-laden hall, perhaps in Versailles, Sarajevo or Rome. The Spanish Prime Minister signs a thick vellum document before passing the Mont Blanc pen to the German Chancellor, then the Ukrainian President. The mood is jovial as one by one signatures are affixed on the Treaty of Accession of the United Kingdom to the European Union, version 2.0. As the pen makes its way to the French president, she seems to waver for a second, perhaps recalling past tabloid headlines about bendy bananas and budget rebates. Finally, it is the turn of the British Prime Minister of the day. In one stroke, Brexit is reversed. The only member to have left the EU's embrace is now safely back inside. Amid the sound of champagne corks popping, few can make out the words of an elderly gentleman in the public gallery, one Nigel Farage, fulminating vaguely about the will of the people. Welcome back, Britain. The prodigal nation returns. What would once have seemed like a Remainer fever dream no longer feels so absurd. For the first time since the Brexit referendum of June 2016, the idea of asking to return to the fold is on Britain's political horizon. Granted, for now, the idea of re-entry is confined to Labour politicians, floating the notion to charm party members ahead of a possible challenge to Sir Keir Starmer. Several hope to become Prime Minister in his stead. Granted, too, that the Euro-bashers of Mr Farage's Reform UK party are far ahead in the polls. But rejoining the EU seems to resonate with many British voters, a majority of whom think leaving was a mistake. The notion is unlikely to go away soon, as more and more Westminster politicians declare they favour applying for re-entry. The EU may one day need to say what it thinks of the idea of Britain boomeranging back into the Union it left in a huff. The current state of Britain-EU relations offers nary a hint of what response might emanate from Brussels. Since the divorce was officialised in 2020, the two sides have haggled over relatively small fry, such as aligning rules on food safety and whatnot. That is the purview of mid-level Eurocrats. In contrast, a bid for re-entry would be taken up by the EU's national leaders in Paris, Berlin and beyond. Plenty would see the case for Britain to rejoin. Any union should welcome a G7 country with a seat on the UN Security Council, its own nuclear weapons and the continent's biggest capital markets hub. The same factors that are prompting some in Britain to discuss a return, a chaotic global order in which America and China vie for supremacy and leave middle powers scrambling for security, should also sway the EU towards re-entry. Across the Union, voters say they would welcome Britain back. Pas si vite, some diplomats might retort. Britain was always a half-hearted member of the EU. It insisted on opt-outs from some of the bloc's flagship measures, notably the euro and the Schengen passport-free travel area, not to mention demanding rebates on its contributions to the budget. Why bring the awkward squad back into a union they think has worked just fine without it? Since Britain's departure, the EU has pushed forward with federalising schemes that British Prime Ministers would no doubt have proudly kiboshed at Brussels summits. EU spending is now funded in part with money jointly borrowed by its 27 member states, surely a taboo in London. The Union has adopted French ideas on industrial policy and strategic autonomy, in part thanks to not having to worry about British vetoes. In theory, Britain's re-accession bid would be treated no differently from those of other countries, from Ukraine to Serbia, which have formally asked to join the EU. In practice, it would be both easier and harder. As a past member whose regulation has not much diverged from the acquis communautaire, the hundreds of tomes of EU rules that all prospective joiners must accept, Britain would jump through hoops faster than most. The tough bit, apart from dozens of national governments each wielding a veto over the final decision, is that some might insist Britain could join the EU only if it also agreed to adopt the euro and Schengen. This could serve as a test of how seriously the aspiring newcomer really wants to be part of the club this time. In practice, it would be easy enough for Britain to commit to join either one when the right conditions were met, only for said conditions never to be met. The budget rebate Britain once enjoyed would no doubt have to go, which might have happened anyway had it remained in the EU. The main reason for reluctance about re-entry on the EU side is a niggling doubt as to whether Britain can ever be counted on to stay in. To have a member leave the Union once may be regarded as a misfortune. For it to happen again would look like carelessness. In practice, says Charles Grant of the Centre for European Reform, a think tank in London, the EU would want to see broad agreement across party lines in Britain before discussing re-entry terms, so that tomorrow's ministers did not unpick a deal reached by today's. That might entail the Conservatives backing a return, far-fetched for now, or Mr Farage's political fortunes waning. Even then, patience would be in order. Britain's initial bid to join the EU in 1961 succeeded only after 12 years and despite 2 French vetoes.
Britain.
The Premier League. World champions. Many things in Britain aren't working. Football is.
Bus conductors in Nigeria are typically Chelsea fans. In Goma, a city under the control of a rebel group that opposes the Congolese state, lots of bootleg Newcastle United shirts are on sale. The Geordies have a striker, Yohan Wissa, who plays for the national team. Tiny villages alongside Lake Victoria in Kenya may have no electricity and barely any roads, but they do tend to have a pub, a shack with solar panels on the roof, a fridge to cool beer, and a small television with some way of receiving Premier League games. The fancy-free pub in Brooklyn overflows with Arsenal fans when there is a game. On May the 19th, Arsenal clinched the league title. The presidents of both Kenya and Rwanda took to social media to congratulate the team. In Botswana, the government had to debunk fake news about a bank holiday for Arsenal fans. The English Premier League is a global cultural powerhouse. It is broadcast to 191 of the UN's 193 member states. More than 700 million people may tune in to watch a single game between top teams. The American Super Bowl attracts just a third of that. According to Google's worldwide trends data, last year, more people searched for Manchester United than for Taylor Swift and the Harry Potter book series combined. In 2024, the year of an American presidential election and an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the Premier League was still a more popular search topic than Mr. Trump. In the past year, it has beaten the Bible. It seeps into language and politics too. When South Koreans talk of someone's Leeds days or golden age, they are using a football metaphor. In Sweden's parliament, a former finance minister recently used the word Spursy, messing up despite being well placed to succeed, to warn that Sweden should not perform like Tottenham Hotspur. In Ghana, an MP cruelly referred in 2022 to Harry Maguire of Manchester United, calling the vice president an economic Maguire, always scoring own goals. The Premier League is not the world's biggest sports league business. America's National Football League is far bigger, as are the major leagues for basketball and baseball. Unlike American franchises, where fans are richer and owners do not face the risk of relegation, Premier League clubs struggle to make money. Last year, only 4 of its 20 clubs turned a pre-tax profit. Many, like Abu Dhabi-owned Manchester City or Saudi-owned Newcastle United, are kept afloat by foreign investors who splash out for prestige rather than profits. More than half of Premier League clubs are now owned or part-owned by Americans, whose motives tend to be more straightforwardly financial. Nor are English teams the most successful. Spanish teams have won far more Champions League titles, the most prestigious European competition. But this year, English sides have reached the finals of all 3 major pan-European contests. Aston Villa won the Europa League on May the 20th. Crystal Palace compete for the Conference League title on May the 27th. Arsenal face Paris Saint-Germain on May the 30th in the Champions League. Strikingly, in revenue terms, the Premier League has in recent years comprehensively outperformed continental rivals, according to data compiled by Deloitte, a consultancy. EY, another consultancy, calculates that the league generates £10 billion. That's $13 billion a year in gross value added to the British economy. The Premier League is one bit of Britain that still rules the airwaves. This was not inevitable. The modern game was invented in England in the 19th century and exported all over the world. But by the 1980s, things were grim, violent and declining. English clubs were banned from European football for 5 years after Liverpool fans caused a crush that killed 39 people. Continental leagues, Italy's Serie A, Spain's La Liga, had more glamour and superstars. The English game cleaned up its act in the 1990s, banning drinking in the stands and clamping down on racism, and has been growing in popularity at home and abroad ever since. Stadiums, many new or revamped, are full every week. The passion of fans has proved infectious abroad. Manchester United alone has 362 official fan clubs across 94 countries. A member of the Chennai branch, Ratan Ganth, a 31-year-old working in digital media, watches every United game. When asked why, he refers to the team's managers from its glory days. for Sir Alex Ferguson, for Matt Busby. Even in cricket-mad India, at least 70 million people watched the Premier League in the 2023-24 season. Broadcast revenue is a proxy for following, says Kieran Maguire, a football finance expert at the University of Liverpool. And the Premier League generates twice as much from that source as La Liga, the Bundesliga, and Serie A. Three main forces explain this success: exports, imports, and competition. On the export front, the Premier League benefited from first-mover advantage. For the league's first 8 years from 1992, it made no profit on broadcast rights awarded to subscription channels globally and built up fan bases around the world. By the time other European leagues realised that there was a buoyant overseas market for live football, notes Mr. Maguire, the Premier League had established itself as a dominant player. About half of the Premier League's revenue comes from television rights, and the majority of TV revenue comes from foreign rights, according to data from Ampere Analytics, a research firm. The NFL, by comparison, gets 98% of its media rights revenue at home. Imports, not only of owners but of coaches and players too, are also key. Of the 20 clubs, 14 have foreign coaches, among them the league's most successful, Pep Guardiola at Manchester City and now Mikel Arteta at Arsenal. No English manager has ever won the Premier League. Some 75% of the league's minutes this season were racked up by foreign-born players, compared with 62% in Germany and 44% in Spain. In total, 128 countries have been represented in England's top flight, from Iceland to Togo and Suriname to Venezuela. In the Netherlands' last competitive game, 9 of the starting players played their club football in England. True, England's captain Harry Kane now scores his goals at Bayern Munich, a stunning 58 so far this season, and a potential successor, Jude Bellingham, plays for Real Madrid. But the foreign stars playing in England bring with them a big following of fans from their home countries. These players do not come cheap, which helps explain the club's precarious finances. The cash mostly goes into players' pockets in what a former Spurs chairman, Sir Alan Sugar, called the prune juice effect. In one end and out the other. Last season, clubs spent, on average, 65% of their revenue on wages. Outside the big 6 elite clubs, that rises to 76%. Competition, the third factor, also sets the Premier League apart. As with its rivals, a handful of the largest clubs tend to dominate, but less monotonously than elsewhere. The talent and the money are spread more evenly. Crucially, the Premier League has redistributed its TV riches more equitably than most others. Spain has long diverted the lion's share of cash to the biggest 2 or 3 clubs. In England, the pie is not just larger, but smaller clubs get a bigger chunk of it. Every team got more than £100 million in TV cash in 2024-25. Promoted clubs can now spend heavily. Sunderland, newly up, spent over £170 million, $230 million or 200 million euros, and is safely in mid-table. By contrast, in Spain, last year's promoted clubs, Elche, Levante and Real Oviedo, spent €17 million between them last summer, according to Transfermarkt, a football statistics website. Some of the fears about the knock-on effects of the Premier League's success have not materialised. England's extensive lower league football ecosystem has not been killed by the big money going to the 20 clubs at the top. What could go wrong? From time to time, the threat of a breakaway by top teams to form a European Super League has caused concern, only to fade again. Scandals over rule-breaking spending could damage the league's reputation. So could controversy over the sources of the money behind some of the club owners or sports betting sponsors, of the sort that forced Roman Abramovich, a Russian oligarch, to sell Chelsea in 2022. To mitigate those risks, the Labour government has established an independent football regulator, IFR. It is
Britain.
The lower divisions. Fever pitch. Why football attendance is booming outside the Premier League.
It is a cutting insult in certain parts of the world. "You're just a shit, Port Vale," chanted the Bristol City fans as they celebrated a 2-0 win on the final day of the Championship season on May 2nd. Their words and rude hand gestures were directed towards an away end of the stadium full of Stoke City supporters, whose local rivals Port Vale had just been relegated to League Two despite a fairy tale FA Cup run this season. There are 4 professional men's leagues in English football: the Premier League, the Championship, League One and League Two. The Premier League has the global glamour, but it accounts for only 41% of the more than 38 million professional matchday tickets sold every year in England. The lower divisions are where attendance is growing fastest. Over the past 10 years, attendance per Premier League game is up by 14%. In League One, as the third tier is confusingly known, it is up by 47%. The National League, the 5th tier of English football, home to a handful of semi-professional clubs, has seen a rise of 50%. In 2 of the last 3 seasons, the Championship, the 2nd tier, has been Europe's second best attended domestic football league, behind only the Premier League. Compared with the Premier League, where stadiums this season have been 97% full, the lower tiers have plenty of supply and are far cheaper. Your correspondence team, Tottenham Hotspur, charge an average of £76, $102 for a ticket in their swanky new stadium. For the privilege of buying one, you must first fork out £50 for club membership. A ticket to Bristol City costs £20 and requires no sign-up. It's not all a matter of economics, however. There's a lot in this world that's isolating, says Ant Banks of the Forever Bristol City podcast. Lower league grounds, throwbacks to a grassroots era of English football, are anything but. People are looking for their tribe, he says. After the game, Bristol City's manager, 78-year-old Roy Hodgson, joined his players in a gentle lap of honour around the pitch, applauding the fans for their support. Their team had finished comfortably in mid-table, and the joyous involvement of Mr. Hodgson, better known for his 4-year stint in charge of England's national side, reflects the enduring attraction and romance of the lower leagues. A lot has changed since Mr. Hodgson began his managerial career in 1976. One recent development, and a topic of endless debate among football commentators and connoisseurs,
Britain.
Manchester City. Playing by the rules? The legal case hanging over the Premier League.
In the otherwise sunny story of the Premier League, there is one big cloud. In 2023, Manchester City, one of England's most successful clubs, was charged with well over 100 breaches of the league's rules. Some of City's alleged transgressions, all resolutely denied by the club, relate to non-cooperation with league officials. Most deal with failures to accurately report the club's accounts, thus avoiding financial fair play regulations that could have curtailed the spending, over £1.9 billion, that's $2.5 billion, that took City from mediocrity to dominance. In the 14 seasons covered by the charges, Manchester City won 7 Premier League titles. To To adjudicate the case, the Premier League has employed an independent commission of 3 anonymous judges. The hearing took place behind closed doors in December 2024. A lengthy judgment is still being prepared. The long wait for a verdict has caused frustration and fuelled conspiracy theories among fans. Chief among them are unsubstantiated suggestions of diplomatic interference. Manchester City are owned by Sheikh Mansour, the Vice President and Deputy Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates. In recent years, Everton and Nottingham Forest have received points deductions of 6 and 4 points respectively for single breaches of the league's financial rules. If City were to be found guilty, Premier League rules mean they could face a fine, a points deduction, or even expulsion from the league. Given the sheer number of charges, the scale of any potential punishment would almost certainly invite an appeal and legal challenges from the club. If City are cleared,
Britain.
After the local elections. New Brum swept clean. A harbinger of Britain's political future, unfortunately.
Britain's second biggest city is strangely Italian. After the Second World War, its road system was remodelled not entirely wisely by Sir Herbert Manzoni, the son of a Milanese sculptor. Its canals are said to be lengthier than those in Venice. One of its greatest monuments, a gigantic clock tower often known as Old Joe, evokes Siena. Its most famous bit of civil engineering is Spaghetti Junction. Now Birmingham has Italian politics too. In 2022, voters handed the Labour Party a healthy majority on the City Council, with almost 2/3 of the seats. In local elections on May 7th, they gave no party as much as 1/4. Some electoral wards in Birmingham were so politically fragmented that the outcome of the election seemed almost random. One councillor was elected in Tyseley and Hay Mills after winning just 20% of votes. Fury at the local and national Labour Party brought Birmingham to this pass. In Northfield, 2 middle-aged white women, both named Karen, but not the Karen thing you see on Facebook, complain about shoplifters, shabby streets and the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. Their neighbourhood voted for Reform UK, a populist right-wing party. Nearer the centre, Ward End switched from Labour to an independent, Harris Khaliq. He says that people were livid about the disruption caused by HS2, a troubled railway line, and the sorry state of the local park. Birmingham lags behind economically. It is one of many cities outside South East England that ought to be doing much better given the size of their populations. But in a political sense, Birmingham might point to Britain's future. Of 136 English local councils that voted on May 7th, fully 64 now have no majority party, up from 41 beforehand. The mess in Birmingham is an extreme example of the mess everywhere. It was once a paragon. In 1890, Harper's, an American magazine, declared that Birmingham was the best-run city in the world. All the streets are kept uncommonly clean, it gushed. The city had a deep-seated spirit of what it called civicism, a broad and enlightened communal spirit. So powerful and far-sighted was Birmingham that it would soon build reservoirs 50 kilometres away in Wales to supply its water. The streets are no longer uncommonly clean. Birmingham City Council declared a financial crisis in 2023, owing partly to a wave of equal pay claims from female employees. An attempt to introduce a new IT system failed. Refuse workers have been on strike for more than a year. Residents have suffered steep tax increases. Nowhere has been as badly governed as Birmingham, says Roger Harmer, leader of the Liberal Democrats on the City Council. A persistently dysfunctional city government would harm not just Birmingham, but its neighbours too. Greater Manchester has turned itself around since the 1990s, largely through a heroic effort at coordination. The 10 councils of the metropolis speak to investors and Westminster with one voice. The urban West Midlands can hardly prosper if its biggest city is a gibbering wreck. Its mayor, Richard Parker, has pleaded for serious people. The Italian remedy for a fissiparous electorate is coalition government, but that will be difficult in Birmingham. Almost nobody is prepared to work with Reform, the largest party on the council. Labour is licking its wounds and is loath to join any coalition. Mathematically, a majority could be constructed by combining the Conservative, Green and Liberal Democrat councillors, along with a few independents. Unfortunately, a recent attempt to form such a coalition in Worcestershire was stymied by the National Conservative Party, which could not stand the sight of its members working with the populist left Greens. Birmingham has problems that are not strictly economic. It has long been a city of people who came from somewhere else, other parts of England, Ireland, the Caribbean, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa. Its neighbourhoods change quickly. The mostly white suburban fringes of the city are growing less so as ethnic minorities move out of the city centre. Some of the most Asian areas are becoming more Black, African and Caribbean. Overall, concluded Richard Harris of the University of Bristol in a study in 2024, Birmingham is growing less ethnically segregated. Some think this is fine, others do not. We've been overtook, mutters an elderly white woman who is waiting for a bus in Northfield. Asians, she adds. Many lampposts there are festooned with British and English flags. A benign symbol in many places and contexts, the national flags in Birmingham are often put up illicitly and have been defended by aggressive masked men. They seem like attempts to mark streets as belonging to natives or whites. Meanwhile, in some largely Asian neighbourhoods, local politics is not strictly local. In the early 2000s, the People's Justice Party, which campaigned on Kashmiri issues, won seats on the council. This year, some independent candidates were supported by a lawyer, Ahmed Yaqub, who has railed against the Labour Party's record on Gaza and has been filmed telling people that Zionists control everything.
Britain.
Labour's leadership contest. The phony War of the Roses. Labour's battle for ideas is mostly a skirmish over small differences.
Sir Keir Starmer is still Prime Minister, but the battle to succeed him is in full swing. Andy Burnham, the front-runner, has been popping up across northern England wearing bomber jackets and proselytising Manchesterism, his creed of localism and business-friendly socialism. Wes Streeting, the leading candidate from Labour's right, is stirring things up by stressing that he wants Britain to rejoin the European Union. That this puts Mr Burnham in a sticky position. He needs to win a by-election in Leave-voting Makerfield before he can stand in a leadership contest, is all part of the fun. Even Sir Keir is trying to show there is fight in the old dog yet. This week his government briefed that it wants supermarkets to cap food prices. This would ape a foolish policy north of the border, where the Scottish National Party, or SNP, says it will compulsorily cap the price of up to 50 essential foods in big supermarkets. But Labour's policy would be voluntary. It is vintage Sakir, seemingly radical but toothless, and reportedly already sinking. A battle of ideas is supposedly going on inside the Labour Party. PDFs are flying like bullets across the internet as wonks argue over Britain's future. But this war is really more of a skirmish. The rhetoric is outrunning the substance, the differences are smaller than they appear, and the debate ducks the most important questions. Both Labour's left and right start from the same diagnosis, bemoaning Britain's rentier economy, where wealth is extracted and the cost of living is too high for ordinary people. Mr. Burnham wants to put more things back under stronger public control, like energy, housing and water. He points to his success as mayor at bringing Greater Manchester's buses under public control, but not ownership. The left adds a dangerous desire to control prices. Mr. Burnham has previously called for rent controls. Angela Rayner, another contender, wants to raise Britain's minimum wage. The Labour Growth Group, a pro-business caucus of MPs, takes a different view. It's like the abundance liberalism ideas gaining ground with American Democrats. It wants to boost the supply of essential goods like housing and energy by abolishing the veto points in the planning system. Ironically, Manchester's success in recent decades owes more to this approach. From the 1990s, the city approved swathes of private development than to anything Mr. Burnham has espoused. Yet there is less clear ground between these camps than they let on. The left, too, pays lip service to planning reform. Mr. Burnham's public control need not mean nationalisation. Tighter regulation of essential industries could suffice. The Growth Group wants much the same, proposing public interest ownership tests and state involvement in divided dispersals. All rightly want greater fiscal devolution. The similarities are clearer on tax. Most Labour MPs want to tax work less and wealth more. Both Mr. Streeting and Louise Haigh, a power broker on the left, have previously called for higher capital gains tax. But the detailed proposals are less radical than they appear. Ms. Haigh has suggested that the rises should be accompanied by a system-wide overhaul, such as introducing tax-free allowances for inflation. Done well, this could boost growth. Neither Mr. Burnham nor Mr. Streeting has suggested an overright recurring tax on all wealth. Mr. Burnham's focus is on revamping Britain's mad property tax system, under which London mansions pay less than 2 beds in crumbling towns. On borrowing, it is generally believed that Labour's left would be more fiscally profligate. Ms. Haigh has advocated loosening the fiscal rules to enable more borrowing for investment. But the closer the left gets to power, the more scared of the bond market it becomes. On May 18th, Mr. Burnham ruled out any changes to the fiscal rules if he becomes Prime Minister. Labour's battle for ideas is notable, less for its vibrancy than for what it leaves untouched. Take public spending. More than other countries, Britain has struggled to bring this down since COVID-19. Spending is forecast to be 45% of GDP in 2026 to 2027, up from 39% before the pandemic. Worse, it is projected to balloon in the coming decades as ageing pushes up spending on healthcare and welfare. Reining this in is essential to Britain's long-term fiscal health. Yet no candidate wants to talk about the difficult choices, like welfare reform or less generous pensions, ahead. Then there is Europe. Mr. Streeting and Mr. Burnham have both said they want Britain to rejoin the EU one day. Ideas for improving ties this decade are scarcer. Mr. Streeting has vaguely called for a new special relationship. Mr Burnham has said he won't seek to rejoin if elected. He wants a relentless domestic focus. But the outside world won't just disappear. As protectionism grows, the lack of ideas for securing Britain's trading relationships looks remiss. The best example of Labour's holiday from reality is the lack of discussion about AI.
Britain.
Budget. Makerfield and the new politics of paradox. Hate Labour? Vote Labour.
If you vote reform in 3 weeks' time, said the Labour activist, Keir Starmer will still be Prime Minister. It was a threat. Eileen, a Reform UK voter from Winstanley in the constituency of Makerfield, was laying out her problems with the current Labour Prime Minister. The only way of removing him, said the Labour activist, was to vote for Andy Burnham, the Labour candidate, who intends to win the seat on June 18th and replace Sir Keir as Prime Minister soon after. I don't believe you, replied Eileen. Why would she? It is absurd. A Labour activist begging a Reform voter to back Labour to give Sir Keir the boot, pull the other one. Yet the by-election Makerfield, a collection of towns and suburbs in a former mining area just outside Wigan, is riddled with such oddities and contradictions. The battle for Makerfield has already had commentators reaching for The Road to Wigan Pier, George Orwell's journey into working-class life in the area in the 1930s. In fact, 1984 is a better guide to the current situation, where paradox and doublethink are the order of the day, and Labour offers a very strange pitch. Hate Labour, vote Labour. Politics in Makerfield is upside down and inside out. Words take on their opposite meaning. After the 2016 Brexit vote, one writer broke Britons into somewheres who were rooted and anywheres who were mobile elites. Candidates boast of local connections. Yet Makerfield is not really a place, in the words of Josh Simons, its former MP, who stepped down explicitly so Mr Burnham could challenge Sir Keir. It is a sprawling, awkward map born out of electoral convenience rather than geography. This current emblem of somewhere is nowhere in particular. Terms such as left behind have become contorted, and no more so than in Makerfield. Parts of it are bashed up, most of it is fine, some of it is flourishing. If Makerfield is left behind, so is the rest of Britain. In 2025, median weekly wages were £760, $1,028, or a fraction below the national figure. A child in Makerfield is no more likely to be in poverty than one picked at random from the rest of England. Their chances here are often better. Winstanley College, a local sixth form college, is one of the best in the country and sends as many students to Oxbridge as Dulwich College in South London, a public school that charges £32,000 a year. When Mr Burnham says Makerfield and its ilk have been long forgotten, he really means the opposite. They are impossible to ignore. In truth, British politics has catered to their supposed whims for a decade now. Their demands, whether departure from the European Union or drastic cuts to immigration, overseen by the tail end of the last government and by this one, have been met. No matter. In the apogee of post-Brexit politics, a collection of northern towns will alone decide the fate of the government. If Mr. Burnham wins, the King of the North expects a coronation in Westminster. If he loses, Labour endures its own version of the anarchy, the long-forgotten decide which path he takes. And why not? It is, after all, a Labour heartland. The area has returned Labour MPs since 1906, when the party first emerged. Except the term heartland has inverted. Often it is a place where no one votes for you anymore. The Tory heartland of Oxfordshire now votes Lib Dem. The Labour heartlands of the North West and North East voted in reams of Reform councillors in the local elections on May 7th. Labour is in danger in Makerfield, but it is in danger everywhere, from Anywhere Town to Somewhereville. Yet Makerfield matters more, if only in the heads of Labour MPs. Today, geopolitical realities come second to Makerfield. Mr. Burnham, who was once rather bombastic about rejoining the EU, now dismisses the idea of rejoining any time soon in order to pander to these voters. Yet believe the polls and Makerfield, a heartland of the Leave vote, where 2/3 voted out, would vote to stay in the EU if the vote was rerun. 10 years is a long time, and demography, Leave voters were overwhelmingly older, is a powerful thing. Politicians have grown used to the old labels. A place that was once Leave is Leave forever. Opinion and actuarial tables be damned. Maybe the voters of Makerfield are actually being ignored this time. Perhaps the most fateful figures in the politics of paradox are non-voters who vote. They are electoral dark matter, weighing heavily on British politics, shaping it invisibly. When they do emerge, as they did in 2016, they can mould it for a generation. At the local elections this month in the area, they turned up. Hundreds of people on estates who usually never bother turfed out long-standing Labour councillors and ushered in Reform ones. Of the 25 seats up for election on Wigan Council, Reform won 24. Whether they swell booths again in June will determine the next occupant of Downing Street. That depends on what they make of Mr. Burnham. Who better than he to rule the politics of paradox? He personifies it. A man who decries 40 years of misrule was in government, whether as a bag carrier or high-flying minister, for a good chunk of it. The lifelong politician is now an outsider, having spent the past decade as the Mayor of Greater Manchester. A man firmly embedded in the establishment will become the tribune of people who want to smash it. If voters are willing to embrace paradox, they are willing to
International.
Education. No place like home. In the wake of the pandemic, more parents are homeschooling their children.
A couple of months after 2 children attacked Enna Pink's son with sticks at kindergarten, he began pleading with her to stay at home. I didn't want to force him to go, says Miss Pink. She and her husband, who both worked at a startup, thought homeschooling would be a better fit for their son, who is hypersensitive. But it is illegal in Germany where they lived. So they moved to Costa Rica, where homeschooling is illegal for locals, but there is little oversight for digital nomads. Now her children 7 and 4 do not follow lesson plans. Instead, they learn by playing outside, joining other children in local activities and travelling around the world. She thinks all this fosters curiosity and confidence. We feel that what our society needs in the future is not what the school system can offer, she says. Homeschooling has long been associated with oddball parents, awkward children and shaky pedagogy. But it is growing swiftly. Numbers were rising before the pandemic. They have since surged in countries like Britain, Australia and Canada. In America, 3.2 million children, or 6% of the school-age population, were homeschooled in 2024, more than double the number in 2019. As homeschooling has grown, the families who take it up have changed as well. Take America, where homeschooling, once a fad on the countercultural left in the 1970s, was by the 1980s driven by conservatives who decried schools as satanic hothouses. It is still associated with white evangelical Christians. But nowadays, homeschooling parents in America look broadly similar to the rest of the population, says Angela Watson, head of homeschooling research at Johns Hopkins University. In fact, she says, homeschooling is rising quickest among families of colour, many of whom worry about discrimination and culturally insensitive curriculums. For perhaps similar reasons, in the Census Bureau's Household Pulse Survey in 2022 to 2023, a higher percentage of homeschool parents identified as LGBT than did public or private school parents. Ms. Watson notes that most families mix types of education. Around half of homeschooled children in America are taught that way only for 1 to 3 years. The reasons for homeschooling are changing too. Parents now are more likely to say their primary concern is their child's physical and psychological safety. Since my eldest was born, the world has gone a little bit crazy, says Rebecca Hardman, a British mother. She and her husband planned to send their young son to school when the pandemic lockdown ended, but they began to see homeschooling as a long-term alternative. Children at school seemed more exposed to pressure from peers and the corrosive influence of social media. All this stuff has changed so rapidly that every moment that I thought, oh, maybe it's time, I'd just be like, God, actually, what would he be learning? Parents also worry about the rat race. The UN's World Health Organization, in a survey of 280,000 young people across 44 countries, found that the share of 15-year-old girls who felt pressured at school had risen from 54% to 63% between 2018 and 2022. That is a particular worry for children who have learning difficulties, are autistic, or suffer from poor mental health. 1 in 6 of the 126,000 children educated at home during the autumn term in England last year cited mental health as the main cause. Traditional education is rigid, unwelcoming, stressful, bureaucratic and plainly unbearable, says Hannah Leapy, a parent in Slovenia. She homeschooled her children before regulations were tightened in 2024 and is considering a move abroad so she can continue to do so. Because of the focus on academic assessment, she says families are burned out. Other parents simply think they can offer better teaching. Many see national curriculums as behind the times on everything from race to artificial intelligence, or as too hidebound for a fast-changing world. Izzy Butson, who hosts a popular homeschooling podcast, began homeschooling in New Zealand after 20 years working in software companies and startups. He spurns traditional subjects if his children do not enjoy them. Our eldest is a storyteller. He's a writer and a reader and an illustrator, and he's always been into that. So it's absolutely crazy to think we would ever sit down and teach him maths. It would just seem completely pointless. Instead, he uses online tutorials to teach topics like coding, which he thinks are more useful. School children have been trained in a totally different model for a totally different world, he says. Rejecting schools worries many. Some studies conducted by homeschooling advocates find that homeschooled children outperform their peers. But the practice looks worse in some other studies which take family background into account. In 2025, Cardus, a Canadian think tank, published research which factored in childhood poverty, whether the respondent grew up with both biological parents and whether they were in a religious household. The paper by Ms. Watson and Albert Chung of the University of Arkansas found that American adults who had been homeschooled were less likely to work full-time or have a household income above the median wage. A 2014 study using data from America's National Survey on Drug Use and Health found that homeschoolers aged 12 and up were 2 to 3 times more likely to report being behind their grade level. And in 2020, a meta-analysis by Robert Kunzman and Milton Gaither found that homeschoolers tended to perform well on verbal tests, but fall behind on mathematics. Studies of mental health and social integration also paint a mixed picture. Much of the data is collected through self-reporting, and most homeschooling families are inclined to say they are well socialised, but the duration of homeschooling seems to matter a lot. The Cardus report found that pupils taught at home for 8 years or more reported the highest levels of optimism and close social bonds, but those taught that way for 1 to 2 years reported the highest levels of anxiety, and those who were homeschooled for 3 to 7 years had the fewest close social bonds and lowest life satisfaction. One aspect that is difficult to measure is the degree to which children may be isolated and vulnerable to mistreatment at home. This is a focus for advocates for more homeschooling regulation, like the Coalition for Responsible Home Education, an American outfit where many staff were homeschooled themselves. There is no peer-reviewed evidence linking homeschooling to higher rates of abuse or neglect, but globally teachers are the most frequent reporters of cases to Child Protection Services, so reduced contact between pupils and school staff may enable mistreatment to go unnoticed. Some experts worry further that children may be removed from school by abusive parents on the pretext of homeschooling. In 2024, a study by England's Child Safeguarding Practice Review panel found that homeschooled children were less visible to safeguarding agencies, though it also stated that most children educated at home have happy and safe lives. Many countries have extremely strict home education regulations. School attendance is compulsory in places such as China, Germany, Greece, the Netherlands, Spain and Turkey. Exemptions are rare. In some other countries, including South Korea and Singapore, it is subject to tight restrictions. This year, Britain passed the Children's Wellbeing and Schools Act, which sets up a national register of children who are not in school and provides more local oversight of homeschooling. Previously, parents were required simply to ensure their children receive a full-time education suitable to their age. And in 2021, after a spate of terror attacks, France passed a law restricting homeschooling to exceptional circumstances in a bid to combat extremism and protect secular values. But in other countries, the rules are remarkably relaxed. America, the home of homeschooling, has seen waves of deregulation, in part thanks to decades of lobbying by the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, a conservative group that now operates around the world. In almost all American states, guardians can educate at home even if they have a conviction for violent or sexual crimes against children. In 42 states, there is no minimum qualification threshold for parental education. Only 8 American states require all homeschooled children to take academic assessments, and 27 have no homeschooling testing requirements at all. 11 states do not require families even to notify districts that they are going to homeschool. And some states now subsidize the homeschooling of children, allowing parents to spend taxpayer money on services such as tutoring. In extreme cases, the lack of regulatory oversight can enable pernicious ideology to spread unchecked. In 2023, a homeschooling network in Ohio that connected as many as 3,000 white supremacists over social media was exposed. Hitler's Mein Kampf was a cornerstone of its curriculum. Officials investigated the group but ultimately found that no laws had been broken, as the state's homeschooling laws do not regulate
International.
The Telegram. Israel the Lonely. Israel is not as isolated as its critics hope, but it is alienating some true friends.
Did you watch the Eurovision Song Contest last night? asked the barber in a Jerusalem backstreet, razor in hand. Confessing that he had unaccountably failed to tune in, your columnist knew why the question was asked. Protest politics intruded on this year's Eurovision, a contest cherished by fans for terrible songs, corny lyrics and bad taste costumes, after Israel made it to the finals. Citing Israel's iron-fisted military occupation of Gaza, 5 European countries boycotted the competition. Mingled boos and cheers greeted Israel's second-place finish. Israel's isolation isn't a frivolous matter. Increasingly, its scientists report unexplained refusals when international research grants come up for renewal. Parents worry about youngsters being ostracised if they enroll at foreign universities, especially after completing national service in the Israel Defense Forces, or IDF. Boycotts don't intimidate Israel, though. 5 days of interviews with serving and retired military officers, government officials and elected politicians reveal a country that still sees itself as fighting for survival in a dangerous neighbourhood. Such a nation can endure solitude. With a world-weary pride, an official quotes a Bible verse from the Book of Numbers, calling the Jews a people that dwells alone, not reckoned among the nations. Moreover, Israel is less alone than critics and enemies hope. Israel's image has taken a battering since the Gaza war killed over 70,000 Palestinians, mainly civilians, women and children. In Israel, global criticism is called unfair and dismissive of Israel's right to self-defense after the surprise attack by Hamas terrorists on October 7, 2023, which saw 1,200 people murdered, mostly civilians, women and children. Led by the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, many Israelis accuse critics of anti-Semitism. Israel can ignore bad faith attacks, defenders say, because relations with America have reached new heights under President Donald Trump. There's talk of unprecedented military cooperation with American and Israeli officers working shoulder to shoulder in Israeli operations rooms. Some predict that the country will become a fortress for American troops and hardware in the Middle East, long after the war with Iran. American officials call their collaboration with Israel a model for working with partners such as Japan in a conflict with China over Taiwan, this columnist heard. Israel's defenders make an angrier claim too. Many governments condemned Israel for using disproportionate violence in Gaza and for tolerating violent attacks by Jewish settlers in the West Bank. This year, several have deplored what they call indiscriminate Israeli airstrikes on Lebanon, aimed at Hezbollah, the Iran-backed Shia militia. Foreign leaders have rebuked America and Israel for launching an ill-judged war against Iran. But some finger-wagging governments, notably in Europe and the Gulf, take a different line in private, it's said. They admire Israel's toughness and ask to share its intelligence and buy its defence kit. Israel's closest Arab partner, the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, has crossed the Rubicon and made an irreversible decision to align with Israel, whose air defence systems are now shielding the UAE from attacks by Iran. Jordan is called a close partner, as is India, whose Prime Minister Narendra Modi made public his country's deep ties to Israel when he visited the country in 2017. For all its criticisms of Mr. Netanyahu, Europe remains Israel's largest trade partner. Led by Germany, there are vast two-way flows of air defence systems, submarines and the like. Greece and Italy dream of being connected to energy pipelines running through the Holy Land. Israel, then, is not all alone. Yet shared interests aren't the same as trust or admiration. As a result, some high-ranking Israelis say their country is dangerously lonely. Many ordinary Israelis revere Mr. Trump as their country's stalwart friend. Members of the security establishment are less confident, expressing fears that Israel dazzled Mr. Trump with plans to kill Iran's supreme leader and top aides in one strike. That primed Mr. Trump to expect a swift regime change. Instead, Iran remains defiant. On May 18th, Mr. Trump halted planned strikes following pleas from Arab rulers. Mr. Trump's vanity won't let him admit that he was led into an unwinnable war, says a source. But senior figures worry that many elected Democrats and Republicans will blame Israel for dragging America into disaster. They know America cares more about opening the Strait of Hormuz than Israel does. They dread a skittish Mr. Trump making a deal that fails to end Iran's nuclear program, Israel's priority. Israel used to enjoy bipartisan support in America. Now, many Democrats are sharply critical, and young Republicans are increasingly hostile. Some in Israel argue that foreign relations will reset if elections this autumn end Mr. Netanyahu's long reign. Others see a need for larger changes. Ami Ayalon is a former naval commando, head of Israel's Navy, director of Shin Bet, its security service, and government minister for the Labour Party. Leaders can't safely ignore public opinion, he counsels. Egypt's president and Jordan's king may wish to preserve ties with Israel, but if Israel can't offer Palestinians a state of their own, we won't be able to preserve peace with Egypt and Jordan. The old warrior compares terrorism to water rising from a spring rather than a target that can be bombed. Any child of 12 or 14 who sees his father killed
Business.
Artificial Intelligence, Part 1. Everything Engines. How AI super apps are remaking China's internet.
To have a coffee delivered to an office in Shanghai, simply ask one of China's artificial intelligence super apps to choose a brew on your behalf, press confirm, and the beverage will be on its way. Delegating such important decisions brings risks, of course. When your correspondent asked one popular AI app to deliver a special coffee, he received a rose petal vinegar-flavoured one. Nevertheless, the pace with which such services are being adopted in China is remarkable. Already more than 600 million of its people are thought to have used some form of so-called agentic app. China is speeding towards a future in which AI chooses, purchases, and delivers many of the goods and services people consume, upending its digital economy in the process. Chinese netizens have so far lived through two distinct internet eras. From the early 2000s, most turned to Baidu, a search engine, as their window to the web. When Google was forced to exit the country at the end of the decade, Baidu in effect became a monopoly. But as it sought to monetize its service more aggressively, ad-driven recommendations took over, frustrating users. That brought a backlash against web-based search and, thanks to the spread of the smartphone, pushed China into a second internet era dominated by mobile super apps that combine functions such as shopping, entertainment, communication, and payments. One consequence is that China's biggest technology firms, including Alibaba, an e-commerce titan, ByteDance, an entertainment giant, and Tencent, a gaming and messaging colossus, possess sprawling portfolios of digital services and logistics networks that can be used to develop agentic offerings capable of performing a wide variety of tasks for users. Another consequence is that any of these companies could conceivably emerge as the leader of this new third era in China's internet. Already the competition is ferocious. On May 13th, Pony Ma, founder of Tencent, warned that a messy land grab for AI services was in the offing. On May 11th, Alibaba announced that it had fully integrated Quen, its chatbot, with Taobao, its shopping app. With a few simple commands, the AI can now procure all manner of products and services, including rose petal vinegar-flavoured coffee. ByteDance is preparing to release a similar integration between Doubao, its chatbot, and Douyin, its short video app, which also incorporates shopping. Tencent has been a dark horse in the race. Its investment in AI models started more slowly, but the company says that over the past 6 months, it has completely revamped how its AI team works. A new model, HY3, is in a testing phase and has performed well. Tencent is now slowly integrating this model with WeChat, its ubiquitous messaging and payments app. Millions of businesses have created mini-programs within WeChat and could be woven together with AI. For the tech giants, AI super apps may offer an attractive new source of growth at a time when consumer spending in China is anemic. Adjusted operating profit in Alibaba's Chinese e-commerce division was down by 40% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026. And although the firm's cloud business is booming as enterprises spend more on its AI infrastructure, that growth requires enormous capital investment, weighing on cash flows. In private, China's tech giants say that their AI super apps do not recommend products based on ad spending, but to make these profitable, they may eventually have to. Although ByteDance recently launched a paid tier for Doubao users, wishing to access certain features, most chatbots in China are free to use. In February, to coincide with the Lunar New Year, many tech giants offered generous promotions to encourage people to start using their agentic services. With competition so intense, it seems unlikely they will start charging for the services soon. The rationale for the tech giants may also be defensive. Some in the industry worry that the emergence of a device powered by AI with agentic capabilities embedded in its operating system could displace existing super apps. OpenAI, an American lab, is reportedly working on such a device. ByteDance tried this in December when it launched a smartphone with ZTE, a device maker, which came preloaded with an AI assistant. But despite an initial burst of enthusiasm, with around 30,000 of the devices produced, the project was a failure, in part because Alibaba and Tencent blocked it from using their payment platforms. That will not stop others from trying. In March, Xiaomi, a gadget maker that has expanded into electric vehicles or EVs, announced the release of new AI models that would be embedded in its smartphones and cars. Huawei, another tech giant that makes both smartphones and software systems for EVs, could also muscle in. Auto executives reckon that many young Chinese will access agentic services through voice discussions with their car. Xiaomi and Huawei already have hundreds of millions of users apiece. If Alibaba and Tencent were to try to hobble a push into agentic offerings by either company, local regulators might well intervene. As China's internet enters its next era, a bitter fight for dominance looms.
Business.
Artificial Intelligence, Part 2. Agents for the Masses. Is Google the new king of consumer AI?
The amphitheatre complex where Google holds its annual Software Developers Conference has a cheesy fairground feel. RVs are parked on site. Employees whiz in on the tech company's multicoloured bicycles. There are stands and sideshows everywhere. On stage, Sundar Pichai, its boss, tells a corny joke about Google's overworked chips, known as TPUs, doing teraflops into bed. The event is by no means as sleek as Apple's Developer Jamboree held in June, which tries to retain some of the minimalist chic of the late Steve Jobs. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, Google long ago upstaged the maker of the iPhone. Its models will power many of Apple's AI features going forward. It now looks as though it may steal the consumer AI crown from OpenAI, maker of ChatGPT, as well. On May 19th, Google unveiled a new lineup of AI agents, powered by its latest Gemini 3.5 Flash model. It included AI coders to rival those offered by OpenAI and Anthropic, but also agents designed to perform various tasks for regular folk going about their daily lives. Some will appear in the Gemini app, used by 900 million people every month. Others will be embedded directly in Google Search, used by more than 3 billion. The company is, in sum, bringing agents to the masses. As is common in Silicon Valley, the examples executives used on stage raised plenty of eyebrows. How often would someone need an AI agent to make a slide presentation for a bouncy castle party? Yet the tools unveiled also show promise. An agent called Gemini Spark will be able to do things such as scan emails or organize group trips even after a user has closed their laptop or put down their phone, while information agents in Google Search will be able to keep tabs on sports tournaments, shopping sales, or the stock market. All this looks particularly troubling for OpenAI, which has so far led in consumer AI. Shortly after Google launched its Gemini 3 family of models in November, Sam Altman, OpenAI's boss, issued a code red emergency to galvanize employees into speeding up improvements to ChatGPT. Since then, the focus at the lab has shifted towards its coding agent. But the release of Gemini 3.5 Flash, which Google says is 4 times faster than other frontier models, and the new suite of agents is likely to raise fresh questions about what OpenAI is doing with its flagship chatbot. Investors are certainly bullish on Google's prospects. The market value of Alphabet, its parent company, is now within a hair's breadth of $5 trillion, having passed $4 trillion only in January. Yet Google's success in AI is also creating problems. According to Mr. Pichai, the number of tokens, Silicon Valley's favoured measure of AI usage, consumed by its services has risen to 3.2 quadrillion a month, up from 480 trillion a year ago. Each token requires computing power and therefore money to generate, which is why Google's capital expenditure this year will be up to $129 billion, 6 times as much as 4 years ago. Moreover, that money does not go as far as it used to, because everything from chips to energy has become more expensive. Even for Google, there are limits to how much it can afford to spend. There are a few potential solutions. One is to lower the cost per token by making the technology more efficient, which Google will surely do. Another is to put limits on AI usage. Such restrictions were not announced at the event, but Gemini subscribers were alerted afterwards that they would apply, albeit with higher limits than for non-subscribers, according to Richard Windsor of Radio Free Mobile, a research firm. Usage caps may also encourage more people to pay for a subscription. A third solution is to lean more into ads. Google reckons that the greater detail in AI queries will appeal to marketers. Although it has not yet incorporated ads into its Gemini app, it has been interspersing them into the AI response.
Business.
Fashion. Logo for Coco. Chanel's creative revival is paying off.
Few figures have been as influential in shaping modern haute couture as Karl Lagerfeld, creative director of Chanel from 1983 until his death in 2019. His 36-year stint at the Maison brought not only fresh designs after years of creative stagnation, but also extravagant and occasionally bizarre fashion shows that wowed magazine editors and wealthy shoppers alike. His longtime deputy, Virginie Viard, proved an uninspired choice as his successor. Although sales rose by half during her 5-year tenure, that growth came largely through price hikes during the post-pandemic luxury boom. Fashion critics soured on the brand. Amid a wider downturn in the industry, sales at the world's second biggest luxury label fell by 4% in 2024, with operating profit down by 30%. Lately, however, Chanel has been regaining its shine. On May 19th, the private company, which is owned by brothers Alain and Gérard Vertemer, reported that its sales and operating profit were up by 2% and 5% respectively last year. In the first quarter of this year, Chanel for the first time topped a ranking of the hottest labels in fashion maintained by List, an e-commerce site. Two of its wares, a pair of square-toe pumps and a chunky handbag, numbered among the 10 most desirable products as measured by social media chatter. During the most recent Lunar New Year holiday in China, analysts at Bernstein, a broker, counted a 130% increase in foot traffic at Chanel's stores in luxury malls. Its shops in New York and London have experienced a similar upswell in visitors. For the change in Chanel's fortunes, the Vertemer brothers can thank Mathieu Blazy, who took over as the label's creative director in April last year. Fashion commentators have dubbed the rapturous response to his collections Blazy Mania. His success has served as a reminder that in the world of high-end fashion, creativity and clever marketing are as vital as ever. On April 28th, Mr. Blazy held his latest fashion show at the French seaside town of Biarritz, where he took house signatures such as tweed and lightened them up, sending semi-transparent suits and fringed skirts down the runway. Before the event, the company held lavish preview events for its very important clients, the high rollers, who account for an outsized share of total sales. It also made sure that new products, including some less expensive items, would enter stores quickly to make the most of the online buzz. Mr. Blazy has proven adept at refreshing the brand's image in order to attract new customers, without alienating existing clients by abandoning its hallmarks altogether. Meanwhile, lots of Chanel's competitors continue to struggle. Many had hoped that 2026 would be the year in which spending on luxury items returned to growth. But the war in Iran has dampened consumer sentiment, not least among big-spending shoppers in the Gulf. Sales in the fashion division of LVMH, the colossus that counts Louis Vuitton, the world's biggest luxury label, among its maisons, were down by 2% year-on-year in the first quarter. For Kering, which owns Gucci, they fell by 3%. The buzz around Mr. Blazy's new designs hasn't helped rivals. Chanel is vacuuming most of the consumer attention, says Luca Solca of Bernstein. Even Hermès, which had seemed immune to the luxury downturn, now looks to be under increasing pressure. Its sales in the first quarter of 2026 were up by 6% year-on-year, far slower than they had been growing. The brand has cultivated an air of exclusivity by limiting production of its coveted Birkin and Kelly bags, forcing shoppers to join lengthy waiting lists. But beyond the release of new colours each year, Hermès has not refreshed its core product range in decades. Now there are signs that demand may be waning. The resale price of Birkin and Kelly bags has been dropping. By contrast, demand for Chanel's bags has been booming on second-hand markets. In the week after Mr. Blazy's first show for the brand, searches on Vestiaire Collective, a resale platform for its signature flat bag, increased by 132%. Might Chanel have found its new Lagerfeld at last?
Business.
Hospitality. Striking a new chord. The strange fate of Hard Rock Cafe.
When the first Hard Rock Cafe opened in 1971 in London, the musical genre to which the restaurant chain pays tribute had just begun to hit the airwaves. Over the following decades, as the ranks of headbangers swelled, hundreds of the eateries were opened in cities around the world. Yet these days, a visit to one of the restaurants feels as passé as an aged rocker performing yet another farewell tour. Patrons are treated to long-forgotten hits and underwhelming fries. Several of the restaurants are now making losses, and some are closing. Last year, Chicago's Hard Rock Cafe shut its doors after nearly 40 years. In January, the branch in Manchester, opened in 2000, also closed, joining those in Paris, Sydney and elsewhere. What is more surprising is that so many remain open. Still today, there are Hard Rock cafes selling pricey burgers and branded T-shirts in more than 50 countries. Some are run by independent franchisees, but many are operated by the company behind the brand, Hard Rock International. Against all odds, it looks to be thriving. Back in 2007, Hard Rock International, which had fallen on tough times, was purchased for just under $1 billion by the Seminoles, a Native American tribe in Florida. They proceeded to build a hospitality empire across America and beyond that now encompasses 15 casinos and 36 hotels, which use the brand. Visitors can play blackjack at the company's casino in the Dominican Republic or sip cocktails at its resort in the Maldives. Such venues have become the real money spinners for Hard Rock International, with the ubiquitous restaurants serving as a way to keep the brand alive in the minds of consumers.
Business.
Star Wars. Yodanomics. Disney turned its flagship film franchise into TV fodder. Can it go back?
6 years after the twin suns last set on Tatooine, one of Hollywood's most valuable movie franchises is returning to cinemas. Star Wars has not had a theatrical outing since The Rise of Skywalker, which grossed $1.1 billion in 2019. With the release of The Mandalorian and Grogu on May 22nd, Disney will discover whether the brand has survived its long absence from the big screen. After acquiring Lucasfilm and the Star Wars brand from George Lucas for $4.1 billion in 2012, Disney cranked out 5 new movies in the 5 years to 2019, grossing nearly $6 billion at the worldwide box office. But then it abruptly put the cinema franchise in the deep freeze, like Darth Vader suspending Han Solo in carbonite. The long pause is partly the result of creative mistakes. The Rise of Skywalker had a plot that both irritated purists, the evil Emperor Palpatine, last seen plunging to his doom on board the Death Star in 1983, made a miraculous recovery for a final battle, and failed to tee up a sequel. Follow-ups were mooted, but directors and writers found Disney overprotective of its priceless intellectual property. Yet the lack of movies also reflected a deliberate strategic choice by Disney. Star Wars may have been absent from the theatres, but its production has gone into hyperspace on television. Starting with The Mandalorian in 2019, Disney has made 7 live-action Star Wars series, as well as various animated ones. The shows have recruited millions of subscribers to Disney+, helping the legacy entertainment giant survive the streaming wars. Nielsen, a data company, estimates that Americans watched 33 billion minutes of Star Wars content on TV last year, though for all Disney's recent efforts, the most viewed was the original film first released in 1977. With Grogu, Disney now faces the inverse challenge of turning a TV franchise into a spin-off movie. This presents several difficulties. Casual fans are struggling to keep up with the expanded Star Wars universe's many interwoven plot lines. A plethora of series has diluted the magic of the brand. And whereas America, where nearly half of households have Disney+, has fallen for The Mandalorian and his little green sidekick, other markets are less familiar with the material. Grogu is on track to make less in its opening weekend than Solo, a Star Wars story, another spin-off released in 2018 that was seen at the time as a bomb. The new film's reported budget of $165 million, modest by Star Wars standards, at least lowers the bar for financial success. But Disney's new boss, Josh D'Amaro, who took over from Bob Iger in March, will be watching its performance anxiously. A bigger-budget Star Wars movie, Starfighter, featuring A-lister Ryan Gosling, is due out next year.
Business.
The electricity business. Power move. A new mega deal shows how AI has turned utilities into hot property.
American utilities are enjoying a golden age of power demand, thanks to artificial intelligence, declared John Ketchum, boss of NextEra Energy last year. That is why on May 18th his company, already the world's largest listed utility, announced that it would acquire Dominion Energy, a smaller power provider based in Virginia, whose territory covers the largest data center cluster in the world. The mega deal, which values Dominion at $124 billion and the combined company at $420 billion, including debt, is the latest in the spate of supersized transactions that have been announced since Donald Trump returned to the White House in January last year. It demonstrates how AI has put the dull utilities sector at the heart of the world's hottest technology and brought a political firestorm. Perhaps no company has navigated America's power politics better than NextEra. Founded in 1925 as a local energy supplier in Florida, in the 21st century it reinvented itself as America's leading developer of wind and solar farms. More recently, with Mr. Trump railing against windmills, the company has rebalanced its efforts towards natural gas, nuclear power and battery storage. NextEra's all-of-the-above approach has helped it win business from AI companies desperate for energy. In October, it agreed to reopen a 615-megawatt nuclear plant in Iowa to power Google's data centers there. Soon after, it announced 2,500 megawatts worth of generation and storage contracts with Meta. Now it wants to go further. Since 2021, NextEra has increased its annual capital expenditure by more than half, spending $25 billion last year. The merger will allow it to make investments in Virginia that Dominion, which is weighed down by $50 billion in debt, has lacked the cash to fund. The combined firm could shell out more than $220 billion in capital expenditure between 2027 and 2030, reckons Fitch, a credit rating agency, a significant increase on their current spending. A tie-up with Dominion would be helpful for other reasons. Rating agencies want at least 70% of a utilities business to be in regulated electricity markets, which provide stable cash flows. But NextEra's unregulated business, under which most of its AI projects fall, has been growing at roughly double the rate of its regulated arm, and the company is now getting close to the 70% floor. If its credit rating were to be downgraded, the cost of its planned investment binge would soar. Nearly all of Dominion's business is regulated. The merger with Dominion is but the latest mega deal NextEra has pursued this century. It sought to combine with Entergy in 2000, Constellation Energy in 2005, Hawaiian Electric in 2014, and Duke Energy in 2020. Each time it was rebuffed by the company or scuppered by regulators. This time its target is amenable, but how regulators will respond is not yet clear. Although the Trump administration has blessed big mergers, NextEra and Dominion must also win over state regulators in Virginia and the Carolinas. Voters already blame the AI boom for raising their energy bills, nowhere more so than in Dominion's home territory of Virginia. The state's Democratic governor, Abigail Spanberger, harped on about making data center operators pay their own way during her campaign last year. Since the merger was announced, Democrats in Washington have begun talking about whether it will raise electricity prices. NextEra has been labouring to persuade them otherwise. In its press release, it promised that the deal would drive affordability thanks to economies of scale, and said that Dominion's customers would receive $2.25 billion worth of bill credits over the next 2 years following the completion of the transaction. NextEra's renewable energy bona fides, which might help Dominion bring a beleaguered offshore wind development to completion,
Business.
European trains. Crossing the tracks. Can an Italian company disrupt Germany's broken railway industry?
Luca Cordero di Montezemolo does not shy away from a challenge. The turbocharged Italian was Ferrari's chairman for more than 2 decades and led its racing car division to victory in 19 Formula One championships. He was also chairman of Fiat, Italy's biggest car maker, headed Confindustria, the Italian business lobby, and orchestrated Rome's bid for the 2024 Olympics. But his latest ambition might be the boldest yet of his career. He wants to overhaul Germany's crisis-ridden railway industry by bringing Italo, the Italian high-speed rail operator he co-founded, into the market. By 2028, Italo wants its new service to link 18 cities in Germany along 2 main routes, Munich-Cologne-Dortmund and Munich-Berlin-Hamburg. It plans to invest €3.6 billion, that's $4.2 billion in the venture, which will include the purchase of 30 high-speed trains from Siemens, a German engineering conglomerate, with the option to buy 14 more. Unlike the fiery red carriages it uses in Italy, those deployed in Germany will be a sensibly conservative blue. Colours aside, the vision is largely the same. We want to replicate in Germany what we did in Italy, Mr. Montezemolo tells The Economist. Ferrovie dello Stato, Italy's state-owned railway firm, fought tooth and nail to prevent Italo, founded in 2006, from disrupting its business. Nevertheless, Mr. Di Montezemolo and his co-founders prevailed in launching their service in 2012. Rail prices in Italy fell by some 40% over the following 7 years. Taking on Deutsche Bahn, however, may be an even bigger challenge. Admittedly, the state-owned German company has gone off the rails in recent years. We have a dilapidated rail network, broken switches, signal boxes dating back to imperial times, excessive bureaucracy, and an oversized administrative apparatus, said Evelyn Paller, its newish chief executive, in March. That is partly the result of decades of underinvestment. In 2004, Deutsche Bahn's annual budget for the building and modernization of Germany's rail network was cut from €4 billion a year to €1.5 billion. Last year, the government pumped a record €22 billion into the company to compensate for its past stinginess. But Ms. Paller reckons it will take around a decade to get the business back on track. Some argue that Germans should not be left waiting for Deutsche Bahn to pick up steam again, and that Italo should be given a chance to disrupt Europe's biggest railway market. Yet Mr. Di Montezemolo's plan depends on obtaining access to tracks, which is handled by DB Infrago, an arm of Deutsche Bahn. Although it is overseen by the Federal Network Agency, a regulator, to ensure it operates fairly, the tolls it charges rail operators are hefty, and it usually grants access on an annual rather than a multi-year basis. Mr. Di Montezemolo says that his company is prepared to pay €250 million a year for access to the tracks, but argues that it needs to be granted approval for several years in order to make its investment feasible. Christian Böttger, a transport expert at the University of Applied Sciences in Berlin, thinks that Italo's case is compelling, given the beneficial effect its entry had on the Italian market. But he doubts that it will get the necessary political backing for its project. Germany's rail network is already overburdened, he says. Italo's entry would also undermine Deutsche Bahn's high-speed rail service and could knock the wheels off its integrated business model, in which it makes money from lounges at train stations and the Bahn card, a loyalty programme. 10 years ago, the European Union adopted the Fourth Railway Package, which focused on opening domestic markets to competition.
Business.
Bartleby. Almost always look on the bright side of life. Are optimists good for organisations?
It pays to be an optimist. Upbeat types tend to be in better health. A meta-analysis by Alan Rosansky, a cardiologist, and his co-authors found that optimism was associated with a lower risk of cardiovascular events. They also tend to be resilient. Optimists are likely to see setbacks as temporary and attributable to external circumstances, whereas pessimists regard reverses as a verdict on their own enduring weaknesses. Optimists are more likely to rise up organisational ladders as well. In a recent paper, Nadine Kohayik of Munich Business School and her co-authors surveyed founders, bosses and employees in the Netherlands and found that entrepreneurs and managers are as upbeat as each other. Both are more optimistic than employees. Causality works both ways. Power itself is a source of optimism. It's easier to feel better about the future if you have an ability to shape it. One reason why bosses have a more positive attitude towards AI than workers is surely that they have more control over what will happen. But optimism also propels people onwards and upwards. Optimists are more likely than pessimists to be entrepreneurs. Low expectations of success and a decision to found a business tend not to go together. Daniel Kahneman, a Nobel Prize-winning psychologist, described delusional optimism as an engine of capitalism. Confidence, justified or not, is a big part of why people are chosen for bigger jobs within organizations. The standard psychological test for measuring how optimistic or pessimistic people are is a short questionnaire called the Revised Life Orientation Test, which features statements like, "If something can go wrong for me, it will." Would you follow someone who strongly believes that they are cursed? Optimism can plainly go too far. In an influential paper published in 2007, Manju Puri and David Robinson of Duke University used the gap between individuals' own longevity expectations and actuarial assumptions as a proxy for people's level of optimism. They found that extreme optimists were more likely to smoke than moderate optimists and to keep a great share of their personal wealth in illiquid assets. Within organizations too, excessive optimism often causes trouble. Unrealistic starting expectations make it more likely that projects will miss budgets and deadlines, for instance. Optimism also makes it less likely that failing projects will be canned. Decision makers have a habit of assuming better outcomes than originally planned to justify ploughing on. A lot depends on the context. What could possibly go wrong sounds much more worrying on the lips of a pilot than a podcaster. A study by Damiano Filippo of the University of Calabria and his co-authors quantified optimism at American banks by looking at how much money they set aside to cover future loan losses. Optimism prevailed among bankers in the run-up to the 2007-09 financial crisis. Then, suddenly, it didn't. There are plenty of ideas on how to counter optimism bias. Processes can help. In a pre-mortem, for example, people deliberately imagine the failure of a proposed initiative and identify the most likely causes. Team composition also matters. A paper by Ulrike Malmendier of the University of California, Berkeley, and her co-authors found that over-optimism on the part of the CFO is more predictive than a cocksure CEO when it comes to a preference for debt over equity. But the paper found that overconfident CEOs tend to hire overconfident CFOs. If it's optimists all the way down, you have a problem. Yet it is also possible to lean too far in the other direction. In his new book, The Four Principles, Adrian Gore, founder of the Discovery Group, a big South African financial services firm, argues that ingrained pessimism is a widespread problem in business. People are conditioned to look for negative signals, reckons Mr. Gore. Explaining why things might go wrong is seen as more sophisticated than believing that things
Finance and economics.
Trump and the economy. Imagining America without the MAGA tax. We calculate the drag on growth from fitful presidential policymaking.
Since Donald Trump took office in January last year, America's economy has continued to be the envy of the world. In 2025, while Britain, France and Japan eked out annual GDP growth of around 1%, and Germany all but stood still, American output grew by 2.1%. In the past 15 months, American stock markets have broken record after record, and all this even as the president has unleashed seemingly anti-growth policies like mass deportations of migrant workers and chaotic trade wars. Observers who had predicted economic disaster are left scratching their heads. Perhaps, some now whisper, the policies are not as destructive as economists had assumed. Others wonder what might have been. For all its strength, America's economy could, on this interpretation, be doing even better. But how much better? Put another way, how big is the MAGA tax? One way to arrive at a figure is to imagine what America's economy would look like in this levy's absence. Mr. Trump inherited an economy that was growing strongly. It has since had 3 boosts, which The Economist has roughly quantified. First, the artificial intelligence boom. Capital expenditure by just 4 AI giants, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta and Microsoft, topped $350 billion in 2025 and should hit roughly $700 billion in 2026. The binge has unleashed a wave of spending on data centers, chips, cooling systems and software. In 2025, real investment in information processing equipment, software and data centers grew by more than 15%. In gross terms, this surge contributed nearly 1 percentage point to annualized GDP growth, accounting for about half of the economy's expansion. This figure, though, overstates AI's true contribution to growth. Roughly 2/3 of data center spending is on equipment, much of it imported from Asian manufacturers like South Korea and Taiwan. When American firms buy this, most of the economic activity occurs abroad. To estimate how much the spending contributes to American GDP, we subtracted the rise in imports of real equipment from the surge in AI investment. By our reckoning, around $50 billion of the AI investment boom in 2025 reflected additional domestic production, adding 0.2 percentage points to annualized GDP growth. The AI frenzy has also fueled America's stock market, the source of the second boost to growth. Between Mr. Trump's election and the end of 2025, the S&P 500 index of large American firms rocketed by 15% in real terms, unusually fast by historical standards. That added $5 trillion more to household wealth than would have accrued in a typical year. Americans tend to spend a small share of such windfalls. Still, using a conservative rule of thumb that each dollar of equity wealth raises spending by 2 cents in the first year, this probably raised consumption by $100 billion in 2025, or 0.5% of total consumer spending. Given shoppers' central role in America's economy, the wealth effect may have added 0.3 percentage points to growth. The third boost to America's economy has come from Mr. Trump's growth-promoting policies. His administration has eased corporate mergers, ordered federal agencies to cut red tape and loosened constraints on private credit. The tax-cutting bill passed in 2025 injected trillions of dollars worth of stimulus into the economy. It also probably improved the economy's rate of long-term growth by making pre-existing tax cuts permanent, restoring firms' ability to fully expense spending on research and development, and allowing them to depreciate assets more rapidly. All of this encourages investment. On average, the independent forecasts we reviewed, including those by the Congressional Budget Office, Tax Foundation, the Tax Policy Center and the Yale Budget Lab, estimated that the legislation would add 0.2 percentage points to GDP growth in its first year and 0.4 percentage points in 2026. Combine all 3 boosts and America's economy ought to be breaking the decibel meter. Before the presidential election, and before economists were able to size up Mr. Trump's ideas, the consensus forecast was for 2% growth in 2025. Adding in AI investment, soaring stock markets and tax cuts might have got America to 2.7%. That's more than half a percentage point faster than reported growth. Another way to calculate the MAGA tax is to try to capture its economic drag directly. Economists have done this for some of Mr. Trump's policies. According to the Peterson Institute, a think tank, his tariffs reduced real GDP growth by about 0.2 percentage points in 2025 by squeezing household purchasing power and compressing firms' profit margins. The Brookings Institution, another think tank, estimates that in 2025 the president's deportations and border shutdown turned net migration negative for the first time in at least half a century. This reduced labour supply and, since migrant workers spend money, consumer demand. All this may have slowed growth by 0.2 percentage points. Such figures are instructive, but they don't capture the full cost of uncertainty stemming from Mr. Trump's erratic policymaking. Tariffs are announced, delayed, revised, and revived. Immigration agents are deployed, recalled, and redeployed elsewhere. Wars are waged. An index of economic policy uncertainty developed by Scott Baker of Northwestern University and colleagues rose by over 100 points from before Mr. Trump's election to the end of 2025. Swings of that magnitude are typically followed by growth in business investment slowing by 5 to 10 percentage points as firms postpone capital spending and supply chain adjustments. Indeed, strip out the splurge on information processing gear and software, the categories most closely tied to AI, and the picture looks grim. Over the past 4 quarters, non-residential fixed investment, excluding AI-related categories, has contracted at an annualized rate of roughly 3%. It grew by over 5% per year during the previous decade. Investment in industrial and transport equipment has fallen by more than 2% over the past year. Manufacturing construction is down by 20%. In total, non-AI investment is running about $130 billion below its trend for the last decade. This capex recession is reducing GDP growth by 0.4 percentage points. Could AI itself explain the weakness? The contraction in non-AI investment is too large and broad to be down to firms merely reallocating capital from other sectors towards data centres. It spans oil and gas, car making and factory construction. Trade policy uncertainty probably played a large role. In a survey a year ago, the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta found that 45% of executives planned to cut capital spending owing to policy uncertainty. Another potential explanation, that strong demand and heavy government borrowing have pushed up interest rates and crowded out private investment, is also unpersuasive. Credit remains plentiful. Investment-grade corporate borrowing has seldom been so cheap compared with Treasury yields since the 1990s. It is therefore a good bet that presidential policymaking is to blame for sour sentiment. Together, the squeeze from tariffs on real incomes, reduced labour supply and capex-shy companies adds up to 0.8 percentage points. That's in line with the earlier figure we arrived at by comparison with a counterfactual American economy. Looking ahead, there's little sign of relief. Tariffs remain in flux, sustaining high uncertainty for businesses and households. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz have triggered an energy shock that'll further compress real incomes and corporate margins, dampening investment even more. A natural reaction to such figures is to despair at how much damage bad policies can cause. Another, though, is to marvel at the awesome power of America's economic engine. Despite everything Mr. Trump has put in its way, GDP may grow at an annualized rate of 4% in the current quarter, if you believe the latest real-time forecast by the Federal Reserve's Atlanta branch. Without the dead weight of the MAGA tax, in other words, America might be rocketing ahead with an annualized growth of nearly 5%. It has notched up such performance in just 9 quarters this century, and only 5 if you exclude the recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic. If only the president would let it, it could be doing so again.
Finance and economics.
Specialty insurance. Loss leaders. The underwriters on the hook for war in Iran.
The insurance industry exists to contemplate worst-case scenarios, but the events of the past 3 months have nevertheless been hard to take in. The Iran war has unleashed havoc in the Middle East. It has also presented two classes of specialty insurer, those offering protection against political violence and marine war, which covers ships in conflict zones, with their biggest shock in decades. The impact on those who insure against political violence has been most dramatic. Such policies protect businesses from terrorist attacks, sabotage, civil unrest, war, and other nasty events. Since Iran started firing missiles at its neighbours, local firms in the Gulf have scrambled to find coverage for exposed infrastructure and property. Their clamour and the higher risks they now face has transformed the market. Insuring some assets now costs 40 times the pre-war rate. Some of this is because previous prices were too low, says Fergus Critchley, head of terrorism and political violence at WTW, an insurance broker. A run of strong performance in the sector had brought in competition, pushing down underwriters' premiums. They had room to fall in turn because few foresaw a conflict on anything like the present scale. Claims are thought to run into the billions of dollars, with many stemming from attacks on energy infrastructure. For a niche industry that generates about $1.2 billion of annual income from premiums, the resulting losses may erase years' worth of revenue. Many insurance contracts also promise reimbursement for indirect losses, such as interruption of business. The Gulf is packed with offices belonging to multinationals, so such payouts will be steep. The market will tighten as a result. Contracts now being signed are dearer than in peacetime and offer narrower coverage. What if peace is declared? Mr. Critchley says that premiums would probably stay at their current expensive levels for at least 3 to 6 months. In part, this is because any news of a peace deal would meet significant scepticism. Even if a lasting one is struck, insurance would not be as cheap as before the war. Alexei Omelyanchuk of Fortune Guard, a firm that assesses conflict risks, points out that insurers who did not price in the risk of the present war are unlikely to make the same mistake twice. Whether war or peace prevails, political violence insurers may soon scale back. They typically negotiate their contracts with reinsurers to whom they offload some of their risk each year on January 1st. When this date rolls around in 2027, reinsurers may well reduce the coverage they offer and raise prices, just as insurers are doing already. Oliver Martin, head of political violence at Atrium, an underwriting syndicate, says that could deter insurers from signing bumper policies today, since they may not be able to reinsure them after next year's renegotiation. Prices have also risen sharply for insurance against marine war. For ships attempting to traverse the Strait of Hormuz, premiums for such protection are now often between 10 and 20 times the pre-war rate, according to WTW. So far, the losses sustained by marine war insurers are nowhere near as steep as in the political violence market. Stoller Hansen, boss of Skuld, one such insurer, says that even the total loss of a ship would not be a game-changer for the market. Oil tankers are not hugely expensive, often fetching between $80 million and $120 million apiece. For comparison, marine insurers collect premiums totaling around $40 billion per year. And few skippers, after all, have yet risked destruction by attempting to cross the strait. As a result, marine insurers may do well from the war, but the longer it lasts, the more uncertain their prospects become. Many policies have provisions for blocking and trapping. These trigger payouts after a vessel has been stranded for a set period, usually 6 or 12 months, after which it is deemed lost. Should Hormuz stay shut for long enough, such provisions might apply to 2,000 or so ships stuck behind it. After Russia invaded Ukraine, blocking and trapping clauses eventually led to hundreds of millions of dollars in insurance losses. And far more boats are now in the Gulf than ever were in the Black Sea, threatening much bigger payouts. Insurers are therefore eager for a program to help vessels safely escape. Some of the
Finance and economics.
Chinese industry. The pterodactyl's downdraft. Does China's manufacturing success leave space for anyone else?
Wild geese fly in orderly ranks, noted Akamatsu Kaname, a Japanese economist, when contemplating the progress of Japan's textile industry in the 1920s and 1930s. The bird's V-shaped formation has served as a popular analogy for how manufacturing spread in East Asia. As Japan prospered and its wages rose, labour-intensive industries migrated from the leader of the flock to followers like South Korea and Taiwan. Many expected China to provide such an updrift to poorer countries. Now they have doubts. Despite China's rising wages and sophistication, it still commands a historically unusual share of low-end manufacturing, according to a new paper by Soumitra Chatterjee of Johns Hopkins University and Arvind Subramanian of the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Even as the likes of Germany fret about China's entry into high-spec industries, poorer places wonder when it will vacate lower-end niches they want to fill. Manufactured goods are sometimes divided into 4 types: low, medium and high-tech, plus those based on natural resources, such as refined petroleum. Between 2010 and 2024, China's share of global exports rose in all 4 categories, according to a paper by Yu Fei and Guo Kai of the CF40 Institute, a Chinese think tank. Its manufacturing appears to be competing with all countries, they wrote. In some cases, China's share is even bigger than it appears from raw export figures. The country makes valuable parts for labour-intensive goods that may be stitched or bashed into final form elsewhere. China provides 64% of the value embodied in all the garments, textiles, leather and similar goods exported from 30 low- and middle-income countries, for which suitable data are available. This percentage is far higher than China's share of the working-age population for this income group. What explains China's failure to fly in an orderly rank? One factor is its sheer size. China added a demographic pterodactyl to the flying geese, noted Lant Pritchett, a development economist, in 2010. Another factor is the staggered nature of its development. Some parts of the country have become well-to-do, even as others remain relatively poor. Ms. Yu and Mr. Guo point out that China's 4 richest cities, with a combined population of 84 million, have a GDP per person that exceeds Japan's. Its poorest 4 provinces, population 140 million, meanwhile, are closer in income to Vietnam. China, they say, is equivalent to 0.7 Japan's, nearly 6 Malaysia's, 5 Mexico's, 4 Thailand's, and 1.4 Vietnam's. No wonder it competes with all of them. But there is more to it than that. Workers in those 5 countries cannot easily move between them. Chinese ones, on the other hand, are relatively free to migrate from its Vietnam equivalents to its Malaysia's and Japan's. Their ability to depart for higher wage provinces should raise pay in low-end industries, rendering them uncompetitive. China's policymakers once seemed resigned to this evolution. Now they seem determined to resist it. "We must continue to transform and upgrade traditional industries," said President Xi Jinping in 2023, "and avoid simply treating them as low-end industries to be abandoned." One way to offset wage costs is automation, robotics, and other technological innovations. So China increasingly strives to make low-end goods with high-tech methods. Wild geese fly in orderly ranks, but not if drones get in the way.
Finance and economics.
Housing in America. Home economics. What economists can learn from the world's biggest DIY store.
Home Depot is no ordinary retailer, but a barometer for America's housing market. Comparable sales at the world's biggest DIY chain fell sharply in 2007 before many on Wall Street cottoned on to the coming housing crash. More recently, its revenues surged along with the boom that followed the COVID-19 pandemic. Since then, Home Depot has again felt the strain. Though home prices have held up, the home buying frenzy subsequently ground to a halt. Annual transactions fell by 20% in 2022 and by 30% in 2023. Mortgage rates have fallen from their peak in 2023, but sales of existing homes over the past 2 years have been the lowest in 3 decades, according to the National Association of Realtors. Speaking in April, Richard McPhail, Home Depot's finance chief, put it plainly, "We have never seen housing activity this slow for this long." All this means fewer DIY projects. Favourable currency exchange rates boosted revenue growth in Home Depot's latest fiscal quarter, for which it released results on May 19th. But strip these out and annual sales in America have been falling or flat for 3 years. Customer transactions last year were 9% below a peak in 2021. Worse, there is little sign of improvement. Home Depot expects comparable sales to be unchanged in 2026, with a best-case scenario of 2%. Its share price has plunged by a quarter from a peak last year. Shoppers still snap up smaller items like gardening tools and paint, but they are not starting large projects such as kitchen and bathroom renovations because the housing market is gridlocked. Dearer mortgages are partly to blame. Homeowners with pandemic-era fixed rates of 3% or below are reluctant to sell and abandon them now that the average rate on a new 30-year mortgage has risen to nearly 6.5%. Such rates also put first-time buyers off. More than half of outstanding mortgages still had rates of 4% or less in the third quarter of 2025. The more expensive mortgages are, the less buyers can afford to pay for a house. But sellers are extremely reluctant to realise losses from their homes, says Tarun Ramadurai of the London School of Economics. This has also frozen the housing market in Britain, where transactions remain subdued. In both places, homeowners' loss aversion has contributed to prices not moving much. Instead, their unwillingness to sell at a loss has caused sale volumes to collapse. Before the Iran war, America's housing market looked ripe for a recovery. Unemployment was low, existing homeowners were sitting on near-record equity, and affordability was improving, in part because of rising incomes. But the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent energy prices rocketing, threatening to drive up inflation and, in turn, mortgage rates. And so the housing market remains on ice. What might prompt a thaw? Some homeowners have little option but to sell up, those undergoing divorces, for instance.
finance and economics.
Expat migration. New oases. Want to escape Dubai? Here's where you might end up.
Life in Dubai used to be about as blissful as white-collar expatriate existence gets. The private schools are good, beaches pretty, flight connections plentiful, and booze legal, so long as you are not Emirati or Muslim. Expats face no income tax. It barely rains. Russian oligarchs can mingle with Western bankers, Arab property moguls, and Israeli entrepreneurs. All that remains true nearly 3 months after America and Israel attacked Iran across the Gulf. But Dubai's advantages must now be weighed against the risk of Iranian missiles and drones raining down. On May 18th, one hit an electricity generator at the Seoul Emirati nuclear power plant. Although most strikes have been intercepted before they could do real damage to Dubai and other parts of the United Arab Emirates or UAE, many footloose foreign residents have already scattered. A few nabbed seats on the last flights out to America or Europe. Others drove to Muscat in neighbouring Oman in search of alternative escape routes. Many hoped to return once the hostilities ceased. As these drag on, however, plenty are looking for a new, more peaceful bolt hole. Where are they headed? And will they ever return? The UAE does not disclose detailed statistics on foreign residents, but estimates suggest that before the war, perhaps 3 million to 4 million of the country's 12 million people were well-heeled outsiders and their families. More than 240,000 of them were millionaires. Dubai received the lion's share of these arrivals. It now probably accounts for an outsized proportion of the departures. Dominic Volek of Henley & Partners, which advises the footloose affluent, reports that inquiries about other jurisdictions from UAE-based residents have risen by over 40% in recent weeks. More than 35 countries are now competing for the rich and enterprising, says Jean-François Harvey of Harvey Law Group, a firm of immigration lawyers. Long-standing destinations like New Zealand, at the end of the world, mostly self-sufficient and outside a nuclear blast radius, in the words of one consultant, and Malta have new competition. The Maldives is launching a permanent residency by investment scheme this year. Argentina is also expected to offer deep-pocketed investors citizenship soon. On April 24th, Turkey proposed a 20-year exemption to taxes on foreign income and capital gains for some foreigners. Since the war began, about a dozen of Mr. Harvey's clients have acquired Turkish citizenship by buying a house there. Milan is particularly popular. There is an increase in the movement of people out of Dubai, says Roberto Bonomi, a tax lawyer in Milan, at Withers, a British law firm. Diletta Giorgolo of Sotheby's International Realty, a posh estate agent, says that interest in Italy from the Gulf has shot up in recent months compared with a year earlier. What were initially mostly requests related to temporary rentals are increasingly connected not only to short-term considerations, but also to longer-term lifestyle and investment planning, she explains. In contrast to sleepy rivals, Italy's capital of both fashion and finance has networks to help those who want to enlarge their fortunes, rather than merely spend them. In recent years, American hedge funds, such as Millennium Management, have set up shop in the city, allowing wealthy traders and fund managers to take advantage of Italian tax rules. High earners there pay a relatively modest flat tax of €300,000, that's $349,000 per year, on their entire foreign income. Parents can now pick between American, British, Canadian, French and German international schools. The weather is tolerable too. EU citizens can move to Milan at their leisure. which is why Dubai's European transplants like it so much, says Mr. Bonomi. For non-Europeans, the most common way to secure residency is to invest €250,000 in an Italian startup, or €500,000 in a more established firm. Alternatively, you can donate €1 million to an Italian charity, or park €2 million in Italy's government bonds. Another option is Singapore. The city-state had lost out to Dubai in recent years. Heavy hitters from India and mainland China in particular were drawn by the Emirates' glitz, permissive rules, and business opportunities. Singapore's stricter social mores and the government's obsession with a squeaky clean image made it seem stuffy by comparison. That image now looks like a strength. So are Singapore's efficient government, predictable legal system, and excellent wealth managers. Big Singaporean banks, such as OCBC, report an uptick in net wealth inflows from Dubai. Singapore's gold imports from the UAE have quadrupled since January. Ryan Lin of Bayfront Law, a firm in Singapore, says new client inquiries have leapt by a third in the past 2 months. His existing clientele, mostly newly rich Chinese people, are increasingly interested in leaving the Middle East. Rich Indians, 3,500 of whom leave the country each year with $1 million or more in the bank, also seem keen to give Singapore another look. Mukesh Ambani, India's richest man, opened a family office there in 2022. Places like Milan and Singapore are not perfect substitutes for Dubai. Russian plutocrats are frowned on in Italy, as in the rest of Europe, with Vladimir Putin waging war on Ukraine. Other wealthy foreigners may fear that next year's elections could usher in a government that abolishes the flat tax regime. Even the current friendly one raised the tax on foreign income from an initial €200,000 this year. Singapore, for its part, taxes income at 24% and charges foreigners an eye-watering surcharge on property sales. It has also tightened money laundering rules in the wake of a $3 billion scandal in 2023, and might be nervous about letting in a rush of dodgy money from Dubai. A law passed in 2024 lets the police prowl through tax and customs data. In recent years, 80% of license applications by crypto firms in Singapore were declined or withdrawn, according to the Financial Action Task Force, an anti-money laundering watchdog. Some investors liked the Emirates because they didn't ask too many questions, says a private banker in Singapore. Moving to the Asian metropolis might feel like it involves a proctology exam. I think crypto wealth will stay in the Middle East, reckons Mr. Lin. So will some other sorts. Wealth managers, themselves a loaded bunch, need to be close to their clients, says one who expects his firm's pinstriped legions to return to Dubai before long. Many foreign firms that allowed similarly well-off employees to work from home, meaning Milan or London, in the first months of the war, expect them to get back to the office in Dubai. Time is a great healer, says another wealth manager. Perhaps, but the longer the wound of war remains open, the likelier expats are to be scarred by the experience. In the meantime, many will prefer to convalesce somewhere less hot.
Finance and economics.
Buttonwood. Tipsy-turvy. Why don't inflation-scarred investors buy more inflation-protected bonds?
Convulsing bond markets mean different things to different people. If you run a government, it is plainly bad that governments' borrowing costs are shooting up, as they are across the world. The yield on Japan's 30-year debt has risen above 4%, its highest ever. America's has topped 5%. Britain's is chugging fitfully towards 6%. Since mortgage rates tend to move in line with these yields, anyone looking for a new one will also feel the pinch. For bond traders, in contrast, the past few weeks have been quite the thrill. A decade ago, near-zero interest rates seemed to have permanently shoved their market into the deep freeze. Now it is red hot. It is not hard to see why. Inflation and yawning government deficits have worried investors for years, and the Iran war is making both problems worse. Bank of America conducts a monthly survey of global fund managers. In the latest, 40% of respondents said an inflationary wave was the biggest tail risk for markets. Despite this, or in explanation of it, 78% expected America's Federal Reserve to either cut rates or leave them unchanged over the next year. They have acted accordingly, slashing holdings of cash and bonds while raising their equity allocations by more than in any other month of the survey's 25-year history. That is just what you might do if you think money is too loose. Given all this, it may seem puzzling that one market hasn't moved more. Inflation-linked government bonds, linkers or TIPS in America, offer the ultimate protection against investors' fears. Payments that are guaranteed to rise by the same amount as consumer prices. They therefore offer real yields as opposed to the nominal ones on ordinary bonds, at which inflation nibbles away. The nominal yield minus the real one for, say, 10-year American treasuries is widely thought of as the average inflation rate investors expect over the bond's remaining life. Fed officials might draw comfort from this 10-year break-even. At 2.5%, it is roughly in line with their target and only a few tenths of a percentage point higher than it was at the start of this year. But that would be a mistake. The TIPS market is not subdued because investors are relaxed about inflation. Rather, it offers a cautionary tale about the limits of market efficiency and therefore about using prices to forecast the future. As Exhibit A, consider how poorly TIPS-derived break-evens have sometimes performed at this in the past. During the panic that accompanied the first COVID-19 lockdowns in 2020, America's 10-year break-even hit 0.5%, and the 2-year equivalent fell to -1%. In fact, barely a year later, the biggest inflationary surge in decades took off, and in 2022, the annual rate peaked above 9%. No trader has perfect foresight in the teeth of a crisis. Exhibit B, however, is that even one who did would struggle to act on it when it comes to inflation break-evens. Compared with the market for normal treasuries, that for TIPS is small, illiquid, and lacking in arbitrage opportunities. They account for just 7% of American government bonds and are favourites of pension schemes, which hold them in order to guarantee retirement payouts and so might not sell at any price. In theory, arbitrageurs should smooth out any distortions this causes using derivative contracts. In practice, trading inflation derivatives throws up so many complications that opportunistic traders often cannot find a broker willing to take them on. Exhibit C is the unique function of ordinary treasury bonds. Investors do not only or even mainly use them to bet on the future path of interest rates and inflation, but as a safe harbour when other markets are turbulent. They also trust that during a big stock market crash, interest rates would fall and treasury prices would rise, cushioning their losses. Erratic policymaking in America has tested both beliefs recently. But not to destruction. People still hold treasuries with an eagerness that does not apply to TIPS. So treasury yields are tugged down and those of TIPS are not.
finance and economics.
Free exchange. A moral calculus. Economists prefer to treat morality as an outside constraint. This isn't always possible.
Why is buying heroin easier than hiring a hitman? Both are illegal. Yet find yourself in an unfamiliar town and ask around where you might get your fix, and possibly, after being met by a few disgusted glances and wide-eyed stares, you are eventually given a phone number or directions to some sketchy area. Even if someone bothers to report you to the police, the constabulary is too busy to follow up on a single user. Start asking where you can get the services of a contract killer, however, and if you receive any leads at all, you are most likely to find yourself talking to an undercover policeman. This is one of the questions asked in Moral Economics, a new book by Alvin Roth, a Nobel Prize-winning economist at Stanford University. Mr. Roth's Nobel was for his work on market design, particularly in those markets where two or more parties must be paired up in the absence of price signals, think university places or marriage. His studies led him to the trade in human organs. He set up a kidney exchange in which donors who are not a match for their respective intended recipients can swap, and more broadly, to the murky world of repugnant transactions. These Mr. Roth defines as ones where, like scoring heroin but not securing a hitman, buyers and sellers would happily transact, but someone else not directly harmed by the exchange wishes to prevent it. Mr. Roth's subject is a good one. Morality clearly shapes markets far beyond those for heroin and hitmen. Like all of his discipline, he makes moral economics about trade-offs. Are the harms of allowing an activity greater than the harms of disallowing it? After all, he writes, people can't generally expect to reach a consensus about the principles at stake. The clear-eyed evidence he gathers is a useful place from which to argue about when prohibition works. Yet, despite his attempts to take moral and ethical concerns seriously, the book too often treats other people's principles as an irrational bias to be managed rather than a reasoned position to be argued against. That is a missed opportunity. Some of his frustration is understandable. What different societies consider repugnant can seem arbitrary. Horsemeat, a delicacy in parts of Europe, is off the table in California following a referendum in 1998. Many European countries forbid surrogacy on the ground that it violates the dignity of women to make the body into a tradable commodity, yet they permit some forms of sex work. In America, it is the other way around. Prostitution is illegal everywhere except for a few counties in Nevada, whereas surrogacy is widely available. California allows paid sex, so long as it is being used to make pornography. Americans can be paid to donate blood, but could not partake in challenge trials for COVID-19 vaccines, tested on donors who expose themselves to the disease. British blood donors can count on at best a biscuit, but are allowed to offer their life for a fee to see if a jab works. Such inconsistencies infuriate ethicists trying to find a coherent set of moral intuitions. For Mr. Roth, they are a godsend. They provide an opportunity for some field experiments to see what happens when markets are legal or not, and what kind of black markets come with them. Some rules of thumb emerge. Bans never work perfectly, but they do reduce the frequency of the activity. There are usually ways around restrictions for the suitably motivated. A forum for Kazakhs in America suggests trying one or two Uzbek restaurants in Philadelphia for your horsemeat fix, or heading to Quebec. Horse lovers in California can content themselves that fewer are being eaten locally. Mr. Roth suggests, reasonably, that policy should weigh the costs and benefits of banning an activity. He cites a paper by Scott Cunningham of Baylor University in Texas and Manisha Shah of the University of California, Berkeley, that took advantage of an accidental legislation of indoor prostitution in Rhode Island after state lawmakers did not fully think through the implications of a bill. The researchers found that the result was fewer sexual assaults and sexually transmitted infections. This argues for policy experiments with licensed sex work. Where evidence is scarcer or more ambiguous, as with prohibitions on drugs that are both addictive and lethal, he suspends judgment. Too often, though, Mr. Roth retreats to the position that there is not much point in discussing the principles because there will be no agreement. That makes morality an exogenous fact of life, something generated outside the economic model. It is a constraint, like geography, that must be recognized by economists. Sometimes, on Mr. Roth's view, it is useful. In contrast to this newspaper, he seems sceptical about legalizing many drugs. Sometimes it is deadly. Hundreds of thousands die every year because they cannot get the organ donations they need. Mr. Roth's reluctance to engage in argument about principles is a shame. For one thing, he has nothing to be ashamed of. The picture that emerges from the book is of a deeply moral person who believes in bodily autonomy, in not subordinating individual lives to a collective, and in not accepting unnecessary deaths to spare some people from feeling squeamish. Perhaps more important, it lets Mr. Roth skirt an uncomfortable question about the role of repugnance. He is right that it often serves to exercise social control. Dietary restrictions let an in-group that shuns pork or beef or meat ostracize the out-group that does not. But it is also a tool of social cohesion. Émile Durkheim, a French sociologist at the turn of the 20th century, argued that societies divide the world into the sacred, covered by ritual and taboo, and the profane, the ordinary. One that treats everything as tradable might struggle to sustain the tacit cooperation on which markets, repugnant or otherwise, ultimately rely.
Science and technology.
Technology. Charging ahead. Advances in materials science could at last bring solid-state batteries to market.
Like any champion who spends too long at the top, the lithium-ion battery is stagnating. Over decades as the battery of choice in everything from smartphones to electric cars and drones, its design has been tweaked countless times to improve its energy density and performance. But some scientists say those improvements are approaching their theoretical limits. Even the best models are prone to dying out in the cold, rapidly losing capacity or, as is the case for those in household devices, spontaneously catching fire. At the same time, demand for batteries has never been greater. 30% of cars sold in 2026 are expected to be electric vehicles, EVs, which rely on them for power. Last year, American homes and businesses installed a record number of big batteries. According to Wood Mackenzie, a consultancy, by the end of the decade, installations could rise by almost 40%. Worthy challenges are desperately needed. Advances in materials science are at last bringing some within reach. Battery builders are modifying existing materials and creating novel combinations to design batteries that store more energy while being safer and more stable than anything on the market today. The lithium-ion battery's crown may be up for grabs. Solid-state batteries are among the most exciting alternatives. When a conventional lithium-ion battery is charged, lithium ions migrate from the cathode to the anode. When it is discharged, they return. The medium the ions shuttle through is called the electrolyte, usually a flammable organic solvent soaked into all of a battery's components. In solid-state batteries, however, the anode, cathode, and electrolyte are compressed together as slabs. This means more conductive materials can be packed into the same space, allowing for energy densities as high as 500 watt-hours per kilogram, compared with about 300 watt-hours per kilogram for liquid electrolytes. They are also less likely to combust. Although solid-state batteries have been studied for decades, researchers have thus far been able to make only tiny versions for use in such devices as medical implants. The most significant barrier to scaling them up is brittleness. When cells are charged and discharged, the ions repeatedly embed themselves in the electrode material. That causes the battery to expand and contract, creating voids between the components that can lead to cracking and deformation. This slows down the ions and degrades the battery's performance. In January, researchers at the Shenzhen Institutes of Advanced Technology, part of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, took a big step towards overcoming the brittleness problem. They created a high-performing electrolyte material by alternating stacking layers of ceramic 1 to 100 nanometers thick with similarly thin sheets of polymer. The stack was then placed perpendicularly to the surface of the electrodes, like a layer cake sitting on its side. On its own, the ceramic is a good conductor but prone to cracking. The polymer, for its part, is flexible but a poor conductor. The combination allows ions to flow as smoothly as the best existing solid-state electrolytes, but with a much lower tendency to crack. There are other hurdles to overcome. As batteries charge and discharge, wiry crystals known as dendrites can grow on the electrode's surface, leading to cracking and eventually short circuits. Scientists have long believed that these form when excess lithium ions from the cathode accumulate on the surface of the anode, rather than being absorbed. Stronger electrode materials, which would resist the cracking, are an obvious solution. In a paper published in March, however, a team led by researchers at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology concluded this understanding was flawed. Instead, they said, dendrites grow when chemical reactions change the electrode's properties, causing them to weaken. That suggests scientists should be looking for electrodes with greater chemical stability, not just strength. Material science can also make solid-state batteries faster. In conventional polymer electrolytes, ions can move only as fast as the surrounding polymer segments allow. A group at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee, part of America's Department of Energy, found a way of decoupling the two sets of movements. They achieved this by adding chemical compounds called zwitterions to polymer segments that would ordinarily be poor conductors. Although zwitterions are neutral molecules, they have charged regions that can give ions a boost. The team's results showed that this configuration could make ions travel through the electrolyte as much as 10 billion times faster. Future tests will show how it performs in a cell. One noteworthy advantage of solid-state electrolytes is that they would open the door to materials other than lithium. Sodium-ion batteries, which replace the lithium in the cathode with sodium, are especially attractive. Sodium is not only cheaper and stabler than lithium, it is 1,000 times more abundant in Earth's crust. Unfortunately, sodium atoms are bigger and heavier than those of lithium, meaning they are unlikely to embed in conventional graphite electrodes. At present, the result is a heavier battery that can store less energy. Although better electrodes can improve matters, for example hard carbon, which is capable of absorbing sodium ions into its sponge-like structure, outperforms graphite, no suitable liquid electrolytes have yet been found. A solid electrolyte would be easier to work with. For one, the decreased risk of dendrite formation in solid-state batteries would allow anodes to be made out of highly reactive sodium metal. That would allow them to store more energy per kilogram than would be possible at present. Whereas a battery with a hard carbon anode has an energy density of around 175 watt-hours per kilogram, sodium metal anodes would enable densities closer to 500 watt-hours per kilogram. To boost a solid-state sodium-ion battery's capacity yet further, researchers are experimenting with removing the anode altogether. That would create space for a thicker cathode that can be packed with more sodium, in turn boosting how much energy a battery could store. Removing the anode need not be fatal to the battery's operation. While it charges, the sodium ions would move from the cathode to another battery component known as the current collector, where they would accumulate until discharge occurs. In effect, an anode is created as the battery operates. The heady pace of progress is the product of a truly global competition to produce the best solid-state design, says Shirley Mung, a materials scientist at the University of Chicago. The contest could also revolutionize the way batteries are manufactured. For now, batteries with liquid electrolytes are built by submerging electrodes in vats of solvents and using enormous amounts of energy to dry them off. Solid-state batteries made in this way develop micropores on their surfaces, increasing the odds of malfunction. Thicker electrodes are also trickier to make because they dry unevenly. So-called dry electrode manufacturing, in which dry powders are pressed together to form solid batteries, is therefore being taken increasingly seriously. Trials have shown that it cuts energy use by about half and manufacturing costs by about a fifth, while boosting the overall performance of the batteries. Many companies, including Tesla, a maker of batteries and EVs, and LG Energy Solution, a South Korean battery maker, are competing to be first to perfect it. Distinguishing hype from reality is not easy, but recent developments mean that ambitious promises could be fulfilled. China's contemporary Amperex technology, the world's largest battery manufacturer, has said it will produce solid-state batteries by 2027.
Science and technology.
Virology. Cruise control. The hantavirus outbreak offers epidemiologists valuable data.
Uncovering how a virus spreads among a population involves some tricky detective work. The schedules of all those infected have to be carefully examined in the days or weeks around the time they fell ill in order to work out who infected whom and, most important, where and how. The more isolated the population, the more accurately such records can be gathered. To epidemiologists, therefore, cruise ships with onboard outbreaks are the equivalent of floating Petri dishes bursting with valuable information. The MV Hondius is the latest example. As of May 20th, at least 11 cases of hantavirus were confirmed among its 147 passengers and crew. 3 of those infected have died. The outbreak was caused by the Andes strain of hantavirus, a bug carried by South American rodents that causes about 100 to 150 known human infections in Argentina and Chile each year. Human-to-human transmission can occur, but such secondary cases are rarer still. The Hondius case study is therefore a valuable addition to this body of knowledge. At the moment, the original source of the onboard virus is thought to be exposure to rodent droppings or urine prior to departure. The data, including genomic sequencing of the virus, suggests that the first 4 cases in the outbreak may have originated that way, possibly from the same source, says Thomas Hoffman from the European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control. But there is rarely complete certainty about how an infection was picked up. People cannot recall every single interaction they have with others. It is even harder to know who used the same toilet or touched the same serving utensils at a lunch buffet. Better records of passenger interactions are needed to get to the bottom of the outbreak. The disease detectives on board were tasked with working out what sorts of interactions had occurred among the known cases as well as between that cohort and the healthy passengers in order to help manage the outbreak. In time, the data will also help researchers assess the odds of a particular type of contact leading to transmission of the virus, such as sharing a dinner table with someone who is already infected or giving them a hug, which will help manage future outbreaks. Although the pieces of the puzzle are still being put together, the results so far are consistent with what was already known about the Andes strain, says Dr. Hoffman. Crucially, it is not a virus that transmits easily among people, such as those that cause COVID-19 and the flu. If it did, he says, there would be far more cases on the Hondius, where passengers spent a lot of time in communal indoor lounges. That being said, widespread transmission between people cannot be ruled out. In an outbreak that began in Argentina in 2018, one person unleashed a chain of transmission that ultimately infected 33 others. That outbreak has led researchers to think some people may be hantavirus superspreaders. For reasons that are unclear, they may be shedding and dispersing exceptionally high quantities of the virus. Even so, the studies of the Andes strain, to which the Hondius data will soon be added, show that the virus does not have what it takes to be a pandemic threat. Genomic sequencing of samples taken over the years shows that it changes very little as it circulates in rodents. What is more, samples from the ship outbreak do not show the emergence of any adaptations that could make it better at transmitting between humans. As the typical incubation period is around 3 weeks and transmission generally occurs when people already have symptoms, there is usually plenty of time to find
Science and technology.
Climate modification. A load of very tiny balls. Private money is bringing new ideas and new concerns to solo geoengineering research.
In February 2024, an article in the Wall Street Journal revealed that Stardust Solutions, an Israeli startup, was developing tiny particles which, if lofted into the stratosphere in sufficient number, might be used to cool the Earth. The idea of putting stuff into the stratosphere to lower temperatures wasn't new. It's the most discussed of the various sunlight-blocking technologies gathered under the rubric of solar geoengineering. Stardust's novelty was that it claimed to be developing special particles which might do particularly well. What it was that made them so super, though, remained a secret. That secrecy ended last week. On May 14th, the company published preprints of papers which it's submitting to peer-reviewed journals describing its particles in detail. Most of the company's data, it turns out, concerns spheres less than 1,000th of a millimetre across and made entirely of amorphous silica, the same stuff that opals are made of, with a specially treated surface. A second, similarly sized version has a surface shell of amorphous silica but a core of calcium carbonate. In an interview at a meeting on geoengineering hosted by the Climate Systems Engineering Initiative, CSEI, at the University of Chicago a few days after the preprints were uploaded, Yanai Yedvab, Stardust's boss, stressed the degree to which the particles were part of an end-to-end approach to geoengineering technology which the company hoped to provide to any governments which might eventually decide that geoengineering is a good idea. The reception was decidedly mixed. Although the use of calcium carbonate and silica to these ends has been explored before, it's never been done in such depth. The lion's share of research on stratospheric geoengineering assumes instead that the cooling would be done by mimicking the cooling effect of large volcanic eruptions. In other words, injecting a sulfur-rich chemical high into the atmosphere, where the sulfur ends up in tiny reflective droplets. There is a problem with this approach which has nothing to do with climate. Breathing in sulfate particles is bad for people, and particles high up in the stratosphere will inevitably drift down. The amount of sulfate that would be used would admittedly be small relative to the total quantities emitted by industry, and it wouldn't be concentrated close to where people live. Nevertheless, when Dr. Jedwab says dispersing millions of tons of toxic materials above the heads of their children for decades is something people wouldn't feel that comfortable about, it's hard to disagree. Amorphous silica is not in itself a health concern, but that doesn't mean that the stardust particles will necessarily be safer than sulfates after a few years of weathering. On this and other matters, such as the idea that the particles could be chemically tagged, the scientists gathered in Chicago seemed unconvinced. "I think the work they've done on the particles is really terrific," says David Keith, CSEI's faculty director and longtime leader in geoengineering research. "What I don't buy is that it's definitely safer or definitely a good thing. It might be tempting to see this as a reflexive resistance to incomers, but there's something deeper at play. Almost all geoengineering researchers, as well as the charities which fund a significant part of their work, say they do so disinterestedly, equally happy to discover good news or bad. The Degrees Initiative, a British charity which funds such research and takes that stance, is chaired by a member of The Economist's editorial staff. Stardust, by contrast, is a commercial undertaking. If its technology is never used, its investors will lose out. That means it has a vested interest in geoengineering going ahead and in perpetuating a dim view of sulfates. It's not that there's anything fundamentally wrong with for-profit companies, said Dakota Gruner, who runs Reflective, a philanthropically funded solar geoengineering research outfit, in an on-stage discussion with Dr. Jedwab at the Chicago meeting. But when you have investors who are saying what we bet upon is that this will be deployed, it makes it hard to have that same level of objectivity. Objectivity tends to engender a sense of trust. So does transparency, a norm in the field that was challenged by Stardust's long silence. It doesn't help the case for trust that its original funding came through Oz Ventures, a technology investor based in America, Canada and Israel that has various links to intelligence and security services. Oz also has an advisory board led by Stephen Harper, a former Prime Minister of Canada, noted for his friendliness to the fossil fuel industry. Perhaps more important than the source of its funds, though, is their quantity. In October 2025, the original investment of $15 million through Oz was joined by a second round of investors bringing in $60 million. One of those investors was the venture capital arm of Exor, a shareholder in The Economist's parent company. A survey of research funding published by SRM 360, a non-profit which provides information about solar geoengineering, suggests that this makes Stardust easily the most generously funded research outfit in the field. Solar geoengineering has long been controversial. Those studying it have nonetheless made real progress in understanding its potential and its scope for misapplication. Stardust's ideas may in the long run be seen as a fruitful contribution to that progress. In the short run, it may well add to the controversy.
Science and technology.
Well informed. How well do anabolic steroids work? Very. But beware the side effects.
Most sporting bodies prohibit performance-enhancing drugs. The enhanced games revels in the possibilities they offer. The competition, which kicks off on May the 24th, allows athletes to use all sorts of substances, provided they are licensed and that they are administered under a doctor's supervision. Many athletes competing in the Games have been cagey about their plans. But in April, Mitchell Hooper, a Canadian who has twice won the world's strongest man competition, revealed his in detail. Aside from Adderall, a stimulant, Mr. Hooper's stack consists of various anabolic androgenic steroids, AAS, a class of compounds that are chemical cousins of testosterone, the chief male sex hormone. That makes sense. AAS are some of the most potent performing-enhancing drugs known, especially for boosting strength and power. They will probably be doing most of the heavy lifting for every athlete at the Games, and they are popular with non-athletes too. One meta-analysis from 2014 estimated that 6% of men have used them at least once. But just how effective are they? In short, very. At least when it comes to packing on muscle. In a much-cited study done in 1996, for instance, young men given highish levels of testosterone and told to do no exercise saw a 19% improvement in their lower body strength after 10 weeks. That was about the same as participants given placebo drugs, but who hit the weight room 3 times a week. Those who combined steroids with training saw a 38% increase. Several other randomized controlled trials conducted since then have reported similar results. Steroids also boost levels of oxygen-carrying red blood cells, which might help with endurance sports. Jim Wisdom holds that they improve recovery too, allowing athletes to train harder, though that has yet to be rigorously proved in humans. What this means for sporting performance is hard to quantify. Since steroids are banned in most sports, controlled trials on elite athletes are usually a non-starter. But in 1997, Clinical Chemistry published a remarkable paper based on documents from the East German state-sponsored doping program that began in the 1960s. One chart shows turinabol, a steroid taken orally, improved the shot put distance of a female athlete by around 15% in just 11 weeks. All this extra power comes with side effects. For one thing, taking high levels of steroids raises the risk of heart disease. Artificial AAS also suppress production of the natural sort, causing infertility, and in men, testicular shrinkage. Usually the body will resume production when you stop taking the drugs, but sometimes it does not. Cosmetic side effects are another worry. In men genetically predisposed to baldness, steroids will accelerate hair loss. And as testosterone is the chemical from which the body synthesizes estrogen, some AAS
Culture.
The Judgment of Paris. Red, White and Cru. 50 years ago, a blind tasting revolutionized the wine world. Just don't mention it to the French.
May Day comes from the French m'aider, help me, but no one in the stiff-lipped wine world expected a disaster on that sunny May Day in 1976. The great names and noses of French wine had been invited by Stephen Spurrier, an English wine merchant, to judge a blind tasting. Spurrier hoped to garner publicity for his shop and wine school in Paris. To mark America's bicentennial, he had tracked down a few bottles from young, unknown producers in Napa Valley, California, and put them alongside celebrated ones from Bordeaux and Burgundy. Spurrier, like the judges, expected the French to easily win the taste-off. France was the undisputed mistress of the vine, according to the World Atlas of Wine 1971, which devoted 73 pages to it and just 8 to California. But 50 years ago, on May 24th, the unthinkable happened. Red and white wines from Napa, made in the French style, a bottle of Stag's Leap and Chateau Montelena from 1973, won the contest, ranking above acclaimed names such as Chateau Mouton Rothschild and Chateau Haut-Briand. Unlike the mythical Judgment of Paris, which led to the Trojan War, golden grapes did not provoke an actual conflict, but they did prompt some fighting talk. One French wine official later described the tasting as our Waterloo. The French first blamed the judges. They also, as usual, blamed the English. Perfidious Albion is what one winemaker called Spurrier to his face. Others lobbed less literary insults behind his back. In 2008, Spurrier was played memorably by Alan Rickman in Bottle Shock, Hollywood's depiction of the tasting. The judgment of Paris was the shot heard round the wine world. Napa's victory had two Nebuchadnezzar size effects. First, it sparked demand for Californian wine at home and abroad. The volume of exported bottles of American wine more than quintupled between 1975 and 1980. Second, it inspired confidence in New World producers, including Argentina and Australia. There is no more influential event in the wine world ever, claims Juan Muñoz Oca, estate director at Stag's Leap. Today, the two winning bottles can be found at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History, where George Washington's uniform and the original Star-Spangled Banner are also on display. Much can be discerned from how the two countries are marking the tasting's 50th anniversary. Stag's Leap and Chateau Montelena are hosting events around the world and pouring tastes of the acclaimed vintages. The 1973 Stag's Leap and Montelena were released with a price tag of $6 and $6.50 respectively, around $35 to $38 in today's dollars. Now a single bottle costs thousands of dollars if you can find one. And following Ralph Waldo Emerson's observation that music and wine are one, in July, a new one-act opera based on the tasting will premiere in Napa. In France, there will be no songs or spectacle. Ask winemakers there how often the judgment of Paris is discussed, and they will claim almost never. Though they will also point out that the French wines, on average, scored higher than Napa's, and that they aged better too. The competitive element of the tasting obscures the fact that in the decades following the judgment, both American and French wines boomed, enjoying new markets and newly minted middle-class wine drinkers. 50 years on, the scene is less convivial. Wine consumption is falling, with Gen Z and baby boomers alike preferring to drink less but better. After being associated with heart health, now wine is on the heart and mind of health officials who say no amount of alcohol is safe. Wine is being put in the same category as prostitution and drugs, complains Stéphanie Dubois-Rivoal of Château Angelus, a top-tier winery in Saint-Émilion. Today, winemakers in Bordeaux talk openly about la crise. Pretty bad is how Beau Barrett, who runs Chateau Montelena, describes the situation in Napa. Both regions are seeing vines ripped out as the supply of grapes outstrips demand. France and the EU have committed around €250 million, $290 million, to vine uprooting. Of all the world's wine regions, Burgundy has fared best. At about a third of Bordeaux's size, it is smaller, less corporate, and more coveted by connoisseurs. Its wines, reds made from Pinot Noir and whites from Chardonnay grapes, boast elegance and finesse. Bordeaux's reds are based on Cabernet Sauvignon and Merlot. Burgundy's rarity, exclusivity, and sometimes astronomical prices have prompted even millionaires to complain they can no longer afford to drink it. On LiveX, a wine exchange, Burgundy's share of sales has risen to around 23%, more than triple what it was 10 years ago. Both Bordeaux and Napa, in contrast, are experiencing economic crises and are at a turning point, says William Kelly, editor-in-chief of The Wine Advocate. Yet their suffering has different causes. Bordeaux is paying for the mischiefs of the past, says Omri Ram of Château Lafleur, namely that it produced a bubble of too much wine that was sold for the wrong reasons to the wrong clients. Chinese buyers had thirsted after Bordeaux's prestige labels until Xi Jinping denounced lavish gifts and sales sputtered. That left winemakers who had been raising prices vulnerable to a collapse in demand. The en primeur system governing how Bordeaux's wines are sold has also stoked la crise. It facilitates pre-orders for new vintages, which hands cash to winemakers for cases delivered years later. With the price of older vintages now comparable to or below new releases, buyers are less keen to snap up the young stuff, which requires aging and storage. It has created a doom loop, especially for the mid- and lower-tier wines. Last month, wineries hosted their annual en primeur tastings, and the mood was tense. Some warn en primeur may cease to exist. Napa's winemakers are feeling pinched for different reasons. In recent decades, they doubled down on the American market, selling to baby boomers at high prices rather than prioritizing a global footprint. But consumers are aging and buying less. In addition, Napa's most important international market, Canada, has dried up. Sales of American wine there fell by nearly 80% in 2025 after most provinces banned American alcohol in retaliation for tariffs. The cost of doing business in California, like France, is hangover-inducing, as is the red tape. It's hard for small producers to stay in business, so they're gobbled up by larger wine companies, says Mr. Munoz Oca. Stag's Leap is a case in point. Marchesi Antinori, an Italian firm, acquired sole ownership of it in 2023. Palates have also changed. Napa underwent a cabinetization as it chased the high scores and price tags of big red wines. Consumers, however, have shifted away from that monster truck style of red wine, says Mr. Kelly. Cuisine has become lighter and people want more balanced reds with lower alcohol levels. Both Napa and Bordeaux are trying to navigate their new reality. Consumers are opening
Culture.
Book review. Christianity in North Korea. The Kim Catechism. Korean Messiah by Jonathan Chung.
People have been predicting the collapse of North Korea's communist dictatorship since 1948, when Kim Il-sung seized power with Joseph Stalin's backing. And yet, almost 80 years later, the regime is still there, and the Kim family are still in charge of it, having survived the Korean War, the fall of the Soviet Union, decades of national self-isolation, and 2 dynastic transitions. Totalitarian repression, as well as assistance from powers such as China and Russia, help explain the regime's resilience. Korean Messiah by Jonathan Chung, a journalist at the Wall Street Journal, sheds light on a less appreciated force: faith. In keeping with communist principles, North Korea is officially atheist. Nonetheless, in Mr. Chung's telling, its system owes as much to Jesus, Mary and Joseph as it does to Marx and Engels. He argues convincingly that Kim Il-sung appropriated the rituals and dogma of religion when forging his political ideology. For example, all North Koreans are taught a set of decrees called the 10 Principles for the Monolithic Ideology. They are so similar in language to the biblical 10 Commandments and fulfill so similar a function in the lives of its population that they might as well have been etched on a pair of stone tablets, Mr. Chung writes. Pyongyang has long been a hotbed of Christian thought. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the city became known as the Jerusalem of the East among Western missionaries in Asia. Kim's ancestors were among the first converts. His parents were fervent Presbyterians. As a child, he accompanied his father to chapel, where he sang hymns and learned to play the organ. This upbringing gave the young man a front-row seat to the power of faith, its power to mobilize, to offer succour, and perhaps most importantly, to inspire awe, devotion, fear, and zeal. Kim's exposure to Christianity also gave him an acute sense of the threat it posed to his hopes for absolute rule. After taking power in North Korea, Kim, by then an ardent Marxist and hardened anti-American crusader, came to see Christianity as a rival faith. Portraying himself as the true Messiah, he brutally suppressed Christians, killing thousands of believers and sending more fleeing to the south. Eventually, the great leader's teachings coalesced into a formal doctrine known as Juche, self-reliance, which supplanted Marxism-Leninism as the foundation of the regime. Ideologues insisted that Kim's dogma be treated as infallible. Mr. Chung quotes one North Korean escapee's description of encountering Christianity after fleeing the country. When they talked about God, it kept reminding me of Kim Il-sung. When they mentioned Jesus, it reminded me of Kim Jong-il. The state enforces cult-like devotion to the ruling family. Jim Jones of Jonestown infamy was an admirer of Kim Il-sung. Jones's acolytes met with North Korean officials more than a dozen times. In arguing that Christianity holds the key to understanding the regime, Mr. Chung underplays other influences, such as Korea's long history of monarchy, Stalinism, and communist ideology itself. But seeing North Korea as a quasi-religious project is illuminating. In addition to brute force, the Kim dynasty relies on indoctrination and inquisition to stay in power. If its subjects harbour doubts, they're not allowed to express them, on pain of the gulag, or worse. The regime persecutes any belief system that could rival its own. North Koreans who watch television shows smuggled in from rich democratic South Korea, which reveal how much better life is without a god-king, can face the death penalty. The greatest threat the Kim cult faces is not America, but apostasy.
Culture.
Backstory. Reading between the sheets. The copious sex in Rivals, a TV bonkbuster, is more than mere titillation.
Everyone is a sex detective now. A train entering a tunnel, a jutting skyscraper. In the post-Freudian age, readers and viewers are primed to spot innuendo and phallic symbolism. Along with death, sex is said to be art's bedrock subject. But occasionally, and more interestingly, the imagery works in the opposite way. Instead of other things standing in for sex, sex is a metaphor for other themes. Take Rivals. The TV bonkbuster, set in the mid-1980s in the fictional British county of Rutshire, is back for a second season. Based on Dame Gilly Cooper's novels, it once again follows the antics and adulteries of alpha men and their wives, and other people's wives, all driven and riven by class, money and ambition. Again, there is copious rumpy-pumpy, still the most meaningful part of the drama. In the first season's finale, Tony, a villainous media baron, played deliciously by David Tennant, was thwacked on the head with a gold statuette. Fans shouldn't fret. He is soon well enough to keep his end up and get it away. A few new faces join the cast, including Muffy, short for Caroline, and some walking appendages. This time, the 80s soundtrack includes the Chicken Song, a novelty tune which for many British viewers will feel like a gruesome flashback to a humiliating bender. "What the fuck is this?" asks Cameron, Nafisa Williams, a badass American TV producer, quite understandably. The heart of the show is still the slightly yucky yearning between Rupert, Alex Hassel, a priapic toff and politician, and Mooney, Taggy, Bella McLean, who long ago forgave him for groping her. That, and the sex, Unfolding in and around country piles, Rivals resembles a murder mystery, only the question is not who will get bumped off, but who will next shag whom. Now the characters are at it in the stables and jacuzzi and on a piano again, with a splash of skinny dipping instead of nude tennis. Mindless titillation? Au contraire. Much as a cigar in art is rarely just a cigar, least of all when Tony is smoking it, a bonk in Rivals is never just a bonk. For starters, sex is sometimes about power and its abuses. "I can't," says Cameron when rebuffing Tony's advances. "You can if you want to be promoted," he snarls. Next, sex is about freedom, from the constraints of class, social expectations, corporate decorum, or dismal marriages. Some of Rutshire's denizens grab their freedom with both hands. "I don't wait around to be kissed by somebody. If I want to kiss someone, I do it," dauntless Cameron declares. Others are more hesitant. "We can't all just do what we want," a timid figure laments. Sex is history, along with the music of the 1980s and its knitwear, tobacco habit, convertibles, game show formats, and boozy lunches. Rivals resurrects the decade's sexual prejudices. There are double standards. Were he a woman, Rupert would be tarred and feathered for his philandering. His ex-wife complains. Homophobia is rife, compelling people to live painful double lives. "Do you even really exist if no one sees you're there?" wonders a bereft gay man. W.B. Yeats, a poet, reckoned the title couple's smutty exchanges in Lady Chatterley's Lover are a forlorn poetry uniting their solitudes. Likewise, in Rivals, sex is often about loneliness. It can be a salve. Declan, Aidan Turner, a thrusting TV presenter and Taggy's dad, knows that his passionate wife plays around for relief from the loneliness his workaholism causes. Yet if sex can fulfill a need for intimacy, the compulsive Casanovan kind may suggest an unreachable
Culture.
Book review. History. Zionism's Jewish opponents. Here Where We Live is Our Country, by Molly Crabapple.
At the dawn of the Second World War, the majority of the world's Jews, 9.5 million of them, lived in Europe and had for centuries. Though there were brief periods of acceptance, for the most part, Jews were barely tolerated and subject to sporadic violence and restrictive laws governing where they lived and worked. Throughout the 19th century, nationalist aspirations grew and Jews debated where they belonged. Zionists had one answer. They had to create their own state. Bundists had another. It is their story Molly Crabapple, a Puerto Rican Jewish writer and artist from New York, resurrects. The General Jewish Labour Bund in Lithuania, Poland and Russia was founded in Vilnius in 1897. Bundists were socialists who believed in workers' revolutions, but also recognised that Jews had particular needs and interests. They formed defense organizations to protect Jews from pogroms and promoted Yiddish culture. By 1906, the Bund had attracted 40,000 supporters, making it one of the largest socialist parties in the Russian Empire. Bundists bitterly opposed Zionism, believing, as Ms. Crabapple explains, that the establishment of Israel would lead to perpetual war with its neighbours and the people it had dispossessed. Instead, they believed in Doikayot, Yiddish for here-ness, meaning the diaspora was home and Jews had the right to live in freedom and dignity wherever it was they stood. It may strike a contemporary reader as odd, but before the Holocaust, most Jews were not Zionists. The Orthodox believed only God could call Jews back to the Holy Land. Liberals believed Zionism was a concession to anti-Semitism, and many simply found the idea of nearly 10 million people emigrating impractical. Ms. Crabapple's interest in the Bund is both political and personal. Her great-grandfather, Sam Rothbart, was born in 1882 in what today is Belarus. The Bund created believers like Rothbart who were committed enough to withstand ostracism, beatings, imprisonment, and worse. Their bitterest battles were internecine against Soviet-aligned communists and Zionists, neither of whom had much patience for competition. But their willingness to fight on behalf of Jews and alongside non-Jewish socialists earned them the tragic honour of becoming, as of 1938, the most popular Jewish party in Poland. The Holocaust changed everything. After the war, Bundist survivors tried to keep their spirits up, but the movement they built had been decimated, as had the Polish world of their birth, Ms. Crabapple writes. The Zionists, whatever their arguments' merits, at least had a state to offer survivors. The Bund had nothing but dashed utopian hopes, and the party ceased operations in 1949. The only reason this book exists is because the Bund's archivist smuggled 2 train cars worth of papers from Berlin to Paris in 1933. This impassioned history of a century-old failed political movement briefly made it onto the New York Times bestseller list. Not everyone is happy about it. The editor of Commentary, a right-leaning Jewish magazine in America, has called Ms. Crabapple a 6th-rate, middle-aged anti-Zionist screedmeister and an enemy to her people. But though anti-Zionism sometimes covers for anti-Semitism, they are not identical, as Ms. Crabapple's book shows. In America and elsewhere, the share of people with negative views of Israel has risen markedly during the course of its brutal war in Gaza, however initially justified, and attacks on Iran.
Culture.
Book review. Literary mishaps. Foul copy. Rogues, Widows and Orphans by Rebecca Lee.
What a difference a word makes. In 1631, printers omitted 3 letters from the 7th commandment. The bungled injunction, "Thou shalt commit adultery," cost them their licence and a £300 fine, worth around £54,000 or $72,000 today. The Wicked Bible is a warning of the perils of misprints. A new book offers an entertaining look at all the ways words can go wrong. Rebecca Lee, who works at Penguin Random House, explores publishers' glitches and gremlins, as well as censorship, plagiarism, hoaxes, failures and feuds. She chronicles how the written word can be divisive, damaging, disruptive and unwelcome. Take Winston Churchill's history of the Second World War, which called France's army the poop of the French nation. He had written prop. Editors, or correctors, as their 17th century counterparts were called, emerge as crucial props against blunders. Ms. Lee also offers many examples of atrocious writing. Bad style can ascend to a kind of genius. Amanda McKittrick Ross was an Irish writer of prolix, overblown 19th century novels. Her euphemisms alone astonish. Trousers become the Southern necessity. Hearing about the Nobel Prize, she asked her publisher, "Do you think I should make a dart for it?" At times, this inky history feels rushed. Chapters scoot through censorship's most famous instances and skip across rejections and vicious reviews. But Ms. Lee judgments are sound. Freedom to read, she observes, remains
Culture.
Storytelling and video games. Ready, Reader 1. Gamified novels, known as Lit RPG, are a winning format.
All Carl wants to do is smoke his cigarette. But Princess Donut, his ex-girlfriend's cat, has escaped. He reluctantly goes after the creature when, slam! His building and the city beyond it is flattened like a massive tin can that's been crushed by a giant cosmic boot. Carl is one of the few survivors left on Earth. Along with Princess Donut, he's forced into a dungeon to fight various monsters. The battles will be televised throughout the universe. As they level up through the floors and try to make their escape, they earn XP, experience points. It sounds like the premise of a video game, but it's the introduction to Dungeon Crawler Carl, a book series by Matt Dinniman, which has sold over 2.7 million copies in print. The first instalment has been on the New York Times paperback bestseller list for 19 weeks and counting. The 8th, A Parade of Horribles, was released on May 12th. The audiobook is in first place on Audible's bestseller list in America. All the other books are in the top 20. A TV adaptation and a graphic novel of Carl's misadventures are in the works. Gamified novels, known as literary role-playing games or Lit RPG, are going mainstream. Such novels borrow the tropes of video and tabletop games. Unlike choose-your-own-adventure tales, however, the reader doesn't make narrative choices. Characters face challenges and grow stronger. They go on quests to obtain rewards. In Mr. Dinniman's novels, Carl gets tougher as he punches goblins and defeats a Krakaran, a monster that's a combination of a cosmic octopus and your average suburban anti-vax let me talk to your manager mom. Throughout the book, the reader's updated on his character stats, health bar, XP and special skills. Video game vernacular provides a useful shorthand. Minor figures are called NPCs, non-playable characters. By just saying, "He leveled up," I can communicate a tremendous amount of information that, if I was writing traditional fantasy, I'd have to demonstrate, says Seth Ring, who's published nearly 50 Lit RPG titles. The core readers of Lit RPG are gamers in their 30s who appreciate such elements. But its biggest audience is audiophiles, from truckers to stay-at-home mothers. The novels often have only one perspective, and are usually narrated in the first person, which makes them easy to follow. Fans gush about the voice actors almost as much as they do about the authors. Though a relatively new player in Western publishing, Lit RPG has been around for a while. A Russian publisher claims to have coined the term in 2013. Versions of it have long been popular in Asia. Xuanhuan novels, a type of Chinese fantasy, took off in the early 2000s. Such tales drew on Taoist ideas of cultivation and self-improvement and followed heroes as they progressed through different realms. Japanese manga and anime often feature isekai, another world, where characters are transported into video game-like settings with magic and sword fights. The idea is also a trope in Korean webtoons. Western writers have borrowed these ideas and created an unholy mishmash to forge their own version of lit RPG, says Andre Nader, an author who writes under the pen name Actus. Authors including Mr. Dinneman argue lit RPG is less a genre and more a style of writing. Stories might be about aliens and post-apocalyptic survival, or they might feature steampunk cowboys and orcs who enjoy cooking. In the early to mid-20th century, pulp fiction such as Raymond Chandler's The Big Sleep and Dashiell Hammett's The Maltese Falcon hooked readers with a punchy style. Lit RPG follows in that tradition, reckons Rhett Bruno, head of Aethon, a publishing house. It is filling a big void, he insists, between ponderous fantasy epics such as Game of Thrones and smutty romantasy series like A Court of Thorns and Roses. Lit RPG offers fun, light, rompy-type action fantasy. Chapters are short, action-packed, and usually end with a cliffhanger. The format delivers regular dopamine hits to readers. Writers of lit RPG are thinking strategically on and off the page. Many self-publish their work online, chapter by chapter. Some are prolific, posting new material daily. Readers often interact with their favourite writers and leave comments on chapters which then shape the stories. Mr. Nader, for instance, aims for 5,000 words a day and completes a book about every 3 months. Yet it's not unusual for him to rewrite an already published chapter after receiving feedback from fans. Authors are gaining more than XP. Loyal followers will pay for early access to chapters. One writer, with the cryptic pen name Zogarth, makes nearly $90,000 every month from subscribers on Patreon, making him one of the most successful authors on the platform. Writers have ample leverage if they choose to negotiate with publishing houses. Mr. Dinneman sold the print rights to Dungeon Crawler Carl to Ace Books and the audio rights to Audible, but retained the digital ones. We found something that might change the rules of publishing, declares Seth Fishman, his agent. In fact, bespoke rights arrangements are not new, but they are increasingly common among digital-first authors. To be sure, lit RPG is not going to win any prestigious awards. Quantity has been trouncing quality. But readers looking for escapist thrills are often forgiving. We're trying to write really, really good stories, Mr. Ring says. We're not trying to create the next great American novel.
By invitation. Jill Whitehead. The coming IPO wave will enshrine the AI god's lack of accountability. Jill Whitehead is a visiting policy fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute and a member of the Advisory Council of Frontier Economics.
After weeks of waiting with bated breath, investors finally have sight of the prospectus for the initial public offering of SpaceX. OpenAI and Anthropic could join Elon Musk's firm in floating shares later this year. These IPOs will reveal that the race to control frontier AI is defined not only by their epochal vision and scale, but by the concentration of corporate control. All three firms have sought to govern cutting-edge technologies with custom-made rules, departing from contemporary corporate governance and its well-worn systems designed to thwart unfettered control by an individual through effective board oversight, risk-based incentive structures, and robust succession plans. Their logic is not without reason. The global financial crisis revealed that most failing banks actually met the criteria for good governance on paper. The recent backlash against heavy compliance costs and short-term market pressures, seen as a drag on innovation, has prompted a move towards founder-centric models. However, there are causes for concern. The speed and scale of experimentation in corporate governance is unprecedented. Moreover, given the high degree of uncertainty as to the nature of AI risks, the tools of regulation, legislation, ethics and governance will be needed to manage the impact of these companies. There are three notable departures from traditional frameworks. The first is the entrenchment of supervoting equity. Adopting the founder control model pioneered by Alphabet and Meta, dual-class share structures bypass the one-share, one-vote principle. Founders retain voting control despite owning a minority of the equity, in effect silencing public investors. Provisions in SpaceX's IPO filings cement a structure granting Mr. Musk and other insiders shares with 10 times the voting power of ordinary shares, securing him a clear voting majority. This will be combined with the use SEC-permitted controlled company exemptions that forego an independent board or compensation committee. The second departure involves jurisdiction shopping and regulatory arbitrage. Because the scale of these listings is historic, American states and stock exchanges are jostling to secure them. States are competing by offering increasingly robust statutory protections to directors. Stock indices, meanwhile, have increasingly skewed their listing standards to accommodate tech giants. SpaceX is using this competition to its advantage. Following a Delaware court decision to void Mr. Musk's Tesla pay package on the grounds of weak board independence, later overturned, he moved SpaceX to Texas and its director-friendly business court, later merging XAI into the rocket firm. Furthermore, SpaceX plans to list on NASDAQ, which would enable it to benefit from the exchange's new fast entry rule that allows newly listed large firms to enter the NASDAQ 100 after just 15 trading days rather than 3 months. As a result, index funds are legally compelled to buy stock almost immediately, further weakening the leverage of active fund managers to extract governance changes. The third departure is the use of hybrid structures. The anticipated IPOs of OpenAI and Anthropic may yet enshrine their novel corporate architectures, designed to insulate their technical missions from standard venture capital incentives. In October, OpenAI completed its restructuring into a for-profit public benefit corporation, PBC, in which the original non-profit foundation now has a 26% stake. Although the foundation retains the legal authority to appoint and remove the PBC directors, and thus the chief executive, the intentional significant overlap in foundation and PBC board members, many of whom were installed after the reinstatement of Sam Altman as chief executive, indicates that operational power lies increasingly with the CEO. Anthropic has made perhaps the most creative undertaking to enshrine its safety-first mission into its corporate governance. Its long-term benefit trust enables independent experts to elect a majority of directors over time. However, even under this model, trustees serve only 1-year terms and must consult the CEO on appointments. Crucially, a supermajority of shareholders retains the power to dissolve the trust without trustee consent. The trust provides an advisory guardrail, but the founders and their main backers, Amazon and Google, retain ultimate authority. There is much to admire in these experiments. Corporate governance must always be evolving, but they are untested in situations with such high stakes for humanity. The irony is that as industries scramble to engineer digital AI guardrails, many of their corporate governance equivalents have just been dismantled. The Musk versus Altman trial spent weeks interrogating the trustworthiness of AI's elite, only to be dismissed this week on procedural grounds. yet it exposed a raw truth. These historic IPOs and the humanity-impacting potential of their technologies now rely on the precarious scaffolding of a few founders' good intentions. Investors have noticed institutional groups led by public pension funds are lobbying for governance changes such as clauses to limit the length of time for which dual-class structures apply. In the absence of change, responsible investors must weigh the immense financial upside of heavily oversubscribed IPOs against the lack of independent board oversight and accountability. Governments and regulators should take notice too. The hubris is not in believing transformative technology can be built. It is believing that individual judgment is the appropriate final line of defense. Anthropic's Mythos preview last month showed that regulators are already struggling to keep up. Future AI rules must be designed with these corporate structures in mind. Backstops must not be removed precisely when they are most needed.
Obituary.
Edith Eger, the ballerina of Auschwitz, died on April 27th, aged 98.
Dance. That was what was said to her on her first night in the camp. Edith Eger could dance, of course. She'd been learning ballet since she was 5 years old. In her leotard and tights, she'd practiced her stretches. Down she would go. Spine straight, tummy taut. Breathe in, breathe out. She knew how to use her breath to control her body. She knew an entire routine to the Blue Danube. She thought she was imagining it when she heard that being played in the camp on her first night. Then he had appeared in her barracks. "Little dancer," he said, "dance for me." That was what he would call her. My little dancer. They would call him the Angel of Death. Later, after she moved to America, she didn't want to call that place anything at all. She didn't want anyone's pity. She just wanted to be a Yankee Doodle American. Besides, she didn't even know how to pronounce that word in English, Auschwitz. How'd you say that without an accent? So she never said it. Though later, when other people found out about her past, they'd use its name to her. It's pretty bad, they'd say of some problem or other, but it's not Auschwitz. She felt that was wrong. There was no hierarchy of suffering. She didn't want people to see her suffering and think theirs was less significant. She wanted them to look at her and think, if she can do it, so can I. She started to speak out. First in therapy herself, then as she trained to become a psychologist, then finally as a best-selling author. Always her message was the same. You cannot change or forget the past, but you can choose how you respond to it. You can be depressed, or you can be happy. That choice, at least, is yours. Though she at first had no choice. In her new life as a wife and mother in Baltimore, she couldn't control how she reacted to things. She felt anxious when she heard a siren. She felt dizzy when she heard heavy footsteps. When a bus driver shouted at her, she huddled on the floor of the bus, crying and shaking. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't Auschwitz. And it was always Auschwitz. What do you do with your past? She was only 17 when the war ended, but she already had so much past. She'd already seen so much. Like that boy in the camp. He had been tied to a tree. Then SS soldiers had shot at him. They shot his foot, his arm, his hands, an ear. A little boy used as target practice. Then there was the girl who tried to escape. The soldiers had shot her, and then hung her body in the middle of the camp as an example. And there was the pregnant woman. When she went into labour, the SS tied her legs together. She'd never seen agony like hers. She would remember good things too, like her home in what was then Hungary. It had been full of music. One sister was a violinist, another a pianist, and she was the dancer, then a gymnast. At 16, she was suddenly chosen for the Olympic training team. Then, equally suddenly, she was kicked off it because of her background. Her background had become her foreground. She now wore a yellow star. Then, one night, soldiers came and took her family away. Yet the music continued. As they walked into Auschwitz beneath the Arbeit macht frei sign, the camp orchestra started up. Her father turned to her, delighted. "You see?" he said. "It can't be a terrible place." She would never see him again. Memory was what mattered. That was one of the last things her mother said to her. As the train drew closer to Auschwitz, she had turned to Edith. All that they had been taken, but she said, "No one can take away from you what you've put in your mind." When they got off the trucks, they took her mother too. A gap-toothed soldier was sorting women into 2 queues, asking each, "Are you sick?" His voice was almost kind. The ill, the old, and her mother, he sent to the left. She tried to follow, but he held her shoulder. "She's just going to take a shower." Later, she asked another prisoner where her mother was. The prisoner nodded at a smoking chimney. "Your mother's burning in there. You better start talking about her in the past tense." The gap-toothed man came back that night. She learned that he was Josef Mengele, the camp doctor, the angel of death. She learned he liked to walk through each evening, looking for inmates to entertain him. He was a refined killer and a lover of the arts. There was a camp orchestra. Prisoners were played in to jaunty marches, beaten to Viennese waltzes. Mengele stopped at her barracks. He wanted a dancer, and she found herself being pushed forward. The camp orchestra struck up the Blue Danube. "Dance," he said. But she couldn't move. Then she remembered her mother's words. Her body was trapped, but her mind was her own. So she freed herself with it. She imagined that she wasn't dancing in Auschwitz for her mother's killer, but on stage in the Budapest Opera House. She danced for love. She danced for life. Though when the war ended and the death march began, she nearly died. The Germans made them march for days, until she was so hungry that she ate grass, so weak that she couldn't stand. She lay on a pile of corpses. She heard someone shout, "The Americans have arrived," but couldn't move. She weighed about 30 kilograms. A hand, she would learn that it belonged to an American GI, was held out to her. In his palm were red, green, and yellow beads. "Food," he said. She would learn that these were called M&Ms. Later, she'd learn other things too. She'd learn that of the more than 15,000 deportees of her hometown, 70 survived. She would learn that what made her fall to the floor shaking was called post-traumatic stress disorder, though she didn't like that word, disorder. Her reactions were not disordered, but natural. And she'd learn how to pronounce that word, Auschwitz, though she would, to the end of her days, say it with an accent. But that no longer mattered. You cannot, she had learnt, change your past. But you can choose how you feel about it. You can choose happiness. You can choose to love. You can choose to dance.